And we are live. Hey everyone, my name is Prince, and welcome to a reaction video. These are a bit of a rarity. In all fairness, yep, there's my phone just buzzing, telling me I'm live on my own channel, because we all know I need that. I apologize for being later than usual. Believe it or not, I know this will shatter all fucking all fucking perspective that you guys have on me. I was actually outside. Wouldn't you know it? How mad is that? I know, us YouTubers, we never go outside. Everyone knows that. But this is a bonus stream. This happens even rarer. But basically, well, it's pretty self-explanatory. Hey Nick, how you doing? The Black Ops 6 Zombies storyline is starting to really kick up a notch now. We're really getting into the juicy stuff. And I am quite behind on it, because I am a major fan in COD Zombies. I love it, even in its current state. And basically, I am incredibly behind on the current iteration of Zombies, because that started with Cold War, then we had Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3, and now the Chaos storyline is tying into this as well. So, I'm really behind, and I don't want to be behind anymore. I would if I had the time, and I probably will at some point, but that's far in the future. I would love to just go through the maps and do the Easter eggs and, like, discover the story for myself, but I do not have the luxury of doing that right now. So basically, what we're going to do tonight is we're going to watch a bunch of videos by the lovely The Gaming Revolution. They're a pretty damn decent COD Zombies YouTuber, and they've done a lot of story explaining videos, and we're basically just gonna watch through the entirety of everything that is relevant to the Dark Aether storyline. We're going to start off with Chaos, then we're going to have a recap of Cold War, because there were some stuff, there were some things that I missed in Cold War, even though I did all of the Easter eggs. Well, actually, I didn't do all of the Easter eggs. I didn't do the Outbreak ones, and thus, I missed out on everything to do with PEX warheads. So we're going to start off with Chaos, then Cold War, then we're going to watch Vanguard, and then Modern Warfare 3. Just so I can catch up on absolutely everything that is relevant to the Dark Aether storyline currently. Well, yeah, that's pretty explainable, Nick, considering Aether's a big part of the Legend of Spyro. And it's not Aether in Spyro and Aether in COD Zombies is not necessarily too dissimilar from one another. Sorry, my arm is really achy. I don't do as much physical exercise as I definitely should, so when I do it, my body's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Right, so I don't think there's anything left for us to do. This is going to be a nice, chill stream where we just get to hang out, have some discussions about lore and stuff. And we're starting off with the Chaos storyline. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Chaos storyline was introduced in Black Ops 4. It was originally meant to be a replacement for the Aether storyline, because the Aether storyline was coming to an end. Unfortunately, for no apparent reason, they introduced it before Aether had ended, and ended up putting more effort into Chaos than they did the finale of the Aether storyline that they'd spent the past 10 years working on. I don't know whose idea that was, whether that was Activision or Treyarch, but whoever's idea it was, you know, they deserve to be shot, because it was the dumbest idea possible. But after that was bullied into the ground because it was introduced at the wrong time, I believe it was in Vanguard, they started reintroducing the Chaos storyline, which was never, ever, ever meant to be canon to the Aether storyline. They were meant to be two completely separate universes. They started integrating elements of the Chaos storyline into the Dark Aether storyline, and now it's a major part of it because in the Tomb, we managed to get the Sentinel artifact, which was the big major thing in the Chaos storyline. So, I've talked enough. Let's get into it. I've got plenty of snacks, plenty of drunks. So yeah, let's get into this and let's digest some story, shall we?
With Black Ops 6 Zombies, the Chaos storyline has returned front and center, and with it likely only becoming more and more important as we continue into the post-launch story with Citadel Day more, and beyond, and even into the future games. As a result, many new fans to the Call of Duty Zombies franchise may be completely unfamiliar with the Chaos story. So
I want to make it clear that I didn't really, I don't hate Chaos, because I admit I didn't really give it that much of a go. I sort of have the sentiment that the reason I don't like it is because, it's not that I don't like it, it's just that it shouldn't have been introduced when it was. Like, it was introduced at the entire wrong time, and the sort of disliking I have for it comes from my disliking of the fact that it got the priority of, like, development and creativity, while the major big finale of the Aether storyline took the back seat, basically. That's sort of where my disliking of Chaos comes from. But I don't really dislike it. It's different. It's a hard pill to swallow after, you know, however long playing with the Aether storyline.
may be in need of this recap.
Yes.
For those of you who are unaware, the Chaos story is a once distinct narrative featured in the Zombies mode of Call of Duty Black Ops 4 in 2018, quite some years ago now. Since it has
2018.
been so long, even those of you who played that game and paid attention to the story may have forgotten most of its important details, making this video extremely important. Or maybe you only paid attention to the Aether story, but now that it's being weaved in, are more interested in seeing where it may head.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason I'm now interested in Chaos. Like, if Chaos was never woven into Dark Aether, I would not give a shit. Also, I briefly want to check the audio. I think it's alright, but just want to check. Okay, I could jack up the audio a little bit.
Risk with that game, as they were closing up the Aether story.
Right, how
had been attached to emotionally for over 10
how is
years.
that?
Risk with that game, as they were closing up the Aether story.
Right, how
had been attached to emotionally.
Yeah, that's good. Right. Okay. Oh god. we paused on a bit of a rough frame there, it would seem.
Years, whilst also simultaneously trying to introduce a brand new story to fans.
Yep.
Whilst I understand why they attempted to do this, as they needed Zombies to continue post Black Ops 4, in hindsight I think it was overkill and people couldn't focus on two stories at once.
Yeah, I mean, it's fucking plain logic. Like, if you need a replacement for a storyline, you don't introduce that storyline before the previous one is finished. You put all the effort into the finale of the first one, and then you put all your effort into the new one. Like, I'm pretty sure if they'd have waited, like, if they'd have put all their effort into the Black Ops 4 Aether storyline, and then just waited and done Chaos in the next game, I'm pretty sure, I mean, I don't think everyone would have liked it, but we would have seen so much less pushback on it because we didn't want chaos at this point. We wanted ether. It's legitimately stupid. I don't know who decided that this was going to be a thing. It's genuine, like, actual brain-dead stupidity. I have no idea how or why it happened.
It was just too much, especially when this new story was supposedly completely separate to the original zombie storyline from all previous Treyarch Zombies games, World at War to Black Ops 3.
Exactly.
As a result, the Chaos story came to a climactic halt in spring 2019 when it abruptly ended on Ancient Evil, the second DLC map to release for that game, left on a cliffhanger with a ton of loose ends.
Right.
With the final 2 Zombies maps being dedicated to closing up the Aether story. It is rumored.
And also, for full disclosure, there was originally meant to be, I want to say, 12 total maps for Black Ops 4, because there was the original 4, then there was supposed to be 4 for Chaos and 4 for Aether, and to be honest, even if they'd have gone with the original plan of that, I still think it was a bad idea. There's a lot of behind-the-scenes shit that happened, with Black Ops 4 that caused it to be disastrous, basically, but I still think, that had nothing to do with Chaos, being a thing in Black Ops 4, so that was always going to be a thing whether Black Ops 4 ended up being a massive failure or not. But, yeah, I still think it was just a stupid idea.
That 2 more Chaos maps were planned for the game, but they never saw the light of day.
That is true.
And Treyarch reverted to a more scientific, grounded approach to their storytelling from Black Ops Cold War onwards, as opposed to the more out-there, fantasy, mythological style of the Chaos story. That is...
Yeah, that's also a thing with the... I'm sorry to keep pausing. This is basically like a discussion/reaction video anyway. But... And that's the thing with, like, Cold War and, no, that's the thing with, like Black Ops 3 and Chaos. A lot of Zombies fans are sort of turned off by the whole major fantasy elements that were introduced, and a lot of people prefer the more grounded, themes from, like, Black Ops 1 and World at War. Personally, I think that is complete bullshit, and that those parts of the story are, like, really dull and boring. I've spoke to someone the other day, who genuinely said that furry fanfictions are written better than Black Ops 3, which is complete and utter fucking bullshit. Because the thing is, like, regardless of whether or not you like that style, you can't just say that it's a bad story, because it isn't. Like, you can say that you don't like it, you can't say that it's a bad story, because objectively, that's not true. So, yeah. And stuff is, there were always, like, mystical elements to Zombies anyway, so, you know, they just leaned into it. But Chaos was, like, really leaning into the fantasy aspect, like, medieval, like, alchemy, magic, and shit with the Sentinel artifact.
Until recently, where the fantasy and science are now colliding in the Dark Aether story, and Treyarch may finally get a chance to finish up what they always intended with the Chaos story, now part of this new but connected story.
Right.
This is the right choice. People like the additional lore and references that can be made with an intertwining storyline and build upon the many years.
Kindly...
As a result...
Oh, come off it. Fucking stupid ads.
Letter that is the Chaos story in the future.
Right, where were we?
Once confirmed
there we go.
And build upon the many years of games.
Sorry about that.
Since the final Chaos story map Trek have literally been completely silent since its absence, not commenting on it officially once. Whilst we, the community, took this to mean the story was cancelled, Treyarch technically never once confirmed that to themselves and opted to just never speak of it again, leaving it as a pure mystery as to what happened behind the scenes development-wise, and us only having rumours to go on. But
well, I mean, it's not really surprising that they haven't talked about it since, like, before Vanguard, because everyone fucking hated it. And, you know, the COD Zombies community a lot of the time aren't really the most intelligent community in the world, so, you know, I'm not really fucking surprised they didn't want to talk about it.
by them leaving it open-ended, this would allow them to go back to the love letter that is the Chaos story in the future in any way they deem fit, and that seems to be what has happened.
I don't really see it as a
In my
love
entire Call of
letter.
Duty Zombie storyline video, I opted to wait on recapping the Chaos story within it, at the time being unknown how important it would be for the future. But bam! Straight away on launch with Terminus, we now know it is a very important through line.
Sentinel
Liberty
artifacts.
Falls even has have faith in chaos
Wow.
written in blood.
I didn't even
What
notice
the
that.
inner lore implications for this may be, which I'll delve into in the future, metaphysically, it's Treyarch telling us to have faith in this story after we didn't before. As, to be honest, once we approached Ancient's Evil, that's when the story got very good, with Medusa being introduced. And it seems where it was meant to head from there would have been gripping for us fans. It just took a while to get to that point. And at the time, we didn't have faith in where it was going to head, which in hindsight, some of us regret. With that being said, we can now
Well, no, again, I feel like it's being... I don't want to get into the mindset of being like, oh yeah, we were at fault here. That's not true. Like, I never said, like, I've never said that I, like, hated the Chaos storyline. Like, people get confused. Because people don't use the right language when it comes to stuff like this. Like, there is a big difference between liking something and something, or a big difference between not liking something, sorry, and something being bad. First of all, I don't think I've ever said that I don't like the Chaos storyline by itself. I just don't like it in comparison to Aether. I've never said that it's a bad thing, but it's not. I don't think that we as the community can be held responsible for the failing of Chaos, because at the time maybe it didn't deserve the hate, but it certainly deserved the pushback that it got, because introducing it in Black Ops 4 was a dumb idea. Like, you're introducing a brand new storyline and putting more effort into it on a game that also contains the finale of the story that people have been, like, into for the past 10 years. So what the fuck do you expect is gonna happen? I'm not gonna... I should probably not pause this often, because otherwise we are genuinely gonna be here all day.
now dive into the entire Chaos storyline.
Right, Chaos storyline. Let's hear what this entire thing has to offer.
For millennia, the Earth was filled with prima materia.
Yep.
The first matter, the raw chaos.
Oh.
The resource was plentiful and humanity mined deep into the Earth to recover it. With it, ancient rulers, kings, priests, and emperors created powerful and prospering civilizations.
Yeah.
Prima materia in Latin means the first matter, and is something that's actually speculated about in the real world.
Proto-matter.
And is said to be a proto-matter, being the space in between, making up everything. The resource was plentiful, and humanity mined deep into the earth to recover it. With it, ancient rulers, kings, priests, and emperors created powerful and prospering civilizations. But the power of prima materia consumed them. Their benevolence turned to greed, and they stopped caring for their people.
Makes sense.
One by one, their civilizations fell, and wars were waged. Thus, the prima materia was extinguished. But humanity found a way to create an endless supply of this first matter. However, this knowledge was deemed too dangerous and mankind could not be trusted with it. Men of science, philosophy, and reason came together to protect and keep that knowledge safe. They were known as the Nine. Their collection of knowledge grew as humankind progressed.
The Nine.
Each new discovery made was secured by the Nine to preserve it from humanity. Over the centuries, their collection became a legend. But the Nine were mortals, and, as such, were affected by their thoughts and beliefs. Once, they decided to release their knowledge to the world as a beacon of humanity's intelligence and potential. This release brought about fierce wars.
Yep.
So the Nine took their knowledge and hid it once again.
What did they
from
think was going to happen?
humankind. But they believed that amongst all humanity, some people were worthy of their knowledge. As a result, they came to create the Sentinel artifacts based around the different mythologies known to humans.
Okay, quick,
As a result, they came to create
quick rewind here. So there are 4 Sentinel artifacts. In the Dark Aether storyline, we only have 1, and looking at the 4 of these, it seems to be this one, the Odin one, which seems to, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be the one from Voyage of Despair? Or Voyage of the... I always, it's Voyage of Despair, isn't it? The Black Ops 4 map. Yeah. I call it Voyage of the Damned in the AI map video. But yeah, I think it's definitely this one that we have in the Dark Aether storyline with these symbols. So, I don't know what, I don't really know how that works. Oh, hey, Jason. I don't know how that works in that I don't know. I mean, it may be explained later on, like, were the other 3 destroyed and only the Odin one is left? Because it's sort of just referred to as the Sentinel artifact, but it seems as though, like, in the Chaos storyline, there's multiple of them. It's not just one, so whether that's something that was retconned, or whether the other 3 were destroyed and only the Odin one remains, or maybe they merged together, which is why we see multiple versions of them in the Tomb boss fight. I'm not sure, but I guess we'll find out.
the Sentinel artifacts
Yeah,
based
plural.
around the different mythologies known to humankind. Sometime after the 2nd century BC, Perseus arrived in Delphi with his men and his mount, Pegasus. Pegasus met with Pythia and gave her his demands, activating a Sentinel artifact to prove himself worthy of taking his father's throne,
Right.
Mount Olympus. When the Pythia refused, auguring disaster, Pegasus had her 2 sisters detained. Fearing for their lives, the Pythia activated the Sentinel trial before being locked to her chair by Perseus. At first, she helped Perseus and his men, but as the months went by, she stopped helping them. After the Pythia's sisters tried to escape, Perseus had them beheaded. The trial ran for centuries, and Perseus, now alone, was trapped in a chamber by the Pythia before being attacked by zombies. At some point before 500 BC, the priest was born and founded an early version of the order, after being, at some point, killed and revived using the Scepter of Ra.
Okay, within the past minute, I have gotten so confused. Okay, so... Okay, right. Let me just rewind a second here. So, okay, the way this is sort of structured, I feel like he's jumping from thing to thing a bit too quickly here. So, yeah, let me just rewind a sec.
Mythologies known to humans.
So,
sometime after the 2nd century BC, Perseus arrived in Delphi with his
so Perseus arrived and
men and his mount, Pegasus.
Yeah, with Pegasus.
Met with Pythia and gave her his demands.
See, I feel like I feel like this is going off the assumption that we know, like, Greek lore and stuff, which I feel like is not an assumption that you should make. Especially considering that, not to generalize, but I think the majority of COD Zombies fans are not really the sort of people that would be aware of Greek myth. I don't know. So who is
Pegasus met with Pythia.
So who is Pythia in Greek myth? Pythia? Pythia. Pythia was the title of the high priestess of the temple of Apollo at okay, so this is Pythia. So she was a high priestess of the temple of Apollo at Delphi, and she served as its oracle and was known as the Oracle of Delphi. Right, okay, so she was an oracle, and she was at the temple of Apollo, and, Apollo is, god of archery, music, dance, truth and prophecy, healing and diseases, the sun and the light, poetry and more. Okay. Let me just, having a look, because, if Apollo is recognized, okay, so Apollo is primarily recognized as the god of archery, music, light, prophecy, the arts, and healing. So it says light, it doesn't say the sun. I was like, wait a minute, isn't Helios the god of the sun? But he's the god of light and the sun. That's a little bit different. Right, so Pythia was a priestess, okay. See, I feel like that not, like, explaining this is necessary. You can't just say, oh yeah, he met with Pythia and not explain who Pythia is.
And gave her his demands, activating a sentinel artifact to prove himself worthy of taking his father's throne on Mount Olympus.
Right.
When the Pythia refused, auguring disaster, Pegasus had her two sisters detained.
Okay, so
Fearing
Pythia's...
for their lives, the Pythia activated the Sentinel Trial before being locked to her chair by Perseus. At first, she helped
See, they said Sentinel Trial. I don't think he's actually explained what that is yet. So, but, I think, or did I miss that?
knowledge. As a result, they came to create the Sentinel artifacts, based around the different mythologies known to humankind. Sometime after the second escape, Perseus had the...
So no, they didn't explain what a Sentinel Trial is. I'm coming to you, Gaming Revolution, to learn all about this, and you're not explaining shit. So, but I guess completing the trials will... I guess I don't really think that's in... You know, I want to learn about this stuff, but I guess it's not strictly incredibly important. But the Sentinel Trial, I'm guessing you unlock the Sentinel artifact, and that triggers a trial that you have to, like, overcome in order to get the knowledge of Prima Materia and the Nine.
And his men.
Right.
But as the months went by, she stopped helping them. After the Pythia's sisters tried to escape, Perseus had them beheaded.
Right.
The trial ran for centuries, and Perseus, now alone, was trapped in a chamber by the Pythia before being attacked by zombies. At some point before 500 BC, the priest was born and founded an early version of the order, after being, at some point, killed and revived using the Scepter of Ra.
See, like... okay.
I know
Right.
you are afraid, my child, but you must have faith. Your fear is only a product of your imagination. Prove that you are worthy. Do it. This is your path to true enlightenment.
He's gonna kill himself? He is, isn't he?
Do it.
Okay.
The door between life and death swings both ways. Now, you are one of us.
Right.
This allows the High Priest to have an extended life, surviving through thousands of years of history.
Okay.
Using a Colosseum in Roman-occupied Egypt, the High Priest used enslaved gladiators in an attempt to complete the trial and access the location of the Library of the Nine.
Right.
Putting himself-
Okay, so that's... Yeah, so you do the Sentinel artifact trials, and then that gives you knowledge, and the knowledge that they were after was the location of the library where all of the infinite discoveries were collected by the Nine. The Nine are just a bunch of assholes, because, like, if you're just a bunch of, like, cultists that, you know, that just hoard all the knowledge to yourself, you know, humanity's not going to progress. You're just slowing down the development of humanity. You know, in order to... You're doing more harm than good by doing that. Because, in my perspective, like, as a species and as a society, we have to naturally grow accustomed to all of the knowledge that we gather. But if there's this ancient fucking order of, like, wizards, basically, that have kept, like, hundreds of pieces of, like, amazing knowledge to themselves, and then eventually they're just waiting for the worthy to come and discover them. That's not how a society develops. That's, like, completely backwards. Bloody cultists, yeah. So, okay, what I've gotten so far, so the original Order of the Nine made this library, and then there was, like, X amount of years later, thousands of years later, there was, like, a resurgence of that order led by the High Priest, and then they were looking for the knowledge that was collected by the original order. I'm thinking that's what's going on here.
Or other members of the Order in danger. The location being the Temple of
Right.
the Three of the Nine, without putting an ace to use enslaved gladiators in an attempt to complete the trial,
Yeah.
and access the location of the Library of the Nine, without putting himself or other members of the Order in danger.
Fair enough.
The location being the Temple of Poseidon. Sometime in 500 BC, during one of the many attempts to complete the trial, a group of contestants...
I'm guessing the Temple of Poseidon, I'm guessing that was never featured, and so I feel like that may be somewhere they were going with the storyline and that they never reached because it got cancelled.
managed to complete the trial. During the second half of the 19th century, Alistair Rhodes, a
See, like, we just jumped majorly there, but I assume it will all make sense later. Right, we got Alistair Rhodes. We have heard this guy in Black Ops 6. He has been in radios. And he's the father of Scarlet Rhodes, who was one of the Chaos crew.
wealthy British adventurer, bought a country estate in Hampshire, England, after he learnt about Druid ruins on the land and renamed it Rhodes Manor. At the end of the century, Alistair brought his young daughter, Scarlet, to London's Natural History Museum, where he asked her to watch for anybody observing them while he was looking for an item, a black rock glistening with diamonds. Unfortunately, policemen arrived and Alistair was arrested. Scarlett was separated from her father and grew up with relatives, in care homes or amongst nuns. She did not see her father again for the next 15 years.
Yikes.
In 1909, hundreds of dissident members of the Rosicrucian Order in England created a new cult under the leadership of the High Priest of Chaos. This iteration of the Order had noticeably much less members than the 1 years prior. The goal of this new order was to force humankind to evolve by acquiring the Sentinel artifacts and accessing the knowledge of the Nine. Alistair, who has learned about this new order and judged their intentions as nefarious, started his journey to access the knowledge of the Nine and empower humanity with it. The following year, in September 1910, Alistair travelled to Morocco to meet Bruno Delacroix, a former enforcer of a criminal gang in the Paris underworld who joined the French Foreign Legion after he had attempted to assassinate Michel Depardieu, a rival gang boss, but inadvertently killed the latter's child. This led to his former boss, Lebeau, placing a bounty on Bruno's head. Alistair explained to Bruno that his former associate stole an object he is looking for and that neither they nor their employees, the newly formed Order cult, should be allowed to have it. Bruno agreed to assist Alistair and the two travelled to Constantinople, the capital of the Ottoman Empire. They ambushed the convoy and stole a large wooden box before driving to the Basilica Cistern, with the rest of the criminal gang hunting them. After arriving at the cistern, Alistair reveals that the wooden box contained the object he was looking for, the Scepter of Ra. Alistair needed the scepter to reveal a map hidden inside the cistern, pointing to the Angkor Wat in the French protectorate of Cambodia. Unfortunately for the duo, the gang found them and Lebeau ordered the members to storm the cistern to get the scepter back before their employers. The Order arrived. Bruno managed to kill the gang members, but Alistair was captured by the Lebeau. Bruno rushed to Lebeau to save Alistair and took several bullets in the chest, but managed to crush his skull with his bare hand, killing him. Bruno succumbed to his injuries, only to be revived by Alistair with the Scepter of Ra.
So
this
he's back.
is the power of Prima Materia, allowing the dead to come back, which is very important for its reintroduction.
Yes, of course, because... But yes, so why the hell is Richtofen after the Sentinel artifact? Just get this fucking scepter. Because if all he wants is to bring his family back to life, this fucking scepter is all he needs. So where the fuck is this scepter at? Just get this.
Breathing again, Bruno swore to help Alistair whenever he needed him. Only one gang member survived the encounter. When he escaped the cistern, the High Priest and several cultists were waiting for him. After learning that the Scepter of Ra had been stolen from the gang, the High Priest and the cultists stabbed him to death. Several months after the event,
No, oh yeah, I was gonna say they didn't have the scepter. I was literally about to say, so they just stabbed him to death and they didn't bring him back just to be petty, but no, they didn't have the scepter. Right. You want it on a bet? So where is the scepter? Because the Sentinel artifact doesn't seem like at all... If all Richtofen wants is to bring his family back, then the Sentinel artifact seems a bit overkill. Maybe he needs... okay, well we're just gonna keep watching.
March 1991, Alistair
Right.
met death. Several months after the event, in March 1991, Alistair met with Stanton Shaw in the city of Siem Reap in the French protectorate of Cambodia. Shaw was a close friend of Alistair's and a chemist who was so obsessed with his work that his wife left him and took their children with her.
Damn.
Alistair was trying to convince Shaw to help him on his journey when German soldiers captured Shaw. The German officer told Shaw that the containers they used, which Shaw had claimed would work perfectly, had leaked the poisonous gas they stored and killed 147 of his men.
Ooh.
Shaw was saved from being executed thanks to Alistair, who promised to give the officer the greatest weapon the world had ever seen with the help of Shaw. They travelled to Angkor Wat, where Shaw decoded symbols on a wall and learned about the prima materia sealed behind it.
Okay.
The soldiers managed to enter the hidden room and found a small jar on an altar. Upon opening it, prima materia was released into the air and attacked the officer.
Turn them into
and the
zombies.
rest of the soldiers, turning them into zombies.
So that's what prima materia. That's really weird that prima materia does that to people, because it's like the matter of creation. It's a very negative, very, very negative response. A weirdly negative response to people. Given that it's like, it sounds like quite a positive thing. Why is it turning the... Maybe, I don't know, I was going to say, like, maybe it's, you know, responding to their negative intentions. But, you know, all the people on the Titanic, you know, I don't think they had any negative intentions.
Alistair and Shaw fled through the temple while being pursued by the zombies. While fleeing, Shaw managed to create an explosive powerful enough to collapse the tunnel after them. The explosion, however, was so powerful that a part of the temple collapsed, almost killing the duo. Later, they recalled what happened and Alistair confessed to Shaw he was never there for the prima materia and was glad that thanks to the explosion, the Order was denied any information about it. Alistair told Shaw that he would meet him again one day before leaving. Unbeknownst to Alistair, the High Priest was following him. Sometime after, in 1912, Alistair found the Norse artifact was in the Natural History Museum in London and was about to be moved to a private collection in the Harvard University in the United States the next year. Alistair also discovered the key for the artifact in a magazine which featured a Mexican spy named Diego Nakao with the key around his neck. After learning Diego was willing to meet Alistair, Alistair's butler, Godfrey, made the travel arrangements. Alistair and Diego met in a saloon in Ciudad Juarez during the Mexican Revolution. Alistair told Diego he was looking for the greatest power humankind has ever known, and I needed his medallion. Diego replied that his medallion was a family heirloom and recounted that his mother told him it was part of something bigger that needed to be protected, to be kept safe. He refused to give it to Alistair before the two men were interrupted by the High Priest and members of the Order.
Of course.
Wearing normal clothes instead of their ceremonial dresses. A fight broke out and Diego was knocked unconscious while Alistair was captured by the Order. Alistair managed to steal a revolver from one of the cultists before being saved by Diego, and the two men escaped using a carriage. Diego finally agreed to loan his medallion to Alistair, hoping to have it returned one day, before telling him to leave the city for his safety. Although they couldn't get the medallion, the Order was able to find Scarlet. Fearing for his life and believing she would be strong enough to overcome what was to come, Alistair wrote a letter to Scarlet where he explained his travels and the Order's intentions. He sent the letter with a package containing the key for the Norse artifact, as well as tickets for the RMS Titanic. Upon receiving the letter, Scarlet left for Rhodes Manor. On the evening of March 20th, 1912, Alistair Rhodes invited dozens of friends and relations to the Rhodes Manor.
So this is where Dead of the Night comes in, one of the most underrated zombies maps I think ever made. I'm pretty sure around the time that Black Ops 4 came out. In fact, even nowadays, like even within the last couple of years, some people don't even know that map fucking exists because for no apparent reason, it was DLC 1 for Black Ops 4, and they didn't even fucking market the map. I don't know what the fuck they were doing during Black Ops 4. Like, it was just a mess. It was just a mess. Yep, dead of the night.
Join us for an unforgettable evening.
Is that Diego? I did play Dead of the Night. It was the last map on Black Ops 4. It was the only DLC map I played. There's Scarlet. Dun, 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 dun. Looking good, sir. Deep below. Oh. Oh, the Order are here. So... Oh, and they've got an artifact. Who have they got? Is that Rhodes? Oh, shit, his butler. I'm guessing the very sudden change in music there was probably due to copyright. Treyarch have never actually been completely good at sorting out non-copyrighted music. For instance, the fire sale, the Richtofen fire sale music from Black Ops 2 and the original Pack-a-Punch, jingle, which isn't actually in the game, so I'm not sure if that counts or not. Both of those are copyrighted. Like, if you play them, they're not under, like, game audio rules. Like, if you play them during your videos, you will get copyrighted, which sucks ass. But yeah, I'm guessing this is why this is like this. This looks like, bloody Bellatrix's voice actress. Is that a gun? I thought that was a gun. This is a bloody lengthy intro cutscene.
What's your name?
Oh,
Yes, Godfrey. Where the blazes is Alistair?
that voice acting.
Where is the old scoundrel?
I've not seen Master Rhodes.
And that, of course, is, fuck, what's his name? It's the guy from Game of Thrones who plays, Tywin Lannister. I can't think of his fucking name, but it's very cool that he is in Zombies, even if it's Chaos Zombies. What's his name? Charles Dance. Yes, Charles Dance. So he's in Zombies, which is very cool.
But surely your crystal ball could.
Oh, Jason. Right, so they... Oh, okay, so they had... Again, the intricacy... the smaller intricacies of this storyline aren't really... I feel like they're not being fully explained. Like, this new part of the Order, like... So the ancient original 9 created the Sentinel artifacts, but then where did they go in between them creating them? We know that one of them was in Delphi. For some reason I said in Libya. One was in Delphi, one was in the Colosseum, and then they've got another one. Now, which one is this? I want to briefly, have a look. Hold on, where they got it out. Okay, that's... Okay, that's not the Odin one. That, yeah, that's the one on the left, I think. Which is... Danu. Alright. So, the Sentinel artifact was activated, initiated a trial, turned all the guests into zombies. So, why did Rhodes call this big party? Like, surely he knew if the Order was after him that...
What in Lucifer's ball sack was that?
Oh, man. All the detailing. So he's part of the Order, though. Of course. The werewolf.
Before the guests arrived, Godfrey knocked out Alistair and locked him in the wine cellar. Godfrey fell under the influence of the Order after being killed and revived with the Scepter of Ra, with a red mark appearing on his forehead.
But I thought Rhodes had the Scepter of Ra. How is he revived? Was this before it fell into... I'm kind of confused, to be honest. Like, I feel like the in-betweens are not being explained here. Like, where do the Sentinel artifacts go in between them being created and them being used? What's with... Because, as far as I know, yeah, they were trying to get the... I guess this must have been before then. So Godfrey's been playing him.
During the party, Scarlet arrived at Rhodes Manor only to be fended off by Godfrey and pursued by the High Priest and his cultists into the forest nearby. Inside the manor, Godfrey, still under the influence of the Order, started drawing glyphs on the ground before being approached by some of Alistair's guests.
And he was trying to protect himself from the Prima Materia, I'm guessing.
Ian Jones, Christina Fowler, and Jonathan Warwick.
Okay, so no, it wasn't Diego, right?
Members of the Order activated the Celtic artifact, which was in the possession of Alistair Rhodes.
Okay, so Alistair had a Sentinel artifact. Okay. Do we know how he got that? Again, I'm going to assume that a lot of this stuff wasn't explained because of, you know, everything that went down with Chaos. So, yeah.
The trial and releasing Prima Materia into the manor, turning all the guests into zombies. Only Godfrey and the three other guests were saved from the Prima Materia thanks to the glyphs. Outside the manor, Scarlet led the High Priest and the cultists through the woods where she killed several cultists. She was briefly subdued by the High Priest, but managed to kill him. He warned her that she couldn't stop them, and more would come. Scarlet entered Rose Manor only to find the guests, who had changed back to normal, were killed by the Order. She took a revolver and started looking for her father.
I've seen some strange things in my time, but this takes the cake.
Good thing you're
I'm guessing this is the ending cutscene for Dead of the Night. I kind of would prefer not to see these, but, you know, it's sort of unavoidable. It's part of the story. Again, I do wish I could just play these maps and experience this for myself, but I really don't have the time to. So
it's shooting and fortune telling. Now where's the bar? I worked up a powerful thirst.
Wait. Did you see that?
Oh god, that voice acting is horrendous. But wait, did you see that? That is horrendous. No one talks like that. No one on planet Earth talks like that. So I'm guessing they. Oh, yeah. Godfrey's about to kill them, isn't he?
What now?
Ah, so that's why we see the sort of ghostly sentinel artifact. So that's what happens when they are completed, because they blow up when you activate them. So
What the hell does this mean?
It means you are not worthy. Witch,
oh,
braggart,
oh dear,
pompous ass. Ah, bastard!
Jesus. So they're dead. Bloody hell.
Ensure the prisoner completes his journey.
Is that, yeah, it's Alistair. So, okay. Scarlet, yeah! Hell yeah! But he's not gonna die, is he? Because he's been resurrected.
Where is my father? What have you done to Alistair Rhodes?
You are already too late. You cannot stop what is to come.
Where is my father? Godfrey, talk to me!
Okay, so right, so the resurrection just gives you a longer lifespan. It doesn't make you like fully immortal. You know, you can still be killed. Also, I'm seeing there she has a sentinel artifact key. Yes, because that was Diego's that Rhodes mailed to her. Yep, okay. Okay, check. Yep. So, what's with the glowy blue sentinel artifact? He says you're not worthy, so... But they completed the trial, did they not? So what was the point of completing that trial? Did something go wrong? Because they're still trying to find their way to the library, and I feel like they're trying to figure out where the library is by attempting different sentinel artifact trials. And so the one in bloody Delphi wasn't completed. The one with Perseus, the one in, was it Egypt in the Colosseum, was completed. This one was completed, but what's with the Sentinel artifact there? Like, what happens with it? Right, and then Scarlet goes after him. Check. Oh, rip the mansion. I feel like this music doesn't really fit that well. It would fit this sequence, but not the original sequence. It's like, it's not very well. She just has no fucking, she does not care. How, seriously, she's in an open top vehicle. How hard can it be to fucking shoot her? Surprised she'd fucking survive that. This fucking order need to fucking train their bloody order members to shoot better, I'm telling you. I remember this theme from the Black Ops 4,
Dearest Scarlet, if I have already fallen prey to the Order, these are the only people I trust to help you stop them.
Getting the gang together. So, okay, so all of that took place in, like, But Dead of the Night was the DLC. Okay, this story is like whack out of what. Why was Dead of the Night should have been the first one then? Because that's okay. That's weird. Then I find that like not even. I mean, you know, it's you don't have to tell a story in order, but I feel like that's wildly like bad. Like, why would you purposefully, what, like, so, because this is what led up to Voyage of the Damned, no, Voyage of Despair, sorry, and then Voyage of Despair led into 9. But 9 and Voyage of Despair were the launch maps, whereas, Dead of the Night came later. Pardon me. Yeah, okay, well that... I'm not sure I'm a gigantic fan of that. Again, there's a lot of... And that's the thing as well, like... how did they expect us to, like, to be willing to get invested in this when they tell the fucking story out of order, and most of the stuff that we would need to know going in... Like, we wouldn't know. Like, when... I don't know if the comics came out, I don't know if the comics came out before Black Ops 4 did, but, like, the launch maps were Voyage of Despair and 9, which take place after this, so most of the story, the essential information, we don't fucking know. So already, like, Chaos was off to a weird start because they were telling the story out of order. So, yeah, it's whack.
With the trial completed and the Shadow Werewolf killed, a vision of the Norse artifact appeared inside the manor.
Right.
At the same time, the red mark appeared on Godfrey's forehead, and he killed Gideon, Christina, and Jonathan, calling them unworthy before ordering the rest of the cultists to load Alistair into a car and leave. Scarlet shot Godfrey in the back and asked him where Alistair Rhodes was. Godfrey told her she was too late and couldn't stop what was to come. During the confrontation, a fire broke out and soon all the manor was on fire. Scarlet jumped in a car and pursued the cultists. Unfortunately, her car broke during the pursuit and crashed on the side of the road. Alistair was then loaded into a plane before...
Yeah, we've just
At some
seen...
point after his kidnapping, the Order had brought Alistair to the ancient underground city of Delphi,
Right.
where they encountered Medusa, who turned them into stone. In the following month, Scarlet...
I feel like there's a tad bit of context missing there. So, they took Rhodes to Delphi, where they encountered Medusa, who is there for some reason. Why is she there? How is she there? I feel like I'm missing stuff here, and I feel like this isn't being explained incredibly well.
Contacted Bruno, Shanton Shaw, and Diego, as they were the only people her father trusted to help her.
Yeah.
On April 10th, 1912, the four met in Southampton, where Scarlet explained to them what had happened that night and what they would have to do: steal the Norse artifact. They all agreed to help her find her father.
Okay, hold up.
1912, the four met in Southampton, where Scarlet explained to them what had happened that night and what they would have to do: steal the Norse artifact. They all agreed to help her find her father, and the group embarked on the Titanic. During the night of April 14th...
Okay, so how did they know that the Norse artifact is on the Titanic? Because I feel like these links are not being... The links between these maps are not being properly explained. Because it's like, okay, they're going to get the Norse artifact. How do we know? Was it in the letter? Did the letter from Rhodes explain that the Norse artifact was on the Titanic, and the Norse one is the one that we have in Black Ops 6? But like, how do they know that it's on the Titanic? What relevance does the Titanic have?
In 1912, the group started their plan to steal the Norse artifact.
Voyage of Despair, right. So, yeah, again, I'm not seeing a lot of the links here, because it's like, why... I'm still not clear as to what like, why did they activate the trial at the manor? Why did they take Rhodes to Delphi? What are they trying to achieve? Do you have to activate all 4 of the Sentinel artifacts to find the library? Are they in the 4 different pieces of knowledge? I don't know. We'll keep watching. Now, this I do remember. I remember...
Rick may be of a higher class than you are used to mixing with, huh?
I remember watching this.
Ah, Bruno, my French friend. The lady will be so lost in my eyes and enthralled in my tales, she will not even notice when I make my move.
Tick, tick, tick. Timing, as always, is everything. While you and Lady McBlahblah head off to do whatever it is that you're going to do,
They're gonna fuck!
Collect the key.
allowing us access to the Millionaire Suite.
Well, we will deal with any unwanted guests.
When you say deal with, I have to ask, how?
I will launch, how you say, charm offensive.
He is a,
Okay, I'm with you so far, but what did you call the pipe things you're looking for?
Pneumatic tubes, used for the conveyance of small packages throughout the vessel. They will carry our surprise down to the cargo room. It really should be quite exciting.
Boom. Oh, it's gas, right.
And after the detonation?
There's Scarlet.
That's where I come in.
Given that the artifact will be securely locked within the safe, dare I ask how you plan to get through 2 inches of solid steel?
I've got just the thing. A mechanism of my own invention.
What does it do?
It opens things.
Oh, we love Scarlet. So, and this is meant to be, when was the Titanic? I'm not good with my history, it must be said. 1912. So this was 1912, and Scarlet's just casually inventing shit like that. Like, that's wild. And let me guess, that is...
Obviously, your father made some enemies during his travels.
That's a pretty big understatement.
That's gonna be...
If I may interject, I think you were about to ask if Miss Rhodes expected us to encounter any opposition.
For some reason, I thought that was gonna be Godfrey. I'm being fucking stupid. No, so this is new cultist man. Is he the leader? He may be the leader. But yeah, again, like, I don't understand this. Why, like, this was, like, the launch map. Why is this story being told out of order? Like, it wasn't even... It wasn't even that, you know, Dead of the Night was supposed to be a prequel. It's just that in the linear story, that map should have been first. But no. Instead, on a story that we were being introduced to at the wrong time anyway, a story that we didn't want at that time, we were being thrust into 2 launch maps with a brand new crew that we had no idea why they were together, why they were there, what the story was, or what they were trying to achieve, and they expected us to like it. Like, how did they expect us to... You know, this is... The zombies community cannot be held responsible for the failure of the Chaos story, because, like, every fucking step they took was wrong in terms of what they were doing with this, so...
It's possible. Likely, even.
What of the other valuables? Are we to secure them also?
Just the artifact. We're not thieves.
What are we then?
All that stands between humanity and the forces of evil.
And that's our Sentinel artifact. God, Scarlet. You are an idiot. Just let him get the drop on you like that. Just fucking take it from him. Like, you guys let this happen. Yeah, so that's our Sentinel artifact. So the Prima Materia turns everyone on the Titanic into the old zombies. Those are the perks. That's the mystery box. See, like, what, like, see, this looks cool, but it's like, knowing what I know now about, like, how the storyline started, why was this a launch map? Yep, and there's the iceberg.
Diego charmed one of the passengers, Lady McKendrick, and stole the key to the millionaire suite, where Bruno and Shaw delivered a gas into the cargo room using the pneumatic tubes in the suite. Once the guard was knocked out, Scarlet entered the room and, using a device of her own invention, opened the safe where the artifact was kept. The Odin artifact. Unfortunately, the plan didn't go as planned when a cultist bearing the red mark on
The
his
plan
forehead
didn't go as
stole
planned.
the artifact from Scarlet and took the medallion. While trying to flee, he was stopped by Bruno, Shaw, and Diego, who regrouped with Scarlet. Surrounded, the cultist activated the Norse artifact but was kicked out of the protective circle by Scarlet and turned into a zombie like the rest of the passengers and crew. Soon after, the Titanic struck a massive iceberg, allowing water to seep in. The team proceeded to complete the trial and beat the Eye of Malice and Despair.
I'm sorry, the what? Like, where is the context here? Like, stuff is just being said that is not being explained.
The Eye of Malice to seep in. The team proceeded to complete the trial and beat the Eye of Malice and Despair.
Okay, they completed the trial and beat the Eye of Malice and Despair. What is that? What is the Eye of Malice and Despair? What is that? Carpenter! Right. End cutscene. So they get turned back to normal. It's very nice of the Sentinel artifact to, like, turn everyone back. Right. So why would they... They were trying to get the Sentinel artifact. And there's... Whoa. Right. Oh dear. So they saw a vision. God, this reminded me of the outro of the fucking Tomb, where there was, like, no fucking dialogue. Oh, I just saw people disappearing then before the shot had fully caught. So they managed to escape the Titanic. Where's Jack and Rose?
It all just went back to how it was before. No one will ever know.
That apparition. I've seen it before. I know where it is.
Is it somewhere you've been?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry. What is with this dialogue? It's so clunky. Like, is it just me? Like, who wrote the? It's not even like who wrote the dialogue. It's like this voice acting is just not good. It's just like that apparition. I've seen it before, and then Diego's just like, "Do you know where it is?" Like, this is so unnatural. I don't know what the hell is going on. Like, the Chaos storyline is really not showing itself off. But, like, again, this was a launch map. Can you imagine doing this? Like, imagine, okay, let's just say you are one of the few people that are willing to give Chaos a go. You do this map, because this is the first map chronologically that was released on Black Ops 4, but Dead of the Night came before it. Can you imagine playing this map and doing this Easter egg? You'd be, like, completely... You wouldn't have a clue what's fucking going on. So, okay, so I'm starting to understand this a little better now. So, a vision of the... So, they activated the... What was it? The Danu Sentinel artifact at the mansion. And that gave a vision of the Norse artifact, the Odin one. So then the Odin one was activated, and that gave a vision of somewhere, which I assume they're probably going to go. So, like, each artifact is leading from one to another. But again, why was Dead of the Night not first? It should have been Dead of the Night as a launch map, and then this one, and then 9. But 9 and this one got launched at the same time. Like, the story is just, like, just no, like, and fucking, you should, no, it's just not, no.
Only in books. But I do know its location. Greece. Delphi, to be specific.
Right, so they're going to...
Then that's where we're going next.
Going to Delphi.
The bad guys are there. There's a good chance my father is too.
Oh, what? What?
After the trial was completed, all the passengers and the crew turned back to normal, and a vision of a doorway surrounded by 2 snake heads appeared in the cargo hold. Soon after, the Titanic started sinking, and Scarlet, Bruno, Shaw, and Diego took a lifeboat. While they were waiting for rescue, Shaw recalled having seen the doorway before, only in books.
I just want to say, it's kind of funny that the Titanic only started sinking after all of that. Like, wasn't it that when it hit the iceberg, you know, it pretty much started sinking immediately? Like, but you probably spend, like, hours fucking doing the Easter... Sorry, fucking hell. You probably spend, like, hours doing the fucking Easter eggs, so it's like, the Titanic sure took its fucking time.
In Delphi, a red mark appeared on Bruno's forehead. In the following days, the team traveled to Delphi in the kingdom of Greece and ventured into a cave where they found a sealed door. The voice of an oracle, the Pythia, invited them to breathe the vapors to find the knowledge they were seeking, but warned them it was not intended for mortal.
I love it. Like, you just go to an ancient ruin, and this mystical voice starts speaking to you, being like, oh yeah, fucking smoke this fucking vapor, bro. It'll give you the answers you seek. Like, if you went into a fucking ruin and a disembodied voice started telling you to do drugs, would you? I mean, in all fairness, I think I probably would. It's probably because I'm desperately in pursuit of adventure all the time. And I'd just be like, oh yeah, disembodied voice telling me to do drugs, absolutely.
Humans.
Right, and here comes 9, the other launch map.
You come seeking answers. Hear my voice. Heed my warning. The knowledge you seek was not intended for mortal man. Breathe deeply.
Well, Scarlet's a woman, so
The vapors will transport you.
how about mortal women?
Let yourself fall through the ages, through time and space itself,
So,
and pray for your safe return.
so this vapor just casually let them time travel? How does that work? Or were they, like, put into the bodies of other gladiators? I don't know, it seems as though they were, like, given new bodies, or... I have no idea how that works. But this is the... Yeah, so this is the original, not the original version of the Order, but this is, yeah, this is the evil part of the Order. This is when they were using gladiators. And there's the 3rd Sentinel artifact. So, I'm curious as to why is the Odin one the one that's been singled out here? Why is the Odin one the one that is a thing in the Dark Aether storyline? Because I was assuming that maybe the Odin one was like maybe the only one left, or maybe the one that was the most important, or the last one that they activated. But the Odin one was on the Titanic, and we have this map and then Ancient Evil after that. So, I don't know. That's a cool animation with the lightning, like, pulling it towards it and it's zoom. I like that. So they initiated a trial. But this was, like, countless years ago, so... Is this gonna lead... Is this gonna lead the Order... Because they're trying to find the library, right? Is this gonna lead the Order to the other artifacts? Or to the Scepter of Ra? Like, what's going on? Right. I feel like I've heard this music before somewhere. I swear I've heard this music. Where, what? Yeah, I've heard this music before somewhere. Whoa. Looks like the kind of thing we get in Black Ops 6.
Across millennia and woke up in an ancient Colosseum,
right,
during what seems to be the Antiquity. They watched the High Priest of Chaos activating the Egyptian artifacts in front of hundreds of cultists.
So that's the same High Priest that's been chasing them the entire time.
The High Priest was forcing slaves to complete the trial for him.
But he's dead now, isn't he? Because Scarlet killed him.
Diego and Bruno were the next contenders. The team completed the trial, beat the Guardian, an ancient elephant named Fury, and Rat.
Big elephant.
Another elephant.
That's a
And
mammoth.
the champion of the 9.
Right. So the trial was completed. And another vision. Which the High Priest got to see. What is this a vision of? Or is it a portal? Oh, it is a portal. Whoa! What the hell?
Novum ignotum! The Novum ignotum proclamation dictates you must grant us clemency.
What?
You should not have knowledge of such texts. You are but an ignorant slave.
I know more than you think, and I'm nobody's slave.
What are you talking about, Scarlet? Get your filthy hands off me! This can't be happening!
Oh no. This is bad. Well, someone's gonna save them, obviously. Huh? Whoa. So that's the High Priest. Don't need to get that close. Oh, what the hell? So they're all...
Once the trial was completed, a portal appeared with the word Poseidon. Upon reaching
Right.
his hand into the portal, the High Priest was attacked by the Prima Materia.
Wow,
only
so...
to be saved by the glyphs under his mask.
Wow.
Scarlet ordered the High Priest to grant them clemency.
So, deadass, the Prima Materia, like, the matter of creation itself, deadass said, bro, you ain't going in here, you ain't worthy. That is such a mood. That is so funny when the matter of creation itself just says no to you. How do you even come back from that? Like, so, okay, so... Yeah, so that was... They got the vision of the... So that was gonna open the portal to the Temple of Poseidon, but I assume that only the worthy are able to go through there. And I assume that they would have... The Chaos crew probably would have been worthy had they had the chance to go through. But...
As dictated by the Novum Ignotum proclamation, from Latin to English, meaning a new unknown. But the High Priest ordered his cultists to behead them.
So he just
This
said
caused
no.
them to wake up from this reincarnation.
Oh, well, that's a funny shot to pause on. So then, that's amazing. Where can I breathe some of this fucking, like, gas? Because that just means you can just be reincarnated as another person in another time and, like, live for as long as you want, and then when you die, or if you want to leave, you can just kill yourself, and then you can be straight back. That's amazing. That's brilliant. Why do we not have this? Where can I get some of this spiritual, I don't know, like, I'm not a fucking drug man. I don't know words, I don't know hip words for drugs. Let me get some of that spiritual Zaza, my dude. I'm not a cop. So they just wake up fine. Okay. But
Scarlet.
are they fine?
Did you find what you were looking for?
The symbols. Was it really
Found it.
that they had to just press him in a certain order? They probably could have just guessed that. They probably could have just guessed that. You know, wouldn't have taken that many attempts, surely.
We may need this.
Ooh.
After all, who knows where we're going?
Yeah, the dialogue is like so cartoony, so like all the time. Right, so now they're in the city, and this is where Ancient Evil is going to be.
The great and mighty city of Delphi.
So are we in the...
I thought Delphi was the city above ground.
Red herring. The one up there was a decoy intended to protect the real Delphi from its enemies.
Please help me. I am trapped.
So is this...
Of Apollo.
Is this still...
Ropes that- We're not the first ones in here.
Yeah. Is this still the outro cutscene from 9, or is this the intro cutscene for Ancient Evil? Oh!
I cannot hold them forever.
Whoa.
Let's take this nice and easy.
Just give him a shove. Fuck you.
The unclean wretches have tormented me for centuries.
Look, I know coming here was my idea and all, but I'm starting to have some second thoughts.
It's a bit too late for that now. My guy.
Just face death, sure. What could possibly scare you now, huh?
My guy's been dealing with zombies for like 2 maps now, and he's only now being afraid? What the fuck?
Know thyself. I hope you know what you're doing, Scarlet.
Okay. What is this, God of War Ragnarok? Valhalla? So is this this can't still be the ancient, this gotta be the Ancient Evil intro, right? So there's
Where is my
Pythia,
father?
Pythia.
Where is Alistair Rhodes? Just like your father, I too am a prisoner. These bonds prevent me from freeing him.
She's deceptive. She's Medusa.
Set us free.
So they've got to activate the Sentinel artifact. Complete the trial.
Awakening from the hallucination, Scarlet immediately went towards a gate near them, placing her hand upon ancient.
So they've got to complete the Sentinel artifact and open the
gate opened,
the
It revealed
shackles.
a tunnel, revealing the ancient city of Delphi. Noticing the ropes to climb down to the city, the crew realized they were
And she's
not
wearing the hood.
first
The
to
snakes
tread
are under there.
on this city. Whilst inside the city, they were led by the Pythia to the Temple of Apollo, where they found she was imprisoned within the city. She proclaimed that, like her, Alistair was trapped in Delphi. Whilst on their journey, the crew encountered Perseus, who had turned into the zombie warlord.
Pegasus bids you all to take flight.
Come to me, Pegasus. This is a dream come true for the horse. I am about to get very wet, or worse. Clever horse.
Damn. Ancient Evil, if nothing else, look, is a fucking beautiful map. Whoa, yep, so that's...
Tell the Pythia I will not be stopped.
While examining some runes, Bruno was taken over by his dark self and killed Shaw.
Oh,
Shaw
shit!
was subsequently revived by Bruno using the Scepter of Ra, allowing the Order to take...
Okay, so how did they have that? How did they have that? I'm confused. 'Cause last time the last time we saw the Scepter of Ra, it was in the hands of Rhodes. How did they find it here? Because isn't the Scepter of Ra one of the weapons, like one of the specialist weapons you can have in Black Ops 4? So that would imply that they had it from the start. I feel like there's a lot of intricacies that aren't being explained here.
Control over him as well.
Oh, great.
Yes, well, maybe this is some kind of release mechanism. Give me a tick, I'm sure I'll figure it out. Honestly, why is nothing ever straightforward?
God, he got some fucking sausage fingers.
Oh, I think this might actually be progress.
So, how did he get corrupted?
Oh, damn and blast it all.
Stop resisting. He has to die. Now do it! Kill him, Bruno. Make him ours.
Bruno? What are you doing? No!
This is just like the...
Bruno!
He just turned around and didn't react to him holding the knife for like fucking ages. He was like, Bruno? I don't know what is up with this fucking voice acting. So yeah, okay, so they randomly have the Scepter of Ra now.
Soon after, the crew confronted Perseus, who took control of Pegasus by striking him with his sword.
And so Scarlet and Diego don't know that the other two have been taken over, I'm guessing.
Mortal bonds. You have served your purpose.
Sounds a bit like the Forsaken. Damn, he knocked him a long way.
You have forgotten who your master is.
Oh, poor Pegasus.
Rise, my steed. Rid me of this vermin.
After killing both Pegasus and Perseus and retrieving the key, the crew returned to the Temple of Apollo to free the Oracle.
But it didn't go to plan, did it? So that's...
Thank you.
So what about the last Sentinel artifact? Because that was in this map.
I fear it may be too late. If I die, they will return. But your father... is released.
No. Stay with me. She's dying. Go, get my father.
Whoa, wait, hold on a moment. Oh, I just saw that, and just for a second I thought that was the amulet from Citadel.
She's dying. Go.
Just had to be
get my
sure.
father.
Oh dear.
Alistair!
How many locks? Oh, Diego.
Even though you do not yet know what you are, Scarlet.
No, it can't be.
Turn to stone. Because she...
There is still so much that you can teach me.
What the hell? Oh. Yeah, so... Yeah. Rhodes got turned to stone.
No!
Medusa. But... Oh... Okay, so Scarlet's not turned to stone. She did something to her, though. Made out with her for some reason. Okay, so she puts on the mask. Come on, Diego.
I will open the library. The world will be mine.
Right. Okay, then. Is the portal opening? Looks like it. Oh, is that where it ends?
Stayed with Pythia, while Diego
Is that the... Oh, man.
left to find Alistair beneath the temple. They discovered that Alistair, alongside several other members of the Order, were turned to stone. Diego realized the true intent of the Oracle and rushed to save Scarlet, but it was too late. As Scarlet freed the dying Oracle, she became mesmerized by...
I don't really think that from... I don't really know if you would automatically assume that it was the Oracle who did that. I don't know.
Which allowed her to gain knowledge of all modern history through a kiss, transferring that information. Diego confronted the Pythia, who revealed herself to actually be Medusa. Diego hid behind a pillar as Medusa attempted to attack him. She then released Scarlet, now in a comatose state, before picking up one of the cultist masks and walked towards the eternal flame. Protected from the prima materia, she witnessed a vision in the eternal flame. As Diego hid with Scarlet behind a pillar, Medusa...
Right, so it was a vision, but we didn't see what it was, okay.
...claimed that she would access the library of the Nine, the library of Alexandria, and that the Earth would be hers. And
Wait, the library of Alexandria? I thought it was in the Temple of Poseidon. What?
that is where we are left, with a crazy cliffhanger. The story goes so good at the end, and it's just a shame that it took some time to get good, and for the community to get interested in it as well, because up until this point, people were passing it off, but as soon as this map released, everyone was on board, because not just the story, but the gameplay was so good for Ancient Evil, being one of probably the best maps to ever release, and it's a shame.
I'm not sure about that. I mean, I've not played it, but I'd hardly... I don't think I'd be able to say that any map released on Black Ops 4 would be one of the best maps ever made. I'm full transparency. I've not given Black Ops 4 a lot of attempts, but I still can't get over the whole perk thing. And the specialist weapons being given to you, and I don't know. I could just be talking out my arse. I'm gonna be completely honest, but yeah, I guess we'll have to see. When I play Ancient Evil for the first time, we will see.
We were cut off right there.
Right.
But before jumping into how this is relevant to Black Ops 6, that is where the Chaos story left us on a huge cliffhanger. Like I say, the story...
Okay, so I'm not entirely sure how this is at all gonna link to Black Ops. I don't know how they're gonna salvage what happened here with what is gonna happen in Black Ops 6, because Rhodes was looking for a single Sentinel artifact. As far as we know, the Order... I think actually the Order may be a thing, because I think one of the portraits in Shattered Vale, in the mansion, was of a member of the Order, and I think the Elder Disciples may actually be members of the Order. I'm not sure, though. But yeah, let's see.
It took a while to pick up pace, with many of its beginnings being told via comic books and unchronologically due to some issues with getting the actors on board.
Okay, so that's why it was told unchronologically. That's such a shame, because, like, the Chaos storyline seems actually quite interesting. I don't think it's anywhere near as interesting as the Aether storyline, don't get me wrong. But it does seem cool. And it's a shit, like, literally everything was against this poor thing. Like, it was introduced a game earlier than it should have been. It was told out of order with crucial information not being presented to players. And, like, oh, goodness gracious me. Poor Chaos.
It's likely that the next map, or the one after that was planned, would have led us to the Library of Alexandria in Egypt, with it currently being unknown of how the story would have concluded. And maybe Trey can reuse...
Okay, but I don't understand. I thought that the library... It said that going to the temple... The Library of Alexandria in Egypt. Why are we going to Egypt? I thought the library was in the... Temple of Poseidon. I'm so confused. So, okay, I have no idea what that means or why I'm confused. I'm gonna be perfectly honest. There are a few little bits of information that I feel like haven't been explained to me in this video, but that is confusing to me. I don't really understand, like, the timeline of the Order, like, what they're trying to do. They're trying to find the library, but it's like, they tried to do it in Egypt, and then Prima Materia basically said no, and then why are we trying to go to the Library of Alexandria in Egypt now? I thought it was in the Temple of Poseidon, which Poseidon is a Greek god. I'm so confused. Okay, well,
ideas they had for this story now reincorporated into the future of the Dark Aether universe. During Vanguard Zombies, a radio from Gabriel Kraft mentions that the artifact...
So Kraft came into Zombies during Vanguard? I thought he was a new character in fucking Black Ops 6.
Of the Dark Aether are similar to items mentioned of the Dark Aether universe.
Let's listen.
During Vanguard Zombies, a radio from Gabriel Kraft mentions that the artifacts of the Dark Aether are similar to items mentioned by an Alistair Rhodes, an amateur demonologist that he is a fond fan of, called Sentinel Artifacts. Kraft learned so much from him, his notes and journals proved invaluable in advancing his knowledge. This was the first mention of the Chaos story since Ancient Evil. Over the next several years, Eddie Richtofen started setting up a new test site under Project Janus's name in Liberty Falls, a small town in West Virginia, where the containment chamber was held and studied. He also oversaw Requiem's imprisonment at Blackside 30.
We know this, obviously.
Island, which he gave full control of to Revati Modi after hiring her. Eddie specifically also ordered for Weaver to go through more extensive torture compared to the other members of Requiem. Throughout this ordeal, Eddie remained haunted by the deaths of his wife and son that happened during a failed assassination attempt on Richtofen's life by Samantha Maxis and Grigori Weaver prior to the events of Cold War.
What? That's what? Oh shit! I didn't know that. What a holy shit! So that's when they died? I didn't know that. Holy crap. So I thought it was just like an accident, but no, there was a failed... Oh god, no wonder Richtofen wants fucking, Weaver and Samantha to fucking suffer. Fucking hell, it's their fault. Man. So they created the Richtofen that... Okay, so why were they trying to... Okay, so if they were trying to assassinate him beforehand, that would imply that he was evil beforehand anyway. Why were they trying to assassinate him?
In which Weaver burned the house to cover his tracks, not knowing his family were inside.
Oh, man.
It is currently unknown as to why they targeted Eddie, but this would lead to his motivations in setting up Requiem, getting revenge on those who hurt him, and establishing Project Janus.
Honestly, I don't blame him.
At some point, Eddie learned of the Sentinel artifact and its purpose, to control a protomatter known as Prima Materia. He became obsessed with it,
Given that we know that Kraft was Richthofen's adopted father in this timeline, in this new universe, I'm guessing that he learned of the Sentinel artifact from him because he knew about it from Rhodes.
Searching on its location. He eventually found evidence suggesting that the Sentinel artifact was located in the Principality of Avalon, France, and hired a local criminal organization, the French Syndicate,
To find it. We know this, yeah.
He likely wants to use the artifact's ability to restore life as a way to try and bring back his perished wife and son if all other attempts fail.
If
The
all other
S.A.
attempts
dot
failed.
M dot Sam, Synaptic Algorithm Module, an AI created by Richthofen to mimic Samantha Maxis, informs the Terminus crew after defeating Patient 13 and unlocking files to his archives that Richthofen is heading to Avalon to collect said artifact. The image of which appears to be the very same Norse Sentinel artifact from Voyage of Despair on the Titanic. However, we know that the Sam AI is lying.
Yeah.
She is the one who actually caused the outbreaks across the globe to begin with, and
Which really leads me to, again, we're going to be doing the Shattered Veil Easter egg tomorrow night, but that really leads me to believe that Sam is going to be the villain now, because she's been manipulating the crew. And I didn't even really think about that. It was sort of in the back of my head this whole time, but when Sam says that he could be on his way to Avalon right now, like at the end of Terminus, she knows that's not true because she was the one that pulled him into the Dark Aether. So, yeah, I didn't even think about that. I think that's mainly because at the time, I didn't realize that the Sam we see at the end of Liberty, like in the Liberty Falls intro cutscene, and the Sam that we see at the end of Terminus are the same entity. I thought that it was actually Samantha in that ball, because that was the Forsaken trap. But no, that's Sam. So if I'd have the AI Sam, so she's been pulling the strings this entire time. Like, she manipulated the Terminus crew into going after the Sentinel artifact because, you know, she wants it to make a body for herself.
zapped Eddie away, likely into the Dark Aether
Yeah.
during the Liberty Falls intro cutscene. So, he is not en route to Avalon, but maybe he was at one point in time, should she have not teleported him away. For this reason, she likely has her own nefarious goal, and maybe even wants to use the Sentinel artifact for herself.
Yep, we
and
know-
a way to get there before.
We know that she wants
and
to
learn
do
of it
that.
through him, or someone else that she might be doing her bidding for. She suggests to the team that Richthofen believes it could be used to restore Samantha Maxis from the Dark Aether. However, this may be a lie too. But what could she want? A body for herself?
Yep.
To get real Sam for her
She
goal?
does
Working
want a
for the
body for
various
herself. We
entities
know
or
that thanks to the
entities, such as
sentence
the
that
Shadowsmiths or someone or something else. She or herself? To get real Sam for her own goal, working for some other nefarious entity or entities, such as the Shadowsmiths or someone or something
Shadowsmiths.
else. Strauss proclaims in this cutscene that this is just Boogie Tales and that he is a
Boogie
man of
Tales.
science, not witchcraft.
I have scraped all Project Janus files classified.
I can skip through this because we've already seen this.
He hides Hergé around.
Chasing after.
Richard, we have to.
That's still
Route to Avalon to collect the artifact.
So yeah, we knew that that
But Gray
happened.
asserts to him that this isn't really so far off from the craziness already experienced with Ethereum. It's merely a different way of explaining magic, and says that if Richthofen believes this could be a way to rescue Maxis, that they should at least attempt to try and save her. After all, it's only crazy until it isn't. This shows that Treyarch will be using both ways to explain
It's only crazy until it isn't. What a weird thing to say.
sci-fi and fantasy and blur the lines between the two. Now, on the next map we are heading to Citadel Day Mall. this medieval castle in Avalon, France, to attempt and find this mythological artifact. We will likely encounter Kraft and Ravenov soon.
Which we
as
did.
Kraft is very much aware of the Sentinel artifacts, as previously discussed, and could have even been the one to point Richthofen and the French syndicate in the direction of it, as Ravenov has him captive for them. Potentially, Gabriel Kraft, upon discovering information from Alistair Rhodes on the Sentinel artifacts, uses a Sentinel artifact himself and or Prima Materia to unlock the power of extended life that we know it has the ability to, explaining why he is still alive in Black Ops 6 Zombies on Citadel Day Mall, though he's keeping that information on the artifact close to his chest.
That's actually something I didn't think about, because if Kraft was introduced in Vanguard was a very long time ago, so he is, like, he's pretty old, isn't he? Okay, so, well, we did sort of know that he was like a scholar. Okay, so that wasn't really explained.
Because he already looked extremely old, somewhat in his 60s, in Vanguard Zombies.
Yeah.
40 years past then, in 1991, yet he is somehow still alive and even surviving beatings from Ravenov under instruction of the Syndicate.
That's a good point.
Richthofen offered millions to the Syndicate in order to try and extract the information on the Sentinel artifact from Kraft, but he's either not giving them the location of the artifact and or the key for it, which does seem to be the Odin artifact. He potentially used the power of Prima Materia to live longer, and Ravenov then in Modern Warfare 3 used the same magic or developed some kind of Ethereum technology to replicate it, but maybe this is where the introduction of extended life is first introduced to the characters, allowing essence and life force to be swapped out to allow him to live longer, which could be why they perish in a similar way to how Dr. Panos steals the essence of the Liberty Falls crew in order to allow him to come back to life, restoring his soul to go back into the regular world after he seemingly perished and was then trapped as a soul in the Dark Aether. This castle may have even been used by the Societe Occult and or the Order in their past and could now be a fortress for some of the French Syndicate.
That's actually a good point, because there are some symbols in the Citadel Easter egg that do bear similarity to the Chaos symbols, so potentially.
Families. We are likely about to see a lot more rituals and fantasy elements than we are used to on this map. And
We did.
It could even be a trial if we are successful in getting the Sentinel artifact, or we may not get it until a later map, still leading to the possibility of us activating it at some point. Or maybe, since we plan to be using it for a different purpose, something else will happen. We will learn that the SAM AI is lying to us at some point, and we know we end up failing to rescue the real Samantha, as the Requiem team end up dead in Urzikstan in 1996.
Yes, they do.
Potentially giving up their life essence for an unconfirmed reason at this point. But maybe it ties into activating a trial, and ties into the Sentinel artifact, and ties into their failed attempt to rescue Sam. Regardless, what does the Chaos Story reintroduction mean for the Dark Aether story? There are two possible options here. One is it's a soft reintroduction. Many people have taken this to mean that the Chaos Storyline is canon to the current Dark Aether story, but this may not be necessarily the case.
Yeah.
When Kraft mentions Rhodes, he says he is an amateur demonologist, and that the Sentinel artifacts he wrote about were never found. This is a huge contrast to the Chaos Storyline, where Alistair Rhodes is a world-famous archaeologist.
Right.
This likely points to the idea that whilst there is an Alistair Rhodes in this dimension, we don't know how much of the supernatural elements exist in this story. Rhodes may be more of a nobody than he was in the Chaos Story. The Chaos Story could have instead just existed within the prior multiverse that was reset on Tag de Toten, without a real crossover to our current story, beyond artifacts and similar elements being introduced.
Yeah.
Trek may be taking ideas and themes from the Chaos Story that were never really fleshed out and reusing them for the Dark Aether saga, such as entities from another dimension altering the course of human history, or a secret society in control of Western civilization. As well as we have seen red Dark Aether crystals that seem to resemble Prima Materia. Could this have been Prima Materia all along? As a result, we may potentially see familiar faces or even lore elements from the Chaos story return in the future, as we already have done, but they may become even more prevalent. If they go with this option, they can reintroduce similar themes without literally that entire story somehow having to fit with our current timeline. Yes, Jason Blundell did previously say Chaos is not all canon to Aether.
Are the two stories connected in any way? Is it a clean break?
They are not connected. They're not connected. They're not connected.
Oh,
anyway.
good old
They are
Jason.
Two separate stories completely.
So
no
really
one believes me, by the way. No one believes me. I've said this out now multiple times. I even said it to your camera. I've said it multiple times. They are not connected.
But with him leaving, I guess Treyarch have reevaluated this, and of course we're about.
Honestly, if I had the choice, I think I'd want to say that I'd want to bring the actual characters back, because I don't really, if I'm honest, I don't see the point of bringing back the Chaos storyline if you're not going to bring back the Chaos storyline, because like rebooting it, I don't really know if that makes any sense. Like, I feel like the whole point of this is to, you know, reintroduce Chaos. And if you're just going to do a reboot of it, then yeah, it's better than nothing, sure. But it's like, we left on a cliffhanger and we kind of want to see that cliffhanger resolved. So I think it would be cool if the Chaos universe was part of the multiverse, although that wouldn't really work because the Chaos multiverse doesn't have... The Chaos universe doesn't have element 115, and that's the whole point of why everything was banished back to the Dark Aether. So, I don't know, but...
about to see more themes and elements from Chaos crop up in Black Ops 6 and beyond. The second possible option is that the amateur demonologist quote is just a mistake or oversight by Treyarch and isn't that important, and that actually the entire Chaos story has happened in this rebooted universe, and all of the Chaos story actually occurs in this new timeline. And in fact, if we look...
Okay, I really don't think that that's the case, because if the entirety of the Chaos storyline happened in this universe, I think there would be signs of that. But then again, you know, again, the Chaos storyline wasn't really developed enough to get an idea of, like, what... It didn't seem as though, like, anyone was aware of what was actually happening, which is a little bit surprising, if I'm honest. Like, you would have thought, like, a big-ass mansion burning down, I mean, the Titanic sinking, that was a little bit less... yeah, I guess it kind of would be kind of easy to hide the shit that was going on, in fairness. Okay, maybe it could have happened. Maybe.
Look at the dates, things do kind of line up. Honestly, before we had the Terminus ending, I was leaning more towards the first idea that it just happened in the prior multiverse, but now I'm reassessing the dates and I'm thinking, wait, hold on, maybe the whole story actually exists in this story.
I would like that.
And Nikolai collapsed the multiverse and banished all of Aether into the Dark Aether, creating a brand new universe that was meant to be free from corruption. However, we know that, of course, that didn't end up being the case.
No.
Samantha and Eddie were the only two to walk through into this new universe. It is possible that only in this rebooted universe did the Chaos story events occur, and years prior to the Vanguard and Cold War stories, this all played out, meaning the Dark Aether story would actually extend back into the ancient times, including the Chaos event.
That's a cool idea.
Line up, as the last we saw of the Chaos story was in the 1910s, whilst the first we hear of the Dark Aether story is in the 1920s, and as we know, the Societe Occult from Vanguard suffered an unknown catastrophe in the 1920s that caused them to scatter the tome pages and go into hiding. Whilst we don't have a confirmed date for Ancient Evil, it takes place sometime after April 15th, 1912, which isn't too far out from the 1920s, meaning that whatever story Trek initially had planned to succeed this map could have actually spanned into the early 1920s, and whatever happened, or they planned to happen, on these unreleased maps could be the catastrophe they suffered, and maybe now they will just be presented via intel as opposed to us actually playing them, unless they go back in time in a future game. to re-explore that untold story. Furthermore, this could mean the Societe Occult could actually be one and the same as the Order from the Chaos story, or at least be related.
This is going into Vanguard, which we're obviously going to get into in a second.
Descendants could even make up some or even all of the French crime families, and this makes complete sense actually. The Order and the Societe Occult were made up and situated mainly from France. They were made up of high powerful people and priesthoods, both of which share so many similarities, and it really does make sense that they are one and the same, or at least some of their members can be one and the same, and they are just different names for them. Or even the Societe Occult could just be a sub-faction of the Order, and it again makes total sense that this French crime family, the French Syndicate, at least some of those families could be the descendants of the Societe Occult and or Order. Things just seem to line up too perfectly here, and like I say, that event in the 1920s could very well be us defeating the Order that was supposed to happen after Ancient Evil. I wonder if maybe, if the Chaos story was allowed to continue in Black Ops 4, if the plan all along could have even been a shocking twist that the rebooted Dark Aether universe and Aether ending could have actually led into the Chaos story, with Eddie and Sam walking through. This was even an old theory people had, that the Aether story would end leading into the Chaos story. After all, the Aether story was all about order and chaos.
Should have really happened.
Said Aether and Chaos are not connected and are separate. However, the Dark Aether story, while related, is technically a separate story too, so this could still be in line with his words and technically not a lie. Of course, they never ended up utilizing this, but maybe they can and are now. Regardless of how canon Chaos is, and if it occurred in the prior multiverse.
That's something that was never mentioned in this storyline, the Pack-a-Punch, because in the Chaos storyline, the Pack-a-Punch, as you can see, is like looks like a doorway to somewhere. Maybe this could actually be like a portal to the Temple of Poseidon or the Library of Alexandria. I'm confused as to where the actual library is, but and that this is being infused with prima materia. Like, this is the same thing that the High Priest tried to put his hand through but got rejected.
Now, regardless of how canon Chaos is, and if it occurred in the prior multiverse, or if all of the events happened in the new universe, Prima Materia's introduction to the story is very important, because it seems to be distinct from Ethereum, with us having three important known elements: Element 115, Ethereum, and Prima Materia. Whilst it could be explained that these are all different types of the same or similar substance.
I was going to say, isn't the whole thing with Ethereum that it's Element 115 but corrupted by the Dark Aether? I always thought that that's what it was. Is that not what it is? I'm not sure.
Now we will treat them separately, and this means that at the beginning of creation of the universe, all three elements may have been present, with Prima Materia being described as the first element. This means that this element would have even come before Element 115 and Ethereum themselves, unless Prima Materia is only the first element and the first creation of this new rebooted universe, and maybe it didn't exist in the prior multiverse. Maybe it's actually the material that created the new universe thanks to Nikolai with the Agathan device. That's another possibility. Either it's existed since the beginning of the multiverse with Monty and the Shadow Man, the Keepers and Apothecons, or was it actually what was used to create this new universe? Regardless, this...
I tell you what, I really like that theory. I like the theory that the Chaos storyline actually took place in the new universe, therefore that's the reason that, you know, 115 and like Prima Materia is a thing in the Chaos universe and not in the original one. I like that. That's cool. If they end up going with that, I think that's a really good idea.
This means that Dark Aether entities may have been using all of these elements for magic, power, and experiments for millennia, since the beginning of time itself, with the Keepers and Apothecons even being aware of them. It also means that the mythological gods of the Chaos story can now be interpreted as merely just being Dark Aether Old Ones, such as Medusa, similar to Vanguard, and the beings from World War II zombies could even be reinterpreted in this way. Regardless, I will be making a separate video soon, delving deeper into how canon the Chaos story events may be to the Dark Aether story, and all of the implications this may have. I just touched on some of the very basics here to close it out, as this video's focus was more on a recap of the story. I'll link the video in the description and on screen once it is released. When I do my big updated entire Call of Duty Zombie Story video, I will include the Chaos Story 2, now that it's definitely a major integral role, and hopefully, during Black Ops 6's life cycle, Treyarch will give us precise information on just how much is canon, and I'll update any future Chaos tie-ins in the future too. Of course, depending on what they confirm, will depend on whether I have the Chaos Story in the Ether section or the Dark Aether section of my full story video. Now, with the Chaos Story being reintroduced, in future spin-off games, maybe Treyarch could even go back to the past and, like I say, wrap up the conclusion to the Chaos Story after Ancient Evil that they had planned now or even beyond Black Ops 4. Now that there are more eyes on it and it's connected to the Dark Aether story, people seem to be more interested in it.
Yeah, like, I think the Chaos Story, like, I think that would be the best thing to do. Say that the Chaos Story, because if you were to say that the Chaos Storyline happened in the new universe, I'm pretty sure that would line up fine. I don't think there's anything stopping that from being the case. But then again, that doesn't really line up like that, because I know this was made before Citadel, so they didn't have stuff from, like, the Tomb in it, but I don't think this is a thing, because in the Tomb, we had Rhodes asking Archibald to find the Sentinel artifact, so I don't know, but I think that's all that, can really be told about the Chaos Storyline. So, 2 fucking hours in, we're gonna move on to, I don't know whether to just skip, I think I need to watch some of this, because I didn't really see, oh god, there we go.
Welcome.
I didn't really see everything in Cold War, so we are going to move on, and I'm not going to pause as much, and we're probably going to skip over some stuff as well. So, okay, Cold War segment. This is where the Dark Aether storyline began, and I'm pretty sure at this point they didn't even know they were going to cross over with Chaos. That came later, so this is Dark Aether. This is where it all began.
This video will contain spoilers for the Dark Aether storyline, and events that were revealed to us later on in the story will be inserted where they actually happen, so that the plot is more easily digestible. This, however, does ruin certain twists in the story, so if you would like to experience those twists for yourself, as intended by the developers, now is your final warning to pause the video and go play Black Ops Cold War Zombies. Everyone on the same page? Good, let's get started.
Just as a minor point, I know I sort of complained about certain elements of the Chaos storyline not being explained properly, but, I feel like sorry, I've just started crisp and my mouth is ridiculously dry now. I feel like Revolution could have done a better job at like, not necessarily telling the story, but there were certain aspects that didn't need to be revealed. Like, I think he could have made the recap a little bit more entertaining if he had left certain things out until the end. Like, he didn't have to say that Rhodes got turned to stone, like, way before we got to the Ancient Evil part, if that makes sense. Like, someone who is, like, experiencing the Chaos storyline for the first time through his video, it would have been more entertaining for them, like for me, if it had been left until the Ancient Evil part, because then it could have been like he could have revealed it as a big plot twist, whereas he just, whereas he just said it like near the start of the timeline, just like, oh yeah, Rhodes got taken to the city and then turned to stone. It's just like, oh, okay, that happened then. Right, Let's keep going.
To begin the Dark Aether storyline with a relevant understanding of some of its characters and the setting of the Dark Aether itself, it is helpful to have a brief understanding of the ending of the Aether storyline. We won't spend long on this, but it is important to start here. I've already posted a 2-hour-long story video last year on the entire Aether story, linked in this video's description. The Dark Aether story follows directly on from those events. In a prior world, the multiverse and all of the worlds inside of it were trapped in suffering. Two gods of chaos and order, the Shadow Man and Monty, and their subsequent factions, the Apothecans and Keepers, fought eternally, forever dooming the world in a time loop where reality was continually destroyed. Until one fateful loop, events changed, and Ultimus and Primus were able to end this cycle of torment through tremendous sacrifice. They sacrificed their own lives and trapped the entirety of the doomed multiverse full of monsters around them in the Dark Aether forevermore. Reality collapsed. Everything that spewed forth from the Aether was banished to where they belonged. Victis helped in their final
I'm trying not to watch
fading away into the dark.
I'm trying not to watch this cutscene in particular because the Aether maps in Black Ops 4 I kind of want to play and do the Easter eggs on at some point, so yeah, I'm trying not to look. That's why I'm like, oh, nice wall up there.
Aether, unaware that they would be cast down, leading them to feel betrayed by Ultimus Richtofen, who instructed them telepathically via Samuel Stullinger's ethereal link with him. The Apothecans and Keepers rejoiced before being fractured throughout the Dark Aether, leading to similar but different demented beings emerging from their dust. With this brave action and the paradox resolved, thanks to the Agarthan device, a new linear world free of corruption was created. Only 2 innocent children would survive this apocalyptic scenario, Samantha Maxis and Eddie Richtofen, both of whom had previously resided in Monty's house in the not-so-perfect Agartha that's now no more. Samantha's soul was plucked from Ultimus Richtofen's body post-Moon. Not much is known about Eddie's early life or how he grew up compared to the other versions of Richtofen. All that is known is that he resided in Dimension 2210. At some point while he was a child, Eddie was visited by a grown-up counterpart of himself from Dimension 63, Primus Richtofen, who killed him and acquired his soul with the summoning key, as part of his plan to secure a better tomorrow, and was later transported to the house to join Samantha. The two became friends and would spend much of their time playing with toys gifted to them by Monty. Samantha and Eddie's souls were thought to be purified by Monty, and thanks to the sacrifice of our heroes, these children were able to walk together into the new world and begin new lives, holding hands free of the cycle forever. Element 115, the summoning key, Primus and Ultimus, the Apothecans and the Keepers, and no more. In my explanation of the Aetherverse, I included elements from the campaigns and world events due to them being relevant to the world building, with Black Ops 2 and Black Ops Cold War's campaigns both having multiple choices and endings. It's important to understand that all but one scenario took place in the prior multiverse, with an infinite amount of possibilities in each universe. The campaign events do happen in this new universe. Now that I have introduced the premise of the storyline and the main 2 characters, the only characters from the old storyline, let's jump into the Dark Aether story.
Let's do it.
Our story begins in the midst of World War II. By late 1943, with Germany having endured her first major surrender at Stalingrad that February, it was realized that more extreme methods may be needed in order to finally win the war for the Reich. As a result, Kurt Diebner, president of the German Uranverein, a nuclear science organization, was ordered to form a new research project intended to produce atomic weaponry.
Project End Station.
The best and brightest in particle physics, and one in particular, a Dr. Ulrich Vogel, was chosen to lead this new research initiative.
Vogel.
Project End Station.
There we go.
Sent to a wooded remote facility in Moscow, Germany-occupied Poland, Vogel and the other scientists working under his command were given access to an experimental cyclotron, a particle accelerator, with the intention of using this device
bloody
to
particle
produce
accelerator in World War II.
By March 1944, 11 tests had ran, and all of them had yielded little. However, the 12th test would change the trajectory of mankind forever. As the process ran through, the machinery surged and became unresponsive, with Dr. Kurt experts being unable to shut the machine down.
This is Ulrich Vogel, Director of Project End Station. 7th of March, 1944, 10:03 p.m. Commencing cyclotron test run number 12.
Looks like we are getting the collisions we expected and, some interesting patterns are starting to...
What was that?
I do not know. Gauges are redlining. We have to shut down.
My God, what is happening to the air around the collider?
You men, back away from that!
Cut the power!
I'm trying! Controls are not responding!
The two doctors were forced to watch the ensuing chaos within the cyclotron chamber. A strange anomaly manifested within the room, and all the men within were suddenly necrotized by the radiation from the rift, becoming undead. After the room was cleared and the undead specimens were contained, Vogel realized that somehow they had managed to breach the veil between this dimension and another. At this moment, artifacts plundered from sites across the world by SS Division Die Wahrheit began to activate, reconnecting with the Dark Aether, and we will return to this at the end of this video, as this is the premise for Vanguard Zombies' storyline that is set before the events of Cold War zombies in and around World War II.
Right.
After taking basic measurements inside the other dimension and realizing that time passed at a different rate, Vogel immediately informs the Uranverein, who responded not with disappointment at the failure of the nuclear project, but with great interest in this new discovery.
Well, yeah.
As the war progressed and Germany's fate looked
found a
more
new
and more
dimension.
dire, even Hitler himself expressed a desire to harness this new dimension, specifically with Operation Boulderer. With it appearing almost certain that Germany would lose the war after the loss of Normandy, a band of top SS soldiers under the command of SS Gruppenführer Muller were assembled and sent to Project Endstation to be sent into the Dark Aether, where they would lie in wait to be unleashed on the world at some point in the future and re-establish the Reich. This operation was christened Operation Boulderer by Reich High Command, referencing the Norse god who rose from the dead, and was approved on December 14th, 1944. Vogel was tasked to weaponize all their findings and continue to work on his idea of an army of soldiers who could rise up after being killed. A wonder weapon was also created from an Exo-Element 1 collector called the Decompressive Isotopic Estrangement Machine,
The
or
DIE
for
machine.
short. Exo-Element 1, also known as Ethereum, is the element from the Dark Aether that's properties are extremely valuable for technological use as well as weaponry, but it's also equally dangerous, infecting and harming those with too much exposure, as well as terraforming areas where there are large Ethereum deposits.
Okay, that is basically exactly what element 115 is. So I am going to assume that the Ethereum is element 1. I'm actually going to briefly look it up, actually. Ethereum. God, zombies. What is Ethereum? Ethereum, also known as Exo-Element 1 and Vogelium, is an element featured in Black Ops Cold War, Vanguard, MW3, and Black Ops 6. It is a highly powerful and equally dangerous element originating from the dimension known as the Dark Aether, from which it gets its name, used for both technological use and for weaponry. I'm not seeing anything on a wiki article. Yeah, I think... I don't really think we've been given a concrete answer, but I feel as though they are just the same. I feel as though, you know, all the 115... Because that was the whole problem with the multiverse, is that, it was taken over, you know, 115 was always corrupting it, and it was bad, basically. It was very, very bad. It was corrupting every fucking universe, and that was what the problem was. So you got rid of all of that, sent it to the Dark Aether, and I'm assuming all that 115 turned into Ethereum because it got corrupted. Because 115 by itself is not corruptive. It has properties of it that can cause mental damage, but it's nowhere near as volatile as Ethereum is. So I'm assuming that, because the 115, I don't really know if we actually know where it comes from. It comes from meteors. I think it might come from the Apothecans, actually, because we see them shooting it into other dimensions, so I'm not sure, but I think it's very likely that Ethereum is just corrupted element 115. Hey, Slothit. Welcome.
It is what those that inhabit the Dark Aether breathe, and they do not have to breathe in oxygen, allowing inhabitants to theoretically survive anywhere within the Dark Aether, where oxygen would normally be required in the regular world, like space. As Task Force Baldra arrived on site, all of the scientists at End Station fled the site, except for Ulrich Vogel, who voluntarily stayed behind to take vital readings after the team passed through.
Brave
as
man.
having the cyclotron produce a stable gateway would involve overloading the power couplings and prevent the cyclotron from being able to be disabled. Though he accepted his duty, Vogel couldn't, in good consciousness, leave his daughter an orphan, and so he asked Kurtz to become Angelica, Hannibel's guardian.
I did actually listen to this radio when we were doing the Daimachine Easter egg.
Sorry, I did not know you were recording.
Why are you here, Dr. Kurtz? Did you not read my final orders?
Ja, Herr Doktor. That is what I wish to speak about. This last part. About your daughter.
I know it is asking a lot, Kurtz. And I know you and I have not always seen eye to eye. But I trust no one more than you to look after Angelica when I am gone.
I am honored, sir. But this may not be necessary. I beg you, do not evacuate the facility before launching the operation. With the staff here, there's a chance we can stabilize the collider and safely...
Kurtz, stop. You showed me your
no game studios ever know how to do interrupting properly. I say this, I'm a fucking broken record at this point.
It's the only path forward. Take her. Teach her. Be there, both of you. When Operation Balder bears fruit, finish my work. Tell Angelica her father loved her.
Within the next 2 weeks, on February 3rd, 1945, the Soviets arrived in Moscow and found End Station. After entering the facility and being overrun, NKVD Colonel Pavel Lazarev was sent to the site in order to figure out exactly what happened. Understanding that the machine had somehow produced the undead, he found a young tank mechanic, Sergeant Kazimir Zykov, and volunteered him to be sealed into the facility and shut the machine down. Interestingly, there was no sign of Vogel. After trying everything, Zykov, desperate and thinking of his family, realized he would have to sacrifice himself to prevent the power from ever being used by the outside world, the East and the West.
So that's something I actually didn't pick up on, because I thought Zykov was part of Vogel's group, but no, so he was part of
February 3rd, 1945, the Soviets arrived in
So
Moscow.
he was part of the Soviets. Okay, I didn't know that. All right, fair enough. Moving on.
As it would lead to the world's inevitable destruction, he flung himself into the anomaly and closed it from the inside, succeeding in his mission, but trapping himself in a strange and unforgiving world, the place below creation known as the Dark.
Hold on, where the hell does this cutscene come from?
Film reels were recorded about Project End Station and were sent to the Soviet archives and remained hidden for almost 40 years. On February 21st, Kurtz and Angelica were captured by the Red Army when Lazarev found Kurtz and the young Angelica hiding with him, believing she is Kurtz's daughter. Shortly after this, Lazarev blackmailed Kurtz by threatening to kill Angelica, forcing him to give up the locations of the other End Station scientists. Kurtz agreed, but were forced to move to Russia under new names and work for Lazarev. Kurtz is given the name Ivan Valentin, and Angelica is given Alexandra Valentina. In Russian, female surnames often add an A to the end.
This is Colonel Pavel Lazarev.
Not sure that's strictly relevant, but okay.
Why did you and so many others desert the facility?
We were ordered to evacuate. We did our duty to the fatherland. That is all you will get out of me.
I will have that little girl we found hiding with you shot.
No! Wait. I will tell you where the rest of the end station staff are hiding.
You come back to Mother Russia and continue your work. For me. She will receive a proper Bolshevik education and become a productive member of society.
Productive member of
At around the age of
society.
5, Valentina heard a voice talking to her, claiming to be her father.
See you around, Swaffer. Thanks for stopping by.
At around the age of 5,
education and become a productive member of society.
At around the age of 5, Valentina heard a voice talking to her, claiming to be her father. At first, she doubted this, but then he referred to her by her true name, convincing her that he really was Ulrich Vogel. Whilst Kurtz tried to raise her as a supportive father, he prevented her from an interest in the sciences in order to protect her from following the same path as her real father. All the while, the voice she heard in her head taught her science, allowing her to rapidly become a prodigy, and at the age of 16 be accepted into Moscow's Institute of Physics and Technology. When Kurtz found this letter, he forbade Valentina from entering.
I remember
However,
this.
in response, she poisoned her father's oldest friend, likely under the influence of the voice of Vogel.
Alexandra, is it time for tea already?
Yes, Uncle. Be careful. It is quite hot.
Tea can never be too hot. Alexandra, can I have a moment, please? About our discussion yesterday, I only wish to protect you from the mistakes we made.
I understand, Uncle Lucas. But I do not agree.
Oh.
My father was a brilliant man. And you were a pathetic worm working in his shadow. How dare you denounce his work? How dare you sit there and feed me lies?
Careful, Alexandra. Your father...
I will go to university, Uncle. You will not stop me. Father is disappointed you lost your way. You abandoned Operation Boulder.
The tea... What have...
I know about this, I've just never heard this intel before.
She would go on to graduate top of her class in 1960. A decade later, in 1970, she would be recruited into the KGB, and at some point later was transferred to Spetsgruppe Omega. Omega Group was formed on August 30th, 1975 by KGB chairman Yuri Andropov to identify, study, and weaponize psychotronic phenomena ranging from biocommunications and bioenergetics. Members of the organization were comprised of specialists from Spetsgruppe Alpha, and were tasked with conducting special military-based operations, though a select amount of key personnel derived from previous experiences in other experimental research programs were tasked with investigating possible weapon applications from any exoscientific phenomena discovered. Omega Group never managed to find a scientific explanation for psychotronic abilities, but still conscripted a handful of Russian citizens with genuine talents and turned them into intelligence assets. Their gifts, however, were impossible to reproduce, and all of the assets were either killed in action or suffered psychological breakdowns. In nearby West Germany, Samantha Maxis, raised in an orphanage, was accepted into Heidelberg University, where she obtained a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics with a West Germany killed in action or suffered psychological breakdowns. In nearby West Germany, Samantha Maxis, raised in an orphanage, was accepted into Heidelberg University, where she obtained a bachelor's degree in applied mathematics with a minor in linguistics. A year later, she was recruited into the BND, the West German Intelligence Service. On October 18th, 1978, the CIA formed a joint task force with MI6 in order to find and kill Mason, Hudson, and Weaver in what they dubbed Operation Charybdis, as they deemed them a threat to national security. The kill order, however, was eventually discontinued, and the trio were spared. They continued.
Thanks to the director of Requiem. Okay, so Richthofen stopped the... Oh, okay. Why would Richthofen stop the execution of Weaver? Maybe it hadn't happened yet. I'm not sure.
Their work with the CIA. By 1979, Samantha Maxis was placed on assignment in Iran and was caught up in the revolution, as the Shah was overthrown. As the CIA and Western intelligence agencies worked together to ensure the Shah's safe extraction to the United States, many diplomats and Western civilians were being left behind. Going directly against the orders of his superiors, CIA operative Gregory Weaver ordered for her to be extracted out of the country, off the books, marking the beginnings of a strong bond forming between the two spies. Whilst he still maintains and often wears an eye patch to cover his wound after his eye was gouged out by Colonel Lev Kravchenko.
Whoa.
At a later point, Sam would give Weaver intel on a special target of particular interest.
Wait, Colonel Lev Kravchenko, what, isn't he the leader of Requiem? Not Requiem, Omega. Is that actually... Oh man, I didn't know that either. If that's true, we'll get to that a bit later, obviously, if that's true.
Believing he had killed the target, Weaver lit the house on fire to cover his tracks, only at that point realizing the target's son, Samuel, and his wife were also inside. Samantha was waiting for a phone call from Weaver from 10 to 12 o'clock, until she heard about an explosion on TV, distressing her to the point of sleeplessness. At 3 AM, Weaver arrived at Samantha's apartment, bloodied and wounded, and wept at what he had done. While crying, Weaver mumbled about covering his tracks after a hit and how sorry he was. He told Samantha that
I heard about that intel, but I had no idea that was referring to Richthofen's family. Holy crap.
the boy was supposed to be staying with his mother, but in reality was inside the house as it burned to the ground.
And the mother wasn't mentioned.
Find out that both the mother and son were inside. Weaver and Samantha Maxis would forever be traumatized with guilt. Samantha would later state that she believes that these events would later come back to haunt them.
Oh,
the
yes.
was also involved in the assassination attempts of US President Ronald Reagan in March 1981
Ronald
and Pope
Reagan.
John Paul II in May 1981, as well as the assassination of Egyptian President Anwar Sadat in October 1981. However, as a result of little funding from Andropov, none of Omega Group's initial projects were able to advance past their research phase. Due to this, the CIA would write off Omega
Kind of sounds like Aperture Science. Or Group 935 a little bit.
Group in 1981, believing that their projects were abandoned. Consequently, all of the assets involved with Omega Group's psychotronic operations were ultimately liquidated following the death of General Secretary Leonid Brezhnev in November 1982. On March 23, 1983, Ronald Reagan announced the Strategic Defense Initiative, which, if implemented, could have posed a mortal threat to the Soviet Union. 2 days later, the new KGB chairman, Viktor Chebrikov, appointed Colonel Lev Kravchenko as head of the failing Omega Group in an attempt to quickly and quietly end his career after.
Holy shit, it is him. It is him. So, him and Weaver have a history. He was the one that gouged out his eye. Holy crap, I did not know that. It's mainly because in the past, the zombie storyline has been very self-contained, so, like, you don't really have to know anything from, like, the campaign or anything to know about this sort of stuff. So, yeah, but that was him. So he was the leader of Omega Group, and he was the one who... Wow, okay. Damn.
To the embarrassment at the Lubyanka building. Kravchenko followed suit, unaware of their nefarious agenda, under the pretense to revitalize and restore Omega Group to full readiness in order to offset the threat posed by the SDI. The very next day, Kravchenko ordered the unit's research and development team to scour NKVD and KGB archives, tasking them to find something useful enough to give Omega Group a new purpose to work for, or else he would terminate the organization and reassign its members.
So what were Omega Group doing in the past? Because, like, that sort of went in one ear and out the other for me. It said that they were, like, trying to research, like, fucking psychosomatic abilities and stuff. So they were just trying to create superpowers. Okay, right.
appointed Gorev his protege and the son he never had as his right-hand man, and placed the impressively intelligent Alexandra Valentina as the head of Psychotronics. Shortly after this, on July 15th, she presented him with 2 1945 end-station tapes, which she had retrieved from the KGB archives after 4 months of digging. In reality, Valentina was aware of the films for nearly a decade, but chose not to reveal them until the time was right.
She was playing
the tape, Kravchenko ordered Operacja Roboyshtik, also known as Operation Undertaker in English, and Dr. Valentina is sent to Project End Station alongside Dr. William Peck, a former Department of Defense researcher with an IQ of 179, who was identified as a CIA mole as an ideal candidate for defection.
179.
Unbeknownst to Kravchenko, Gorev, and Peck, Valentina plans to use this to free her father. Trebnikov authorized the Mega Group to weaponize the findings of Project End Station and harness the power of the cyclotron and the Dark Aether. The End Station facility in Moscow was secured by Omega Group in late August 1983, and after 2 months of study, the cyclotron and the other experimental devices were restored to operational condition by late October. The reactivation of the cyclotron took place on November 1st, 1983, and was overseen by Valentina and Peck. Restarting the cyclotron with an ease that Peck finds somewhat alarming, Valentina was proven correct about Operation Undertaker, and outbreak zones began to occur across the globe. Seeing this, on October 3rd, the Associate Deputy Director of the CIA Department of Science and Technology rapidly drafts a proposal for the cabinet of President Reagan for a new office within the DS&T, with NATO representation specifically for the handling of these outbreaks, known as the Office of Requiem.
Yeah.
This director is none other than Eddie Richtofen. He would personally choose Grigory Weaver as the special officer for this office, as well as approving Elizabeth Gray, Oscar Strauss, and Mackenzie Carver for Requiem senior staff.
Die Maschine.
Alright. And here we have the intro. The only map that got an intro cutscene in Cold War was Die Maschine. How sad is that? Because Cold War maps were pretty decent, all things considered. And we visited this place in Maudertoten. This is Maudertoten before it became Maudertoten.
What have you done?
Did you get the package?
I've lost 2 teams since you went dark. Old war footage is the last thing on my mind right now.
Watch it. Watch the tape. Then tell me I'm wrong.
On the basis of intel sent in by Samantha Maxis, Requiem authorized Operation Cerberus. Weaver orders the strike team to investigate the site of Project End Station in Moscow, Poland on November 13th, 1983. It was here they began to piece together the mystery of the outbreaks happening across the globe. Omega Group had entered this facility and reactivated the cyclotron after all these years, while Requiem were unaware of the motivations at the time. Dr. Valentina had used Omega Group by giving the files on End Station. She planned to release her father, and according to the steps that she had been given, the first step was restarting this machine. Upon infiltration of the bunker, Strike Team explored the facility and found a Dark Aether computer, able to send and receive communications with people trapped inside the Dark Aether. The computer, unbeknownst to Requiem, had been designed by Kazimir Zykov while inside the Dark Aether, and was a key part in his plan to get someone to release him back to our world. After activating the computer for the first time, Strike Team were contacted by Zykov. He rewarded them for their efforts, and they continued trying to shut down the cyclotron.
Okay, I don't remember that. Because so talking about the reward computer. Okay, I didn't. But yeah, we can get intel from that, can't we? Okay, so okay, that's cool that that's actually like canon. Okay, that's cool.
They discovered Dr. Vogel's computer and found his hidden password in his journal. They activated Der Veschler, a machine capable of restoring brain function to an undead specimen. After trapping the Megaton inside, his ability to think was somewhat restored, but his body remained that of a monster.
Orlov, my guy, Rip Orlov. Let's get some Rip Orlovs in the chat. I knew him for all of like 20 minutes and I was still sad that he died.
What am I? I am a monster. What did you do to me?
Once they managed to calm him down, they learned from him who he was. His name was Orlov, and he had been forced by Valentina and Omega Group to reactivate the cyclotron alongside another man named Medvedev. While Orlov was unsure of this action, Medvedev was excited at the opportunity to advance Soviet supremacy, even at the cost of his own life. As they completed their orders, both men were changed. Orlov split internally over his loyalty to his country, but fear of the consequences of their action became Megaton, a zombie who was literally split apart. It seems like the Dark Aether was able to replicate multiple versions of it, as it's able to do with all other entities. Medvedev, more confident, became Mayak, a more powerful Megaton overlord creature who could not split and was trapped inside the Dark Aether.
Holy shit, that's the story of Mayak? Fucking hell, I looked for the story of him. Okay, so Orlov, wow. Alright, well, I'm definitely glad I watched this. I'm learning new shit, even now, but yeah, there was never, I never saw any indication that there was someone else who went into the cyclotron, but that is why Mayak can't split. So technically, he's like the prototype Megaton. He's the only one that can't split. Like, when you kill him, he just dies. So, wow, okay. Alright. So we finally know who he is. That's good.
With Orlov's help, Strike Team disabled the cyclotron and closed the dimensional anomaly. When the Strike Team escaped the facility, thanks to the helicopter pilot Raptor 1, Orlov sacrificed his life to arm and detonate the nuclear bomb still left over from the atomic experiments in the lab, ensuring the destruction of Project End Station, the cyclotron, and Der Veshla for good.
Hell yeah.
We've closed the breach, but I got a feeling Omega Group is just getting started.
With the resounding success of Operation Undertaker, a new operation called Operatia Inversia, or Operation Inversion in English, was approved by Omega Group on November 9th and would be led by Valentina. The goal of the operation was to weaponize Ethereum and anything they could find within the Dark Aether to win the Cold War. Controlling the bridges between their world and the Dark Aether would allow them to harness and weaponize to heights the world had never seen before. An Ethereum arms race would begin ensuing between East and West, and thanks to Operation Undertaker, the dimensional veil between this world and the Dark Aether was weakened significantly enough to enable further experimentation with the other dimension.
See, this is what I don't get about people saying that, like, because this is the same sort of story themes that were explored in the original, like, zombie storyline with, like, the Nazis and, you know, Element 115 and stuff. This is, like, the sort of redacted, behind-the-scenes alternate history sort of storyline that the same people that disliked Black Ops 3 were saying, like, oh, like, that sort of storyline is better. So, and yet people, like, still don't like the Dark Aether storyline. I don't know why.
Giving Omega a massive lead so far in the arms race. Locating an area of particular dimensional fertility in the province
Dimensional fertility.
The USSR, at Omega's behest, immediately contacted and agreed upon the site with the communist Vietnamese government, the former American firebase Ripcord. The construction of a facility here began on November 11th and was completed a few months later on February 10th, 1985. This new facility was to be referred to as Outpost 25 and would be overseen by Peck.
Firebase C.
Omega would rapidly increase their understanding of Ethereum thanks to the experiments occurring here. The most significant was a stabilized anomaly contained within a portal chamber. Though not considered a true gateway, it marks the first portal controlled by humans on record since Project End Station. At the moment, he knew he was successful.
And End Station wasn't really controlled. There was sort of an accident.
Project End Station. At the moment, he knew he was successful. Peck goaded his assistant, Dr. Culclay, and believed he had surpassed even Dr. Vogel's work.
Test number 32. Dr. Culclay, you may proceed. Activating resonator.
I love this because we don't have an image for Culclay.
Dimensional barrier identified. Beginning particle distortion. Barrier membrane integrity at 50%. Amplification is still approaching the limits prematurely.
Increasing voltage output from Ethereum crystal.
Love the effects.
Membrane integrity at 40%.
Amplification has reached maximum safety parameters.
Let it ride, Dimitri. Let it ride. Increasing voltage
I love Peck.
Amplification exceeding safety parameters. I'm shutting it down.
You touch that button, I'll have you gut it like a fish and fed to your comrades in Solyanka soup. Membrane integrity down to 10%.
You Mudak! You get us killed.
Great. Adjusting distortion frequency to pattern echo 4.
My God.
Eat your heart out, Dr. Vogel. We'll see who history remembers.
Unfortunately, this abusive relationship between Peck and his assistant would only worsen as time progressed. Omega began enlisting soldiers to be sent into the Dark Aether, many of whom were past criminals or devout patriots they could exploit. As Omega's Aethernauts returned from the other dimension with their Ethereum crystals, and often without their sanity, Clay set to work trying to make a new Ethereum weapon, the Ray K-84, modeled after the classic Russian Kalashnikov family of rifles. Peck would not only insult Clay for this, but would also steal the design for himself. So yeah, Omega were hard at work in extracting crystals.
Also, I want to make the point that there's some... I think it's actually a misconception that, the Ray K-84 was actually based on the Raygun Mark III. And I think that comes down to the fact that the Raygun Mark III, like the actual name for it, and an actual weapon from Soviet history actually share the same name. So I'm not sure if that's actually true.
From the Dark Aether to use for technology and weaponry, allowing massive strides in science and technology, giving them a massive one-up against Requiem at this current moment in time. Meanwhile, in neighboring Lao,
I've used that versus PNG.
an Omega Group captain, Sergei Ravanov, was sent in alongside Colonel Lev Kravchenko to investigate a small dimensional breach that had occurred there, which we see take place in Apocalypse Onslaught. In his official report, he claims that Omega Group's asset in the area was dead when they arrived on the scene. In his personal diary, however, he told a very different story. After arriving on site, they found a Laotian contact, but he was not only alive, but had fended off the outbreak. Kravchenko ordered the man to be restrained and informed Ravanov that Valentina had an experiment for them to carry out. They then proceeded to sample the brain fluids of the dead infected and eject them into the contact's head. He died screaming, then kept screaming. After this event, Ravanov began having significant doubts about Omega Group. He was a Soviet through and through, but this was not his Russia. Valentina, amidst these cruel experiments, met with Dr. Clay under Peck's nose. Recognizing the hatred he held for his superior, Valentina realized that Clay could be an asset in furthering her own plans.
Okay, so hold on. What's this about Ravanov? So he was originally Omega Group. I think I did know that.
Alongside Colonel Lev Kravchenko to investigate a small dimensional breach that had occurred there, which we see take place in Apocalypse Onslaught.
Oh, Onslaught. Oh, that was a mode from Cold War that I never played. Holy crap. Okay, yeah. So there was actually some story implications in that. I was like, wait, hold on, where is that coming from?
Through and through, but this was not his Russia. Valentina, amidst these cruel experiments, met with Dr. Clay under Peck's nose. Recognizing the hatred he held for his superior, Valentina realized that Clay could be an asset in furthering her own plans. Clay sourced her the schematics for technology that would allow her to measure the dimensional stability at any place of her choosing.
Is this everything? Surely there is more.
I assure you, Dr. Valentina, this is everything.
The
research on membrane permutations? What about the particle distortion modules?
The bloody PNG that Revolution has chosen for this guy, it fits him perfectly.
Everything you need on targeted dimensional breaching is there.
What leech now? Have it delivered to this address.
You're not taking it with you?
Is there a problem with my order?
No, I just thought...
Thinking is a dangerous thing, is it not, comrade? Have it delivered to the address. Make sure you are not discovered by Peck.
Believe me, he is half of the reason I am doing this.
And the other half.
Why, for the good of the motherland, of course.
Of course. For the motherland.
Knowing this device was key to releasing
He's just a simp. He's a fucking simp for Valentina.
her father and Task Force Baldra, she had it sent to Berlin, where she too would shortly go to meet a mysterious contact. Ravenov, seeing the increasing intensity of the experiments in Vietnam, knew he could no longer sit idly by. He made contact with Agent Maxis and began acting as a mole. He agreed to meet her at the outpost where he would be able to produce vital intelligence on Omega. Having been dark for months and knowing it was a risky operation, Sam decided to contact Weaver via telephone and inform him of what she was about to do. Unfortunately for her, this phone call would be exactly what would put her in harm's way. Being a Requiem phone line, the director heard every word and decided it was a perfect opportunity to advance his plan.
Oh,
he made
dear.
contact with one of his many secrets, none other than Dr. William Peck, and informed him that Maxis would be arriving at the base. He, however, neglected...
Where are these cutscenes coming from? Because I'm seeing shit here that I've never seen before. So I don't know if there's some trailer or cutscene I've missed. Is that
Ravenov was her contact in Omega. With Maxis now in custody, he also instructed Peck to directly disobey Kravchenko's orders for a comprehensive interrogation and instead throw her into the Dark Aether. Additionally, he did not expect her to get out. It's worth noting that at this time, Peck didn't know who this contact in Requiem was, only that he could potentially secure him safe passage back to the West and give him a clean slate if things at Omega were not to work out in his favor. Peck started to not only interrogate Samantha, but also started torturing her, with no result before proceeding with the director's request, throw Maxis into the other dimension. However, at the moment he did this, an outbreak immediately began at the facility, with the phase consuming the area between the village at the bottom of the firebase and the facility itself. Requiem later believed this to be a result of none other than Maxis, as she grew a multitude of psychotronic powers whilst in the Dark Aether.
She
So
did.
we can now assume that those people that Omega were studying with psychotronic powers likely gained them from the Dark Aether, potentially being in contact with the Dark...
What does it say? She started to feel lost between her past child self that had similarly been corrupted.
Dark Aether entities. Whilst she was strong enough to resist Peck's interrogation fairly well, the Dark Aether preyed on her weaknesses. Having been thrown in there, her rage began to build up. In her efforts to survive in the barren land, she even went so far as to butcher a group of Omega agents in her sleep, whilst a memory of...
Well, I mean, that's not really that much of a bad thing, is it, considering that Omega are the bad guys? I don't really think she should condemn herself for that.
those events is hazy.
When I opened my eyes, there was blood on my hands.
Yeah, she didn't even do it, like...
I stared at it, not knowing.
She did it, like, in her sleep.
Then I saw the bodies. Omega soldiers. They looked like victims of a frenzied attack. An attack that continued even after they were dead. I have a knife. Do not remember where it came from. I just want to go home. This is a dream. A bad dream. It has to be. That's what I tell myself. Even if it isn't true. What is happening? Why is it happening? I don't know. I don't know anything. I am lost. Please find me. Please.
Oh god, poor Samantha. She has really been through, like, everything, hasn't she? And there was the note there about her feeling, like, lost. So maybe, I assume that after going through into the new universe, Samantha and Eddie didn't remember anything from their previous lives, but it seems as though potentially those memories are still there, somewhere, deep under the surface.
With Max's capture,
yeah, then
Ravenov contacts Grigory Weaver
then
using
Firebase
the
Z
same phone line
happens.
that Maxis previously had, explaining to him the situation and warning him that they are always listening. Ravenov implores Weaver to send the strike team in. After discussing it with the other senior staff, Weaver does just that.
If any harm comes to her, I will kill you myself.
Operation Lost Property officially begins, in an effort to try and rescue Samantha Maxis, the little lost.
They've always got a fucking, like, give everything an operation name, don't they?
Officially begins, in an effort to try and rescue Samantha Maxis, the little lost girl. Arriving at the facility on June 15th, 1984, Peck contacts the strike team over radio and makes a bargain. Turn the facility power back on, and he would give up Maxis. After doing just that, however, Peck chided the team for their incredible stupidity. Maxis was in the Dark Aether and totally out of his or their reach. Now that they had restored power, he had transferred all of his research via satellite back to Omega in Russia. Consulting Ravenov, he informed the strike team that Peck kept a truth serum in order to interrogate Ethernauts who had returned without their sanity, in order to get some semblance of a series of events from them. The strike team mixed the serum and gave it to Peck, causing him to explain that in order to recover Maxis, they would need the codes.
This was a really fun part of the Easter egg.
Tracking ID. Eventually obtaining these, they restarted the portal, only to find that the truth serum had worn off, and Peck had double-crossed them yet again. Thankfully, Requiem had an ace up its sleeve. Designed for use in Operation Threshold, this secret weapon of Requiem was an orbital laser that used pure Ethereum to pull high-value targets straight from the Dark Aether into our world. Looking onto Sam, the laser blasted the
I mean, I don't know where the hell that came from. Like, again, there are certain things that I wish Revolution explained a little bit better, like with a bit more context, because that feels like a massive fucking thing that is just like breezed over. It's like, oh yeah, Requiem had a giant fucking laser satellite that was powered by Ethereum, because you know, why not?
Chamber and retrieved her. She seemed visibly disorientated as she stumbled out, with a purple glisten seen reflecting in her eyes. Maxis survived the shadowy hellscape long enough to reflect on herself and her path, scavenging weapons and gear to form a new but nostalgic outfit. On their way to escape the facility, the strike team came face to face with their first true elder god in the village, a being known as the Order, managing to
Wait, Order was an elder god? I did not know that. I thought it was just a big Dark Aether entity.
Defeated, they escaped with Sam just as Raptor 1 arrived. Ravenov informed Maxis that he would stay behind in order to carry out ops in the field, as his cover had not yet been blown with Omega, informing her of an operation taking place in the Ural Mountains.
Which
Back
is
at Outpost
Outbreak.
25, a detachment of Omega soldiers, led by Valentina, arrived to meet with Peck. To his surprise, Kravchenko also arrived to Vietnam. After having expressed his discontent with Peck's actions, Kravchenko asked him to show a demonstration of his commitment to Omega. Kravchenko then pulled out a knife and cut one of Peck's eyes, just as he did to Weaver prior.
This guy's got problems. Like, what's with this obsession of cutting out people's eyes? Like, it's not okay, man. It's not okay.
Upon returning to Requiem headquarters, Maxis was placed in quarantine before being tested. While Requiem estimated she had only spent roughly 48 hours in the Dark Aether, physiological and metabolic data from the tests indicated she spent several months in the other dimension, like she claimed.
Lot longer.
They also noted changes in her eyes that were now purple. Requiem also kept her in isolation as they believed she was responsible for the outburst of Ethereum in Outpost 25. She was subsequently questioned by Carver, Strauss, and Gray, who were interested with her experience in the Dark Aether. Requiem seized the radio she used to contact the Requiem strike teams. Weaver, who visited her often, decided to give her a female Rottweiler to keep her company. At some point around this time, Carver had started to look into the director's identity, keeping Weaver in the loop with whatever he found. Unbeknownst to him, the director was all too aware of his snooping.
And then comes Outbreak.
During the rapid
So this is sort of the main part of the story that I wasn't aware of, because the Outbreak story is the one, the Outbreak Easter eggs were the one part that I couldn't complete. And there were apparently 2 that were both canon. I tried to do 1 and failed. Because of that bloody boss and the fucking orbs! I hate them.
Progress at Outpost 25, Omega...
Oh, hey, Fizzy. How you doing? Just watching some nice lore.
During the rapid progress at Outpost 25, Omega also began to operate in the Ural Mountains, as it possessed the world's single largest outbreak zone, and Valentina saw this as a vital new opportunity to forward her plan. Since childhood, Valentina believed she had been hearing the voice of her father, Ulrich Vogel, and recognized this for the first time at around the age of 5, from beginning her research into physics and biochemistry to encouraging her to kill her guardian, Kurtz. This voice was always with her, and now it told her the promised day was almost upon them. First, however, she would need to create something, a weapon capable of setting him free, the reality inversion warheads. Valentina addressed the Soviet Politburo with the plans for Operation Inversion and pushed for Berlin as a target. On July 8th, Peck, now with one less eye, arrived at a missile silo in the Ural outbreak zone with the task of continuing work with Operation Inversion. At around the same time, he began interacting with one of the Dark Aether computers. On the other side was Zykov. His new operation, Zykov was miraculously able to help Peck do exactly what he needed. Build the inversion.
See, this is the same sort of thing that I was expecting from the Chaos Storyline video we watched. Like, Revolution hasn't revealed like any of the major plot twists yet, and this is what it should be done. This is how it should be done. Keep them quiet until the relevant moment to talk about them.
Warheads, and to do this, he hoarded Tempest from the Dark Aether and gave their location to Peck, who in turn informs the Aethernauts who would collect them. Valentina and Gorev note Peck's obsessive behavior with the computer, but opt not to tell Kravchenko for now. Also around this time...
That's very rare, because Valentina was a little fucking snitch. Like, even though she was playing them the entire time, she was a little bitch, like, to Peck anyway. So I don't know why they didn't just immediately snitch on him.
The director, via Peck, informs Kravchenko about the existence of an entity within the Dark Aether, one in control of all the others, known as the Forsaken. Recognizing this existential threat, but more than that, seeing it as his opportunity to be held as a hero, Kravchenko took control of Operation Inversion on July 22nd. His intention, wait for the Forsaken to enter our world and use the missiles to destroy him, or at the very least, send him back.
Right, okay, that's something I didn't know. So Zykov told Peck about the Forsaken, and Kravchenko wanted to wait until it strode into the like our universe, basically, and then nuke it, basically, with inversion warheads, which arguably I think may have made it stronger. Because the inversion warheads are pure therium, aren't they? I'd argue that... I don't know. I'd argue that they very well may have made him stronger.
Requiem, now recognizing the colossal gap between their and Omega's knowledge of the Dark Aether, begin big operations in the Ural Mountains outbreak zone, part of Operation Threshold. Though this seems incredibly precarious, the fact that here, East and West were performing experiments so secret that even being revealed would threaten world peace, and meant that both sides were effectively unable to start a public conflict over these skirmishes. All the while, at Requiem headquarters, believing Maxis to be the cause of the outbreak at Outpost 25, and growing concerns of her experience in the Dark Aether, a vote is held with the department heads as to whether or not she should be given field operative status, but this is declined, failing by one vote, and was kept inside Requiem HQ for several months.
Damn. And I imagine that one vote would probably Richtofen.
Valentina, frustrated by the change in the nature of Operation Inversion, is consolidated by the voice she believes is her father, who tells her not to worry. Under his instructions, she leaks Inversion's documentation to Sergei Ravenov, who in turn leaks it to Maxis, still interred at Requiem. Somewhat abusing the more than special trust that she has been building with Dr. Gray, Maxis convinces Gray to give her access to her communications protocols.
Oh yeah, because there was the whole thing that, Maxis and Grey were like together at some point. I don't know when that actually was. I guess it must have been. It wasn't mentioned beforehand, and like Samantha didn't really seem to be a big part of Requiem up until like now, or at least like interacting with the Requiem crew. So I assume they got closer together while she was still in like being detained after getting back from the Dark Aether.
Using this, she contacts the strike team and Ravenov and directs them to meet up at Ruka. On November 16th, 1984, meeting Ravenov face to face once again, the strike team successfully acquired the launch.
It is really bad footage to see like this cutscene while someone is using a Weaver operator. Like that. If people don't know like how operators work in Cold War, that would be that should not be the footage that's being shown right now. I'm just saying.
For the inversion missiles, changing the location to the middle of the Pacific Ocean, far out of harm's way, and getting in the way of Omega's plan.
Which is where Modi finds them in Terminus in Black Ops 6.
As they are preparing to leave, however, a legion of Tempests begin flying towards the silos through 2 colossal Dark Aether portals in the sky, joining together into one colossal Tempest, incidentally blocking the silos with a large Ethereum power node, crystals. The strike team managed to defeat this giant Tempest, in turn clearing the silo blockages.
Oh, I wish I hadn't failed that, because that was a really difficult boss fight.
And successfully launched the missiles. In the weeks following the event at Ruka, the strike team was cleared to return to active duty after almost facing a court-martial, only to be spared by none other than the director of Requiem, as he had bigger plans and he needed them to be in play.
It's wild how much was going on during Cold War, how many like different interconnected pieces there were. So there was like the base thing that was going on was Requiem versus Omega. But within Requiem, you had Weaver and Samantha was basically being detained by Requiem because she was dangerous, and Weaver was sort of on the fence between allegiance to Samantha and to Requiem. Then in Omega Group, there was Peck, who was on the fence to his allegiance to Omega to begin with because of, you know, Kravchenko and Valentina basically being a pair of assholes. Not that he wasn't an asshole, but, you know, regardless. And then there was Kravchenko undermining Valentina and Peck because he was their leader and he wanted to like get rid of the Forsaken. Then there was Valentina, who had been tricking Omega from the start and manipulating them and Requiem to get what she wanted, what she was being told to do by the voice. And then there was Richtofen, who was manipulating Requiem and Omega, and that would eventually lead to them like both getting eliminated. So there's so many moving pieces here. Cold War is a really cool story. I do like it.
During their interactions, Grey had noted strange occurrences with Maxis.
Oh, you think? Like maybe the glowing eyes is a big thing?
In one instance, a book moving. More importantly, having seen her notes about these events on the Requiem mainframe, warns her that people above their pay grade can see them too.
Eva, I don't know what to say.
There's nothing to say. Your lack of military experience is no excuse for what you did. You knew better, and you did it anyway.
I just wanted to let her talk to the team. I didn't know what she was gonna...
One thing you're not is stupid. But I also don't think you're a traitor. Which is why I'm taking the heat on this one. No one upstairs is aware of your role in Sam's little side operation. And that's how it'll stay. As long as you never fucking cross me again. Understood?
Yes.
Damn.
How was she anyway?
Agent Maxis is still showing high levels of Ethereum contamination in her bloodstream.
Oh.
The ways affecting her is different than any other subject I've observed.
Meaning?
It's not just her eyes. There are things happening on a cellular level I can't quantify yet.
She's getting her powers back.
Your notes in our central database, yes? and I would explain the new orders. The director wants to run more specialized tests on Maxis. If you're asked to cooperate, you do as instructed. Are we clear?
Yes, sir.
Great. Remember, if it's on the mainframe, everyone above my pay grade can access it. If there's something you want to tell me, you tell me in person.
I promise, Weaver. I won't keep anything else from you.
I'm glad we understand each other. Dismissed.
Weaver, disappointed in Grey for allowing Sam to get the better of her and enabling the events at Ruka, scolds her and warned her to never cross his path ever again. He also confronted Maxis and, after a heated exchange, confined her to her quarters with no more walks around the facility with her dog.
Damn.
Unfortunately, Grey's warning came too late. By this point, the director had already marked Sam down for special tests, and Weaver received new orders from him on December 1st and had Maxis taken away for additional testing. Based on reports from Grey about the high levels of Ethereum contamination in her bloodstream and changes on a cellular level. As she was taken away, Weaver promised to take care of her dog. On December 3rd, after 2 days of travel, Maxis arrived at Block 8, a classified facility of the CIA built with an Ethereum seal. She was maintained in isolation after she attempted to flee the facility upon arrival. Maxis was subjected to several interrogation sessions led by the director of Requiem to access her powers.
Wait a minute, so led by Richtofen. Okay, here's a question I'm not sure I have the answer to yet. Because Eddie and Samantha went through the portal into the new universe together. So did they know each other in the new universe, or was this the first time that they were interacting? Because because Samantha was in an orphanage, Eddie was also in an orphanage, so I don't know if they were in the same orphanage together. Like, surely they would have gone through together, so did they know each other? I'm not sure.
After 15 days, the director managed to push her by stating that nobody at Requiem was caring for her and that she was just a sad little lost girl. Filled with anger, Maxis used her telekinetic abilities to break the glass in the room.
Hello, Mr. Director.
Oh, you heard me come in. You're very perceptive, aren't you?
Oh, that's very clever that they hid his voice in that intel. I assume this probably takes place, yeah, because there were 2 Easter egg quests in Outbreak, so I presume all of this comes in the second one.
Do you know how long you've been?
Especially considering, obviously, all of this is taking place after we launch the inversion warheads.
Not counting bathroom breaks and mandatory exercise. 15 days. As of today.
And still no breakthrough?
What kind of breakthrough do you want? Your only goal seems to be trying to make me angry. But I'm not. Just disappointed.
You're probably going to be more disappointed when this session is over. You do know that none of them really care for you. Strauss, Carver, Weaver, even Gray.
Oh.
They've barely inquired as to your current situation.
That's not true. They wouldn't want me to be here. You're just trying to manipulate me.
Sam really shouldn't have been that easy to fool, surely to God.
Do you even know how much trouble you caused for your Requiem friends? Going behind their backs on your little secret squirrel mission with Ravenov.
I looked Weaver in the eye when I was taken to be brought here. He didn't want this.
You like him, don't you?
Not in the way you think. We just have history. Shared history. Shared trauma. You wouldn't understand.
I think you would.
I do understand. In fact, I was very forgiving about the whole thing.
Yeah.
I mean, given Weaver's failures and lapses in security,
Oh.
I could easily have had him disappeared.
Don't test me.
Maybe I I still should.
I'm warning you.
What on earth could you possibly do to me? You really are just a pathetic, sad, little, lost girl.
Okay, so from that dialogue, I'm going to assume that they didn't know each other before all of this went down. So this may actually be the first time that they interacted with one another. I'm not certain. I believe on the wiki it says that at some point, Samantha and Eddie got separated once they got into the new universe. So I still don't know whether or not they actually knew each other beforehand. Because I feel like if they did, Samantha would probably try to tug on some heartstrings of them knowing each other since they were kids or whatever. So, and I'm not getting that here, so I'm assuming that they probably didn't actually know each other.
Oh dear. I suppose we'll have to replace that glass now.
So they were trying to weaponize her.
At least we're making progress.
The director continued to torture Maxis over the next 2 months. At around this time, Carver begins doing more digging into the exact nature of the Dark Aether. Thanks to his military career, he was the first to recognize the parallel between the power structure in the Dark Aether and that of an army. He noticed the different factions and hierarchy, and that there was a clear order system. His question though, who was the commander-in-chief? Carver found that very answer lying on the director's desk, confirming his worst fears. There was an exceptionally powerful being at the top, and it was growing in power. None other than the Forsaken.
Dun, dun, dun.
As well as this, Peck continues his communications with Zykov. Frustrated at the failure of Operation Inversion, Peck inquired as to whether Zykov could help him get more Tempest to attempt it again. However, Zykov assured him that this was not necessary. Instead, he would help Zykov build a device that would be able to stop the Forsaken, a way to bring Zykov home. In doing this, Zykov would be able to give Omega the knowledge necessary to kill the Forsaken.
Alright, so then the second outbreak
On
Easter egg.
November 30th, Kravchenko reported that the missiles couldn't get recovered and belonged to the ocean. He soon decided to take direct actions against Requiem and tasked Dr. Hugo Yeager, head of necroanalytics and a man with somewhat ancestral ties to the Dark Aether, to infiltrate the small group
Whoa. Hold on.
actions against Requiem and tasked Dr. Hugo Yeager, head of necroanalytics and a man with somewhat ancestral ties to the Dark Aether, to
Alright, so that's where he comes in, because he was someone who was one of the announcers on Mao de Toten, alongside Kravchenko. And I didn't really know anything about him, so this is where he comes into play.
infiltrate the small group of defected scientists, led by a Dr. Zakova, being informed that there are traitors within Omega. Yeager's mission was to eliminate the scientists and set up a trap for Requiem's elite strike team. This operation was called Operacja Isichenye, or Operation Excision in English. Gaining their trust, Yeager contacts Ravenov.
The fucking order just walking through the fields, that's so funny.
Excision in English. Gaining their trust, Yeager contacts Ravenov, now officially disavowed from Russia for his part in the events at Ruka, and tells him they wish to defect. Ravenov, too happy to strike a blow at Omega, arranges with Requiem to have them extracted. Kravchenko also becomes suspicious of Valentina after learning from Gorev that Peck had been talking to Zykov from one of the modified computers and planned to speak with her directly. Yeager informs Kravchenko
And Valentina, so his little second in command told him that that was happening, but Valentina didn't, and he grew suspicious of that. Okay. I mean, I don't really know if that's cause for suspicion. I mean, why didn't his second in command tell him immediately? They were both holding out on him, he just told him first.
and expresses his pleasure in the opportunity to deal with the traitors personally. All he will need is a helicopter. The Colonel is all too happy to oblige. On December 14th, Weaver contacted the strike team to meet Ravenov and the Omega-8. The strike team arrived back in the Ural Mountains, this time at the sanatorium, and link up with Ravenov, who informs them there is a downed helicopter. Upon locating the crash site, Yeager, speaking via recorded message, informs the strike team that the scientists were shot down, but have escaped to Monument Island. This is through the phase, but Dr. Zakova's new invention, the Ethereum Neutralizer, allowed them to cross through.
So that's in
There is
Forsaken.
another neutralizer waiting for the strike team, but they will have to power through it themselves.
Hello? Scheiße.
Ravenov, it is Dr. Hugo Yeager. I hope either you or Requiem find this recording. Most of us survived the crash. We're headed to Monument Island. I hope we'll be safe from Omega. Before you ask, yeah, that is on the other side of the phase, but the scientists I'm with, they have created something incredible. A device that will allow us to travel through the phase without dying. Or worse. They only have one prototype, but they are assembling another from spare parts so you can follow us. Unfortunately, we are missing a component, an ethereal orb. Find one and bring it to the bridge. There will be a slightly modified recon rover waiting for you. Please hurry. Omega shot us down. They will not leave the job unfinished.
So they're playing them right now.
And a strange toy bunny rabbit, the strike team power the neutralizer and cross the phase, arriving at the island home to a monument. However, they find the corpses of the Omega-8 scientists and another log from Yeager,
no one walks away
expressing
from
his hatred for
Omega.
traitors and wishing auf Wiedersehen to the strike team. Yeager also indicated that the Ethereum neutralizer was now in Omega's possession. As the monument was being overrun with an order appearing, Weaver ordered the team to leave the area. They managed to defeat Order, and Raptor 1 arrived soon after to exfil the team, but they were shot down by Omega on their way out. Kravchenko arrived at the crash site.
Sorry, I
as
was
Omega
just
soldiers
looking at Discord and people talking bullshit to me.
defeat run with an Orderium neutralizer was now in Omega's possession, as the monument was being expressing his hatred for traitors and wishing auf Wiedersehen to the strike team. Yeager also indicated that the Ethereum neutralizer was now in Omega's possession. As the monument was being overrun with an Order appearing, Weaver ordered the team to leave the area. They managed to defeat Order, and Raptor 1 arrived soon after to exfil the team, but they were shot down by Omega on their way out. Kravchenko arrived at the crash site. As Omega soldiers dragged Raptor 1's body out of the helicopter, Kravchenko ordered the team to surrender. They were captured soon after.
And that leads into Mao the Totem. That explains why he was in the grip of Omega, right?
With the director and is beginning to suspect his identity after. Peg continues his communique with the director and is beginning to suspect his identity. The director instructs Peck that instead of seeking to kill the Forsaken, he should instead attempt to capture it, and gives him the schematics of a device capable of containing the creature. Peck informs Kravchenko of this, though lies and says that Zykov told him of this new plan. The Colonel is more than happy with the idea of gaining a new superweapon for the USSR.
Yep, Mao the Totem.
Valentina makes her move. She goes to Berlin and finds N-Station's Berlin lab within the sewers, constructing a small-scale inversion warhead. She opens the gateway there and enters the Dark Aether, changing her. Finally meeting with her father, she realizes something is wrong, but by this point it is too far gone to consider the implications. She then waits for the armies to assemble at the head of the portal. It should be noted that due to the dimensional fertility in Berlin and the more advanced nature of the portal, the gateway here is incredibly stable. Meanwhile, CIA agents stationed in Berlin locate a dead drop that wasn't meant for them. Inside, they discover information on Project Janus. The director quickly sends
Project Janus. Project Janus.
Requiem's work-in-progress AI, Klaus, to handle the situation. Klaus slowly killed each agent one by one and destroyed the documents they found. There is some speculation that potentially the AI of Klaus is in fact based on the director, allowing him to do his bidding whilst not being physically there. Realizing that Valentina had betrayed him on February 2nd, 1985, in order to put a stop to her, Kravchenko decides to send in Requiem's invincible strike team. After being held prisoner in Potsdam for several weeks, Kravchenko uses Raptor 1's life as a leverage, as he did manage to survive the crash. Locating the Berlin N-Station lab, they realize Valentina is already within the Dark Aether. They activate Klaus and finish what the CIA agent started, retrieving the components to build an inversion warhead to close the gateway. Unfortunately, in order to properly purify the crystals, they would need a being made of concentrated Ethereum. Luckily, Valentina, in her new form, from was just this. They fight and defeat Valentina using her to complete the warhead, and have Klaus enter the gateway to detonate the warhead from the other side.
Rip Klaus.
Lutsenko, bringing Raptor 1 into the open, fires at the strike team, believing now is the time to tie up loose ends. The strike team are able to escape though, thanks to Agent Maxis, who from her cell in Block 8 manifests a portal for them.
Hell
the
yeah.
watches this from his office and notes that Project Janus can now proceed, but that Maxis' growing powers may be an issue for it. Almost instantaneously after the strike team's victory in Berlin, the outbreak zones began to exhibit new behavior. Swirling vortices of primordial Ethereum appeared, and where previously terraforming occurred through a long process of creating and growing the giant power node crystals, one of these vortices could create a power node in 1/4 of the time. Alarmingly, this allowed
1/4 of the time. So a quarter? Oh, goodness.
new outbreak zones seemingly unconnected to the Ural Mountains, but on a similar scale, to appear. In
Right.
these outbreak zones, they encounter Piotr, a lost soul who almost succumbed to the Dark Aether, but was saved at the brink by his encounter with Sam. Now,
Yeah.
by hiding in the loot chest, he is able to briefly cross over back into the real world and help the strike team.
I think
Though
we
is
saw
eventually
him.
pulled back by the Forsaken. The director, during this time, continued his work with Sam in Block 8, performing further psychologically intensive tests in order to allow her to correctly harness her powers. This included forcing her to kill an Omega soldier with her mind, otherwise her closest, more than a friend Grey, would be shot. During one session, he threatened to shoot her dog if she didn't teleport her somewhere safe. By the end of this experience, however, Maxis claims she realizes the director was right, and that he had made her realize that she was a good soul. She also admits to the strike team that
This is most likely just a response to the abuse from Eddie. He manipulated her into thinking he was right, and she was the one that needed to change.
she was indeed the cause for the outbreak at Outpost 25. During the director's interrogations, he constantly uses leverage against Maxis, knowing a lot about her, that being because he is none other than Eddie Richtofen and clearly remembers events of the old Aetherverse, whilst Maxis' memory is hazy. It is unclear as to why this is the case. We know that Samantha Maxis and Eddie Richtofen entered this new universe holding hands. It is possible that some sort of event happened that separated the two and caused Samantha to forget memories. It is unclear as to what exactly happened. We will just have to see as the storyline continues. Knowing her character,
Okay. Fucking hell. Okay, so right now, we don't know if they know each other, but Eddie seemingly has memories of the old universe. Okay, it's kind of interesting.
this made it easier for Eddie to manipulate her, reassuring her that she's a good soul. Furthermore, the director also once again addressed the same shadowy group he had done shortly after the Berlin incident, referring to them as the Redacted Board of Directors, explaining that despite them wanting to use the Berlin Gateway for Project Janus, had he not closed it, the Forsaken would have destroyed them all. He recognizes the fact that the destruction of the world isn't necessarily a big motivation for them, and so instead notes that an apocalypse wouldn't be particularly good for their and their shareholders' pockets either, insinuating that they are a cabal of uber-rich individuals who require Janus for a hidden agenda. As the strike team
Okay, I never knew that was, like, I never knew that was part of the equation, like, at all, that there was this board of directors. Because in Black Ops 6, Richtofen talked about, like, how he's been hiding what they've been doing from the board of directors. So I assume there was just a bunch of, like, rich government assholes, really.
These new threats in the outbreak zones, Zykov once again made contact, explaining that with this increase in terraforming, the world's only hope is to bring him home, so that he can stop the Forsaken, while simultaneously telling Peck the same thing. Unlike
Zykov the
Requiem,
hero.
however, Omega had already fully committed to bringing Zykov back to Earth and had even designated a location, a former testing ground for Operation Inversion, test site Anna in Ukraine. Due to the heavy use of primordial Ethereum in the lead up to Inversion, addition, the dimensional veil here is particularly thin, and the infrastructure already on site make it ideal for the high voltage power required to power the machinery, specifically a replica of the end station cyclotron and an amplifier to allow Zykov to be untangled from the darkest depths of the Dark Aether and brought back. Initially intended for July 4th of 1985, Kravchenko forced Peck to complete the amplifier and cyclotron an entire month sooner, driven by his desire to please his superiors. Realizing Kravchenko's overwhelming egomania, Peck once again contacted the director, and finally makes a deal to secure his extraction to the west. In return, he would give Requiem the exact location and time of Zykov's extraction, as well as letting the director take the containment chamber.
So Peck fucking sold like everything basically to Richtofen, and he still got fucked over. Oh, Peck.
He now realized that this was the director's plan all along, and also realized his identity as the director. Gorev and Jaeger, unaware of Peck's scheming and equally frightened of Kravchenko's ensuing madness.
Yeah, hold on. Where's this from? Because this is Forsaken before, like, everything went down. So, was this, like, some sort of trailer, or could we go here before in one of the other game modes?
Make a deal with one another. If things begin to...
Oh, no, this is, no, of course, this is gonna be, like, a part of the campaign, or part of the, like, a multiplayer map, isn't it? Because that's the whole thing with Cold War maps, wasn't it? That they were all reused assets.
To go wrong, they will defect, with Jaeger claiming he has a contact, but scheming and equally frightened of Kravchenko's ensuing madness, make a deal with one another. If things begin to go wrong, they will defect, with Jaeger claiming he has a contact who will employ them due to their knowledge of the Dark Aether. As Kravchenko was Gorev's mentor, this is incredibly significant. Finally, Ravenov once again made contact with Weaver, informing him of Operation Izbavitel. Unbeknownst to Weaver, the director is already aware of this thanks to Peck, but takes Ravenov's intel as a chance to independently verify the time and location of this operation. With all his pieces now in play, the director is finally ready to proceed with Operation First Domino.
And here comes Forsaken.
June 4th, 1985, the strike team infiltrates the site, aided not by Raptor 1 this time, but by a portal from Sam, still in Block 8. As they make their way through the base, they find it noticeable...
So Sam was still in Block 8, so they just, like... They're aware of the fact, Eddie's aware of the fact that she can just create portals now, and he's just leaving her in there. I mean, I don't really think they can do much else at this point, in fairness.
Empty and already crawling with undead. In an effort to start the cyclotron and amplifier to free Zykov, an outbreak was caused, though this was seemingly of no real care or consequence to Kravchenko.
This is Dr. William Peck. It is the 4th of June, 1985, 9:32 a.m. This is test number 8 for dimensional extraction.
Must you start with that every single record?
Deja vu all over again. All teams are in position, ready to proceed. Colonel.
Activating resonator. Beginning magnetic amplification. Well, what does it show?
Dimensional barrier identified. Proceeding with scan. Barrier membrane is fluctuating. Increase voltage output by 10.
Anything?
We're picking up something. I'm just not sure what.
It's him. I know it.
We can't be sure.
Increasing voltage output by 20.
By 20? What, are you insane?
Don't you dare.
Damn it!
Captain, get your men into position. I want the threat neutralized now.
My man just caused an outbreak and doesn't give a shit.
Captain? Redirecting a line. Proceeding with second scan.
He just doesn't care.
We need to close that gateway immediately.
We will do no such thing.
He's lost it.
Spiking across the facility. Your men
are loyal to Omega. We were the first. We are the last. That portal does not close. Not until we have
Ending the facility lockdown, the strike team reached the observation tower just in time to see Zykov's arrival, who thanked them for setting him free.
Oh, yeah. It was so cool to see this the first time.
You brought me home. I have long awaited this day to take what is mine.
Unfortunately for everyone, both Requiem and Omega have been manipulated, just as Valentina was before them, and Zykov was in reality the Forsaken. Valentina's father, who she believed had been guiding her throughout her life, was actually the Forsaken, and we had been similarly manipulated. He had also tried to manipulate many others prior, but unfortunately was unsuccessful. He lets the strike team know that he had been aiding them with mended perk machines, the Pack-a-Punch crafting tables and power-ups all along so that they would eventually be able to free him.
Whoa, 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 where does that information come from? The Forsaken gave us the perk machines. What? When is that? When was
the demonic voice we heard speaking to us all along? Importantly though, Kazimir Zykov was not just another stolen identity.
What was... Hold on. Where was this stated? Hold on, I'm looking this up on the wiki. No, not the map, the entity. Let's see. We see, in the 16th year, he found several machines filled with beverages, believing them to be a trap, let other survivors consume what the machines had to offer. Found that, you know, that machines also play music, and red beverage machine play okay. Did the Forsaken give us the perk machines? Oh, damn, it was one of the bits of, oh no, there was a, take a listen to this. This is audio, there's a radio in the bunker. Right, okay, so, alright, that's official then. So, the Forsaken gave us the perk machines. Damn. Alright then. See, I kind of wanted to talk on this a little bit. Because of that, I feel like the zombies' eyes should have been purple in Cold War. Because that would have, because they're like the zombies and all the Dark Aether entities follow the Forsaken in Cold War, so I feel like it would have been appropriate for them to be purple. I feel like that would have been cool, but instead they're yellow. Right.
When he arrived in the Dark Aether, he really was Kazimir Zykov, but the centuries he spent inside fundamentally changed him. As he transformed, he explained that the 40 years in the outside world were 4 centuries in the Dark Aether, and during that time he was guided by nothing but the will to survive, killing and consuming everything in his way until there was nothing left, in turn absorbing everyone's powers, becoming the hierarchical lord of the Dark Aether. Having sacrificed himself back when he was still a human, human to close the cyclotron. As a soldier in what was called the War to End All Wars, World War II, he was truly disgusted to see the world once again fall to conflicts he saw as pathetic, especially as during this time he had ended the wars of the Elder Gods of the Dark Aether by force and consumed them, and brought his order to the once chaotic place. Now he plans to do the same to the outside world. Just as the Forsaken begins to cause a huge outbreak, Sam teleports to the base.
Oh yeah.
Saying she knows what she has to do. She begins to fight the Forsaken, keeping him distracted, but urges the strike team to get to her as soon as possible. As this happens, Gorev and Jaeger, circling the facility in their helicopter, notice the explosion. They hear Kravchenko on the radio asking them for help, but Jaeger convinces Gorev that they flee instead, knowing now that Omega Group is done for and the Soviet Union will likely kill or exile them for their failure.
My God. If that is what I think it is, things have gone very poorly.
No shit.
It would seem your prediction was correct. That is the Forsaken noticeably absent from his cage.
Yep.
Goryev! Jaeger? Where are you?
Wait.
Where are you?
Not yet.
I must respond, Jaeger.
I think not, my friend.
Goryev, I need reinforcements.
Listen to me. Answering makes us part of this. As it stands right now, we could still be back at the base, oblivious to what has transpired here.
Ah, I see. Maybe the phase consumed the complex. Communications went down.
Now you're thinking, Gorev.
Let the failure fall to him, and him alone. I think it's time we made our exit.
As the team move through the now terraformed base, the Requiem staff say their only real option is to construct an Ethereum neutralizer, as the path to Sam and the Forsaken is completely blocked by the phase. Thankfully, in the time since the burned blueprint of it was recovered in Operation Excision, Strauss had his time to refine it to such a degree that it can be constructed in an emergency, if the right materials are found by the strike team. In order to get the fuel for the neutralizer, however, they would need something powerful enough to shatter the giant Ethereum crystals now found throughout the facility. Luckily, someone in the Dark Aether is now taking a great interest in the strike team. Though we know little about him, an entity lives within the Dark Aether known as Sparagmus, and he is zealous in his belief in the Old Ones, the beings who ruled over the Dark Aether before being killed and consumed by the Old Ones.
Hold on.
Interest in the strike team.
What's this? Ancient parchment. Yeah, we know, okay. Sparagmos. Wow, okay, this is... I'm glad I watched this, because I thought this made, like, majority gonna be stuff I already knew, but I'm still learning stuff,
Though
right?
we know little about him, an entity lives within the Dark Aether known as Sparagmus.
Okay, if there is an entity, in the Dark Aether that's, like, starting to pull the strings again, that might actually be the person talking to Panos in Black Ops 6, because Panos said that he was being talked to by someone in the Dark Aether, so it could be this mysterious Sparagmos. Alright, I'll put his name in the back of my mind, and I'll keep an eye out for him. Or her.
And he is zealous in his belief in the Old Ones, the beings who ruled over the Dark Aether before being killed and consumed by the Forsaken.
Yep, they're all dead.
The Dark Aether was a much more chaotic place. Not only this, but Sparagmus' disciples were also brought into the Forsaken's army. Feeling great
they were his disciples. Okay, that's interesting.
About this, he sent about forging a weapon that could slay the Forsaken, the Chrysolax. This weapon is made of 3 crystals, 2 of which can be acquired naturally. The third, however, the polymorphic crystal, is special. The Zealot created this crystal himself, and it belongs to him, so it is impossible for the Chrysolax to be created without his guidance, as it is intrinsically bonded to him. Once the strike team requires the Chrysolax to destroy the giant's crystals and gain the fuel for the neutralizer, the polymorphic crystal mysteriously happens to fall out of the dimensional anomaly above the facility. Now with the weapon, the strike team were able to fuel the neutralizer and reach the Forsaken. As they begin down the tunnel, Peck seemingly shoots a gas line in the observation tower, causing a massive explosion and leaving the fate of both him and Kravchenko unknown for the moment.
You idiot! Watch who you're shooting! The gas line!
Oh my god. Are they...
say they didn't get what they deserved.
Who gives a shit?
And thus ended the tale of Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Fucking
I'm pretty sure from that, Kravchenko ended up dying. Although I'm not certain. He may be in Modern Warfare 3, I'm not sure, but I feel like he's dead.
So far, most of the events have been in line with the events of the campaigns, and like I said at the start, only one version of events will be canon to the new universe, or potentially even none at all if they decide to steer away from sticking close to the campaigns that we know. If Kravchenko did in fact manage to survive the incident, and he is still canon to the events that we saw in Black Ops 2's campaign, he will ultimately become disillusioned with the USSR, believing that the Soviet Union was dying out. As a result, Kravchenko would seek to obtain as much wealth as he could before his country eventually collapsed around him, and would begin to take advantage of his position in the military and sell Soviet weaponry and other armaments on the black market. Stationed in Afghanistan, one of his most prominent and wealthy clients would be none other than Raul Menendez, a Nicaraguan crime lord who would go on to run a powerful drug cartel.
Of course.
But that's just if Kravchenko manages to survive and the events are still canon that we see in the campaigns. Right now, his fate is uncertain, but the game does make light of the fact that—
Right, so this was released when? This was back in 21, so at this stage, Modern Warfare 3 hadn't come out yet, so I don't know if he is, but I don't really like the whole tying it in with the campaign thing. I think if you do that lightly, it can be fine, but I'm not sure I like heavily integrating, like, important characters from the campaign into zombies, basically. I'm not sure I'm a fan of that, because that can sometimes restrict what you can do with said characters. I mean, you can easily just say that, you know, it's an alternate universe or whatever, so it doesn't really matter, but, you know, on me, the good thing about classic Aether zombies was that it didn't really tie into, like, the campaign pretty much at all. So, yeah. Anyway, moving on.
That if Omega does in fact collapse at test site Anna, that he would have to do none other than reside to Afghanistan. That could be suggesting that the events are still canon, or potentially it's just joking about the matter at the mere possibility as opposed to it actually happening. Entering the Forsaken's chamber, the strike team broke his armor while Sam charged his Ethereum turrets, allowing the team to tear the entity apart limb by limb. Eventually, this exposes a giant gateway to the Dark Aether within the Forsaken himself. Partway through the battle, the Forsaken shows the strike team a vision of Weaver, Strauss, Carver, and Grey in a prison, each having been killed by a bullet to the head, with the message "No one escapes alive" written on the wall. This could just be a fear tactic, or potentially he may know the future, or at least a possible future. After all, the Dark Aether is a culmination of time. With the Forsaken almost dead, he suddenly lets out a burst of energy.
Okay, I want to talk about that briefly. So they're in a prison there. Obviously, they were in prison on Terminus Island, so maybe this represents the timeline where they were killed on Terminus and they never escaped. I don't know, but maybe.
Almost killing the strike team and rapidly causing outbreak zones to appear across the world. This even causing the total collapse of the Ural Mountains outbreak zones into pure phase. Sam, knowing what she had to do, laments the director's most likely manipulative words that she's a good person before sacrificing herself by entering the red anomaly at the Forsaken's core, defeating him but trapping herself in the Dark Aether in the process. With the Forsaken weakened enough, the containment chamber activated, absorbing the Forsaken and sealing him inside. As Requiem celebrated their victory, the director addressed the redacted board of directors once again, and informs them that they have successfully captured the Forsaken, and that Maxis is now locked within the Dark Aether, just as he intended. This meaning she is no longer a problem for Project Janus. The strike team were to be sent to Black Site 13 for indefinite containment, and Requiem
Island
was to be shut down, with this mysterious group's agents moving on Weaver, Strauss, Carver, and Grey. Samantha Maxis's jumper can be seen in the background as she is dragged away. Shortly after this, the Requiem heads of department each find themselves arrested by military police and taken away, along with the strike team and Raptor 1, who are similarly apprehended.
I've always wondered, obviously it's very, like, complex, I guess. It's a bit awkward, I should say, having to deal with this, but, I do wonder what actually happened to the strike team, because regardless of what operators we play as, the strike team itself is still canon. So it makes me wonder what happened to them. I wonder if that's ever explained in the future.
The director watches this unfold from screens in his office. Everything went according to plan. Picking his case up from his desk, where we can see a photo of his past as an Air Force pilot and another with his wife and son, along with a familiar snow globe with a house inside it, the director leaves his office possibly for the last time. Eddie has shut down Requiem and will now proceed with the next phase of Project Janus.
There we go. So all these other bits. Oh, Vanguard.
5 years later in 1990, a hooded man approaches a Japanese fisherman and requests to rent a boat to a place off the island's nation's eastern coast. When the fisherman says that there is nothing there and asks what he is looking for, Peck, now severely burned but still alive, responds that he's searching for some old friends, referring to Weaver, Strauss, Carver, and Gray. It's likely that he wants to travel to the spot in the Pacific Ocean where the Operation Inversion warheads are laid. The walls between the world and the Dark Aether may be weakened here.
What is it you're looking for? I'm looking for some old friends.
Peck. Then it said the story will continue. Right, so then there's a segment to do with Vanguard.
One of the most important details that will be present in Vanguard is the rule of the Old Ones. Prior to the Forsaken, the Dark Aether was a much more primitive place akin to the medieval times, with hundreds of kingdoms constantly at war since the beginning of time.
Right, okay, I think that, like, everything relevant here will probably be covered in, Oh, hold on. Yeah, so everything relevant will probably be covered in the Vanguard video. Right, I do need the bathroom, but I will be right back, so don't go anywhere. I'll be right back, and we can move on to Vanguard, which is another part that I've not touched, like, at all, basically. Ugh. I've returned. Ugh. Let us continue. So yeah, I assume that's gonna be like everything to do with Vanguard that is probably gonna be covered in the video we're about to watch. And then that's probably, you know, this was released before Black Ops 6 came out, so it's probably gonna be a bunch of speculations and stuff. Right. So 2 down, 2 to go. The Vanguard one is very short in comparison. It's 25 minutes, so let's see what's going on with Vanguard Zombies, which I've heard is very, very bad in terms of like gameplay and stuff, but let's see with what's going on with the story.
The entire Vanguard Zombies storyline explained. In today's Call of Duty Zombies lore video, I want to go over the entire plot point of Vanguard Zombies, how it relates—
Why did you keep making that? I swear he made that exact same mistake, or maybe it was just, I watched this in like earlier. I thought he was like continuing to make the mistake of saying plot point instead of plot line, but it may just be this one.
The entire Vanguard Zombies storyline explained. In today's Call of Duty—
Just quickly check the audio again. Plot point instead of plot line, but it may just be the
entire Vanguard Zombies storyline.
Yep, it's still fine. Right, onwards we go.
Zombies lore video, I want to go over the entire plot point of Vanguard Zombies, how it relates to Cold War and the rest of the Dark Aether saga, and what it means for the future of the storyline. This video provides all of the necessary information you need to know nice and concisely. Vanguard Zombies is a prequel to the events of Black Ops Cold War Zombies, and adds millions of years worth of history to the Dark Aether dimension, the demented place below and mirroring reality, providing much needed world building, so there is a lot of information to cover before we even reach Duran Fang. Feel free to watch my video on the entire Cold War Zombie story after you are done with this one. Anyways, with that being said, let's begin. According to the inhabitants of the Dark Aether, their realm has existed since time began, and since then they have been in a constant state of war with one another, forming tribes, clans, and royal bloodlines that would last for millions of years. In all honesty, the Vanguard Zombie story itself isn't as important as the world building that the game has provided to the Dark Aether. It is important to bring to attention here that this constant state of unrest in the Dark Aether was happening all throughout the events of the Aether storyline, many thousands of cycles, and even more significantly, the entities within the Dark Aether were unaware that there was even ever another realm outside of their own. These warring clans of the Dark Aether came in many different shapes and sizes, all with their own desires and agendas, but in the most ancient days of the Dark Aether, they were united by one thing: their worship of the Construct. The Construct is a giant monolith that hovers above the Dark Aether, believed to even predate time itself. Whilst it appears to be made of stone, it is a sentient being and is all-powerful. The Construct had no care for the entities worshipping it, however it was constantly watching, with some even believing it to be judging life's worthiness to keep existing. On very rare occasions, however, after an individual completed a series of arduous trials, the Construct would imbue them with a small portion of its infinite power, at which point that individual would become the Archon. Throughout the history of the Dark Aether, there have been at least 4 Archons, though there have possibly been more. The first Archon used his power to eradicate a parasitic species that was plaguing the Dark Aether. The 4th Archon shattered the moon into pieces and weaponized those shards which still hang above the Dark Aether.
Whoa, okay. Lots of stuff to try and dissect there. So, the 4th Archon purged a parasitic race from the Dark Aether. When I hear that, my mind goes to the Apothecans, and blew up the moon and took its shards. Okay.
The Construct are unclear, but with it being there since the Dark Aether itself, it is a wonder if the first Archon could have been Dr. Monty.
I say this because the first Archon used their powers to eradicate a parasitic species plaguing the Dark Aether. Could this species have been the Apothecans? Again, it does sound like it.
At the very least, Dr. Monty and the Shadow Man were probably aware of the Construct's existence. As millennia passed, one clan rose to prominence in the Dark Aether and eventually were considered its lords. They had yet to control the entire realm, but one particularly ambitious son of this bloodline would seek to change that. His name was Cortifex, the Dead.
I think you mean Will Ramos. Am I right, chat? Oh. No, it's a reference to my April Fool's video. If you haven't seen it, go check it out.
Deathless. Through guile and deception, Cortifex's plans eventually culminated in the murder of his parents and his official ascension to Lord of the Dark Aether.
Damn.
He also took a wife, Sarakix, that was adamant on not wanting a child. Dark Aether entities do not die of old age, and so having a child to further his line was not a requirement and was seen by him as a threat, as the child could do to him what he did to his own parents. At some point following this, Cortifex became obsessed with the construct, seeing it as the ultimate way to dominate the Dark Aether. He was able to successfully pass the trials, but upon appealing to the living monolith, it refused him for reasons unknown. Cortifex flew into such a rage over this that he would dispatch his 5 personal assassins, the Sisters of Agony, to remove anyone else who would try and petition the construct. Eventually, Syraxis became impregnated with his child, and in rage, Cortifex set out to punish both her and the child. He transformed Sarakix into a shadow of her former self, erasing her memories and changing her physical form to that of the newest Sister of Agony. He then performed an unspeakable act of cruelty on the child, which we don't have confirmation on exactly what he did. At some point, mysterious objects of great power appeared in the Dark Aether without warning. These were the many creatures and artifacts that were banished to this realm by Primus Nikolai at the end of Tag de Totem, such as the Ray Gun, the Pack-a-Punch Machine, and the Mystery Box. This was of course when the prior multiverse collapsed into the Dark Aether, leaving only but one singular linear timeline universe.
I'm actually starting to get into this now, because this is like, obviously Cold War is the beginning of the reboot, Black Ops 4 is the end of the previous storyline, and Vanguard is sort of like the bridge. It's really unfortunate considering how bad Vanguard apparently was.
With all of the entities, items, and beings of the Aether being sent in there, this was an eye-opening event for the denizens of the Dark Aether, as they had believed their reality was the only one. Now aware of other beings of the Aether being sent in there, this was an eye.
So again, just look at Discord briefly.
Into the Dark Aether, leaving only but one singular linear timeline universe. With all of the entities, items, and beings of the Aether being sent in there, this was an eye-opening event for the denizens of the Dark Aether, as they had believed their reality was the only one.
Why is Kratos there?
Of other beings, they attempted to gaze beyond the dimensional veil, but after locating Earth, all they found were little more than cavemen, clearly far too primitive to have designed objects like the Pack-a-Punch Machine. Regardless, some entities took interest in the newly discovered humans and began to interact with the various emerging civilizations, though they were rather limited in what they were able to do. Syraxis, for example, appearing in fire and crystal balls, but unable to do much else. After some discussion, Syraxis the Shadow and Belikar the Warlock devised a way for them to cross over into the other dimension. Through objects they called artifacts. They would craft an item that would appeal to a given human culture, bind their own essence to it, and cast it through the dimensional veil. Once picked up by a human, they could bond to them, allowing the human to use some of their power. Syraxis created a dragon with the intent on being sent to the Japanese. They went on to believe her to be a kitsune, a mischievous fox spirit. Belikar created a mask for the Maya in South America. Invictor the Destroyer, a legendary soldier of the Dark Aether, crafted a short sword to be used by the heroes of Greece, who initially viewed him as the god of war, Ares. After bonding with the Greek hero, Achilles, and helping him in the siege of Troy, their two legends became inseparable, and Invictor would later be believed to be the spirit of Achilles himself. Nauticus the Conqueror, commander of Cortifex's Night Legions, created a war horn, which was received by the Norsemen, who believed him to be the Ymir, the father of the Frost Giants. Cortifex, however, put very little thought into his artifact, simply putting 2 pyramids onto a stick, and sent it to ancient Egypt, where it was received.
He just didn't give a shit. He was just like, oh, you guys are fucking interacting with these petty fucking, like, these pathetic humans, right? You want a fucking artifact here? Fucking pyramid, put on a stick. There you go. Oh, Cortifex. Or should I say, oh, Will Ramos. Goodness.
Fact, simply putting 2 pyramids onto a stick, and sent it to ancient Egypt, where it was received by the pharaohs themselves. All of these entities would have an influential impact on these world's cultures, being seen as gods and demons over the many years, shaping religion, myths, and legends.
I was gonna say that maybe Cortifex's artifact could be like the Staff of Ra, but I assume that, like, that's not true at all. The Nether Wars. What is this, Minecraft? Oh! TZ Ghost is someone that Revolution has used a lot of stuff on. I wonder if they're like a COD Zombies like cutscene creator. Like they use the models to create custom stuff. It looks like it. Might have to check them out.
Cortifex's expansionism culminated in the Nether Wars, his final attempt to attain total control of the Dark Aether. With Nauticus in command of his forces, he set about destroying any resistance in his path. Belikar the Warlock, chief among a clan of scholars and historians, was among the first to resist Cortifex. Similarly, Syraxis, despite having no memory of her previous life, believed she could not continue her service to Cortifex and fled the Sisters. Now she also opposed him. As Cortifex approached the vast wilds of the Dark Aether, he commanded the nature-worshipping clan who lived within to submit to him. After refusing, Cortifex had his Sisters of Agony, now with one less member to kill all who dwelled within, whilst his Night Legions burned the forest to the ground. This, however, was an oversight by the Deathless, as, unbeknownst to him, this clan had the ability known as the Web of Life. When one member died, their life force and power was redistributed to the rest of the clan. Unfortunately for Cortifex, one single member survived, the Canna, and she was now effectively immortal. Sometime following this, at the Battle of Obsidian Ridge, Invictor the Destroyer, legendary soldier, fled the battlefield, eventually finding his way to Belikar's resistance. Cortifex, seeing Syraxis was still meddling in affairs on Earth, whilst equally being a thorn in his side, set about dealing with his former wife once and for all. He crafted a new kind of artifact, a bronze mirror, and cast it through the dimensional veil to a small swampy island in Okinawa.
And that looks a little bit like a Sentinel artifact, don't you think?
Japanese archipelago. This island was where Syraxis had first crossed over from the Dark Aether to the human world, and she often had her host come back to visit. At the time, around the Edo period...
She often had a what? Sound like you said she often had her hose come back to visit.
Syraxis was in position. This island was where Syraxis had first crossed over from the Dark Aether to the human world, and she often had her host come back to visit. At the time, around the Edo period, Syraxis was in possession of the Lord of the Island. Cortifex contacted the priesthood of the island under the guise of a friendly spirit and informed them that their lord was being possessed by a demon, but they could use the mirror to free him. The priest did just this, and after forcing Syraxis back into her artifact, buried it on the island. Belikar and Vakana eventually met at the site on the latter's birth, in the corrupted lands that now stood where the wilds once were. They masterminded the plot to defeat Cortifex, involving forcing him into his artifact and trapping him on Earth. Following this, and having seen the power that the opposition now held, Nauticus the Conqueror saw that Cortifex had no hope of winning and fled to the Resistance himself. Now alone, the Resistance closed in on Cortifex and banished him to our reality. However, in the process, they ended up doing the same to themselves. We have no exact date for this, but it was seemingly sometime prior to World War I and after the Edo period in Japan. The Societe Occult. As the Dark Aether entities had
Right, so this is where the stuff on Chaos starts to seep back in, because these guys seem pretty similar to the Chaos Order.
Meddled with humanity throughout their existence, certain humans took notice and attempted to consolidate their own power through the forbidden knowledge and magic that the Dark Aether entities could provide.
See, they've even got the same bloody shoulder pads, like, they're exactly the same.
Beginning as secret priesthoods, these individuals eventually banded together in medieval Europe as the Societe Occult. These individuals, through their conversations with the Dark Aether entities, were able to learn rune magic, the method of channeling Ethereum used by all Dark Aether entities, allowing them to quickly become the puppet masters of the continent's politics. Eventually, they had learned enough to compile the Tome of Rituals, a book containing hundreds of rune magic spells. It is worth noting that now with this knowledge of rune magic, we can retroactively look at the old Aether story, at Element 115, and the fact that the Apothecans and Keepers seemingly used rune magic. The society were constantly changing their location to maintain secrecy, until one of their leaders, Lucien Porret, a man in contact with Nauticus,
Is that an order?
erected the Hotel Royale in Paris. He chose the location as the intersection of the catacombs beneath the street, which were in the pattern of a Dark Aether rune, allowing them to channel an incredible amount of power at the location. We learn that areas of mass death / casualty cause weak points between the regular universe and the Dark Aether, weakening the dimensional veil. Considering that the Nagda...
It is theorized that the woods where Primus and Ultimus perished was near Nagda and Toten. Okay, why exactly is that theorized? It's near Nagda and Toten. Okay.
and bunker keeps appearing throughout Zombies and just so happens to be the spot of the first breach in the dimensional veil, it really makes you wonder just what exactly happened at this site to create such dimensional fragility.
Right.
Even once the Dark Aether entities had been banished to Earth, the members of the Societe continued to hold rituals at the Hotel Royale, allowing them to contact the entities across the world trapped in their artifacts. However, in the 1920s,
Right,
the
hold
spot
on.
of the first breach such dimensional fragility. Even once the Dark Aether entities had been banished to Earth, the members of the Societe continued to hold rituals at the Hotel Royale, allowing them to contact the entities across the world trapped in their artifacts. However, in the 1920s, some unknown catastrophe caused the Societe to split the Tome of Rituals and hide the pages.
Wait, whoa, hold on. Hold on. That image, that looks really similar to the patterns, the symbols that are on the floor in Citadel. The what's it called, like the power-up circles, the magic like circles that you can activate and power yourself up. They're part of the Easter egg. I swear they look really similar to this.
This may well coincide with the severing of the connection between our world and the Dark Aether, which made the artifacts fall dormant. Die Wahrheit. At the outbreak of World War II, Gabriel Kraft, professor of demonology at Leipzig University, was approached by SS Oberfuhrer Wolfram von List, the great uncle of Dr. Jaeger.
Oh, so that's what he meant when he said that he had connections to the Dark Aether. So this guy's great uncle was part of the Vanguard storyline.
The great uncle of Dr. Jaeger.
Right.
Von List was the commanding officer of the SS Die Wahrheit Battalion. Von List was of the belief that Germany's true victory lay in exotic sources of power, such as Thor's hammer, the Holy Grail, and Atlantis, and was recruited.
Atlantis is oh my god, Atlantis is the city. It is. Well, no, hold on. I don't think so, actually. I was going to say Atlantis, the city of Poseidon. Of Poseidon. Yeah, the legendary island of Atlantis was Poseidon's domain. Right. Theory. I mean, I guess this is just... Actually, I don't know if this is actually relevant, because he's just mentioning stuff in passing here, but Atlantis is the domain of Poseidon. In the Chaos storyline, Poseidon's temple was said to be the location of the Nine's library, so it could be something potential. Yeah. Alright, Nick, yep, still going. We got this and then the Modern Warfare 3 storyline to watch yet. This is going to be a long stream.
Recruiting academics to help him locate these supposed sources, in order to gain a strategic advantage over the Allies, and enabled through Reichsfuhrer Heinrich Himmler's obsession with the occult. After refusing to help von List, Kraft's assistant is shot dead, leaving the professor with no choice, and after being taken into captivity, von List tells Kraft that his husband, Sasha, has been captured. In reality, von List had already executed Sasha, but pretended he was still alive in order to keep Kraft working. Eventually, Kraft was able to locate a page from the Tome of Rituals, and using that was able to locate the other scattered artifacts. However, to his dismay, they were inactive. That all changed, however, when Project Endstation punched a hole in the dimensional veil. When that occurred, the artifacts woke up. Von List, unaware of this development at Endstation, who were Die Wahrheit's rivals, touched the scepter of Kortevex, only to suddenly bond with the ancient entity. Suddenly, Kortevex promised von List that he would give him an army with which he could win the war single-handedly. All he needed to do was get him back to the Dark Aether, where he could claim the construct.
Come on, like, how dumb do you have to be to believe an entity that looks like that? Like, this giant fucking four-armed god that is appearing to you in your dreams after an artifact has possessed you, like... How dumb do you have to be to believe that you are capable or that this entity wants to help you? Like, come on.
Von List agreed and took his battalion, including Professor Kraft, to war-torn Stalingrad, where hundreds of Nazi mass graves lay in wait. After arriving and setting up in a dilapidated office building, Kraft decided he could no longer sit idly by and bonded with Belikar through her mask. Kraft began planning with the ancient scholar on how best...
So is that... Oh, and Kraft said he was a scholar, so is that where he got his powers from? Because Kraft can, like, lightly use magic in Citadel. Like, he gave them the key to unlocking the Sentinel artifact. So, is that where that comes from? Because he bonded with one of the old, Dark Aether Elder Gods?
And bonded with Belikar through her mask. Kraft began planning with the ancient scholar on how best to defeat Kortevex, but was forced to allow her to retreat back into her artifact, as Kraft's body was not strong enough to support the possession of the Dark Aether entity. Though the two maintained a mental link. He sent out a distress call, which 4 allied commandos answered, reaching the square in Stalingrad just as...
4 allied commandos, so yeah, it's still operators, no assigned characters.
Von List erected a powerful barrier spell. Square in link. He sent out a distress call, which 4 allied commandos answered, reaching the square in Stalingrad just as Von List erected a powerful barrier spell.
Right.
This is their Enfant.
The Enfant.
Kraft sealed himself in his office
First
using
map.
a spell from the Tome of Rituals and lowered the 4 artifacts to the commandos out of his window in a small wooden box. Now imbued with the power of their new partners, Kraft's Special Forces began the fight against Von List. The Special Forces team were able to access multiple theaters of Die Wahrheit's operation, including Merville, where Von List planned to rally his undead army, the Hotel Real, where Die Wahrheit were trying to secure any last traces of the Societe Occult, and the Okinawan Swamp, where Syraxis first crossed over. Now,
And that is, of course, Shinanuma.
an Imperial Japanese outpost, and Ivar rights to fight Tome of Rituals and lowered
Right, I've got to
the
re-listen to
the
this bit.
commandos out of his window in a small wooden box. Now imbued with the power of their new partners, Kraft's Special Forces began the fight against Von List. The Special Forces team were able to access multiple theaters of Die Wahrheit's operation, including Merville, where Von List planned to rally his undead army, the Hotel Real, where Die Wahrheit were trying to secure any last traces of the Societe Occult, and the Okinawan Swamp, where Syraxis first crossed over. Now an Imperial Japanese outpost and Die Wahrheit's excavation site. While striking back against Von List, the commandos encounter a page from the Tome of Rituals, sealed in a powerful void spell, but are unable to break through and acquire the page. Belikar, undeterred, began sending messages into the Dark Aether, and eventually her old ally responded, Vakana the Last.
Right.
Vakana, creating an artifact so she can aid the Special Forces as well, manifests a portal that allows the allies to leave Kortefex's barrier spell and arrive at the ruins of Kortefex's temple, where Die Wahrheit had recently been operating. Terra Maledicta.
Alright,
Reaching
so
the
this
Eastern
is
Desert and the ruins of Kortefex's temple,
Terra
which had been blown
Maledicta.
up by Die Wahrheit, the Special Forces team took note of large Dark Aether crystals which had begun to sprout up around the area. With Vakana's help, the team were able to resurrect the Decimator, an old general of the Night Legions whom Kortefex had merged with his own shield as punishment. Restoring his spark of life, the Decimator lent the team the power they required in order to break through the Void Spell and acquire...
Okay, I just want to make the point. You're telling me we got a zombie shield in Vanguard and we couldn't get one in Black Ops 6? Just want to make the point.
The tome page. After the tome page was stolen, Die Wahrheit transferred all remaining personnel back to the Eastern Desert. This included as punishment. Restoring his spark of life, the Decimator lent the team the power they required in order to break through the Void Spell and acquire the tome page. After the tome page was stolen, Die Wahrheit transferred all remaining personnel back to the Eastern Desert. This included personnel at the Shinonuma evacuation site who promptly left for Egypt upon Von List's orders, leaving behind radio equipment, electric traps, and the experimental Wunderwaffe DG2 developed by N-Station's Ulrich Vogel. Based on calculations from Dr. Oskar Strauss for Die Wahrheit, potentially based on remnants from the Dark Aether from Dr. Oskar Strauss for Die Wahrheit, potentially based on remnants from the Dark Aether on Richtofen's original design.
Yeah.
After receiving the page...
So this is what I love about this version of zombies, like the things from the old storyline are still relevant. Like, there's little hints and little bits and pieces that are being dragged through into the new storyline, the new timeline, like the Wonder Dwarf. So the Wonder Dwarf in the new universe was designed by Vogel, based on plans made by Strauss, potentially based on plans made... Shall I start again? So, the Wonder Dwarf in this universe was made by Vogel, based on plans made by Strauss, based on plans potentially made by Richtofen. Original Richtofen, Ultimus Richtofen.
It's through his link with Belikar, he realizes that it points to the location of the relic mirror that Cortifex had used on Syraxis centuries ago.
Right.
And they must return to the Japanese Swamp of Death where it had been hidden. Shinonuma Reborn. Returning to the Varheit's excavations, with the excavation site left unattended, the Special Forces team set out to uncover the lost relic mirror that the Varheit had failed to find. In order to locate it, Vakana suggested restoring Syraxis' lost memories utilizing powerful rune magic.
Right.
When asked about the relic that had been used to separate her from a former host, Syraxis stated that she couldn't remember and that there were big gaps in her memory, including a youth in the Dark Aether. Vakana then stated there was a monolith at the swamp that could help Syraxis remember, instructing the Special Forces to find it. In the meantime, the Special Forces also managed to assemble the parts to and craft the Wunderwurf DG2, with this summoning an ethereal echo of Syraxis' past self. The Special Forces are forced to subdue the angry memory until it gives in and reveals to Syraxis the truth of her past, that she was Cortifex's wife, traumatizing her with rage. Furthermore, however, the commandos learn of the construct and Cortifex's obsession with it. Now with the relic mirror in hand, they leave the swamp and return back to the Eastern Desert, though are alarmed at what they find upon their arrival. The Archon. Shortly before the arrival of Kraft's Special Forces team, Cortifex convinces Von List that the success of the Allies are, in large part, due to their ability to use the Pack-a-Punch machine, and suggests that they can perform a rune spell in order to trap the machine between this world and the Dark Aether. Agreeing, Von List performs the spell. However, to his horror, the cost of the ritual was the lives of all of the remaining Devarheit soldiers. Unbeknownst to the Oberfuhrer, however, this was all in accordance to Cortifex's plan. Now, ether pockets filled the landscape, allowing the rapid acceleration of crystal growth and the total pollution of the air. These pockets being areas where the Dark Aether bleeds into our world. With no support, Von List hides away alongside the scepter of Cortifex. Arriving on the site and seeing the trapped Pack-a-Punch machine, Nauticus points out that if they can restore the machine, they will be able to use the mirror to trace the spell to its source, Cortifex, and pull his scepter to them, finally separating him from Von List. The commandos succeed in restoring the machine and finally pull Cortifex to them, but are shocked to find that they have just played directly into the Deathless's hands.
Oh,
and every
God.
failure Devarheit has committed so far has been part of his grand plan to get to this exact place. With the Dark Aether bleeding so profusely into this location now, Cortifex is able to manifest physically and opens a rift directly to the construct, though not before one final farewell present to Von List, teleporting him unarmed into Kraft's office. Kraft's team follow Cortifex into the Dark Aether and witness him petitioning the construct for the second time in his life. Upon seeing the Special Forces team, he asks the construct to let him kill them, though it denies him, informing him that they must all abide by rules that it has set. As a result, the construct sends them back to Earth and gives them the opportunity to pass the trials, with Von List informing them on the trials of mindfulness, sacrifice, and resilience based on what Cortifex had told him. The Special Forces team are eventually successful in their attempts, removing the ethereal chains from the rift that will take them to the construct. Before they leave, however, Von List reveals to Kraft that Sasha was killed by him years ago, and that the letters he had received were penned by Von List, feigning Sasha's affection. Filled with righteous fury, Kraft shoots Von List, killing him instantly. Finally ready to proceed, Kraft's commandos enter the Dark Aether one last time, though arrive too late.
I just want to say that the fact that the Dark Aether looks so normal like this is very unusual. I'm not certain if I like it or not. It looks way too normal here, like Earth. Like, it has clouds. Like, clouds are part of an atmosphere. Like, we've established already that Ethereum generates... It doesn't generate oxygen, but being within the presence of Ethereum allows you to survive within the Dark Aether without oxygen. So we've already established the Dark Aether doesn't have, like, an atmosphere. It's not like a planet. It's a dimension. So, yeah, I don't know if I like how normal it looks here. But, yeah. Just want to make that point.
Witness Cortifex's transformation into the Construct's next Archon.
Oh.
Fighting off hordes of revenants, and with nothing seemingly able to harm Cortifex, Vakana points out that thanks to the Construct's overwhelming power, the anemones that used to live throughout the wilds have woken back up from their long hibernation and are growing once more. Taking Dark Aether crystals, they feed the anemones only for them to spit out a far more volatile crystal. Floating above their battle, the commandos notice the shards of the moon left by the 4th Archon, and they throw the crystals at these ancient weapons, the resulting reaction causing them to fly at the Construct and interrupt its connection with Cortifex, leaving him temporarily vulnerable. Kraft's team press the attack and eventually defeats Cortifex,
Nice.
with the Construct vanishing and his body, according to Nauticus, falling to the bottomless depths of the Dark Aether. So what exactly is next, following on from the events of Vanguard Zombies? Well,
Okay, so that's all of Vanguard's story, right? So, let me skip to the Chaos Story Returns.
Baldra. The Chaos Story. As a side note, a lot of people were curious after the release of Shinonuma Reborn, as in a piece of intel, Gabriel Kraft mentions that the artifacts of the Dark Aether are similar to items mentioned by an Alistair Rose, called Sentinel Artifacts. Many people have taken this to mean that the Chaos Storyline from Black Ops 4 is canon to the Dark Aether.
Okay, so that's literally the only thing in the entirety of Vanguard that references, the Chaos Storyline. It's one radio by Kraft mentioning roads, and obviously that got way more intense in Black Ops 6. Okay, so that's Vanguard. Honestly, the story sounds a lot more interesting than I assume. Well, I don't know. I sort of assumed that it would be pretty interesting, given that it's about gods and magic and stuff. But I'm glad to know about it now. So, Cortifex is dead, the Construct has vanished, and now, well, we don't know what happened to... So, what happened to, like, the rest of the... Oh, yeah, of course, what happened to the rest of the Elder Gods? They were all consumed by the Forsaken, weren't they? Yeah, right. Okay, so that's all of that done. So, yeah... Okay, so Cortifex's body apparently fell to the darkest depths of the Dark Aether, so I wouldn't write him off just yet. Could be Cortifex that's speaking to Panos, considering that, you know, potentially his body fell away and, you know, the Forsaken probably wouldn't have found him a threat anymore, so, okay, right. So, now... we move on to the final segment of this video, which is the full Modern Warfare 3 Zombies storyline. Possibly the worst iteration of zombies ever made. Let's do this.
Welcome to the entire Modern Warfare Zombies storyline.
Here we go.
I aim for this video to be the most in-depth video on YouTube. With the Modern Warfare Zombies story finally concluding, I wanted to make a video summarizing absolutely everything that's happened in this game and all of the possible implications it could have for Black Ops 6, which is of course right around the corner. Unfortunately, similar to Vanguard, Modern Warfare 3 Zombies leaves us with a lot more questions than answers, a lot of which will likely be answered in Black Ops 6, but I think many will be left for future games too.
That's interesting. I'm looking for stuff that, like, was explained in Black Ops 6 that, was first introduced in this. Like, I guess there were some things in Black Ops 6 that make more sense when taking the past games into account, like the whole thing with Kraft being able to, like, cast the spell, give them the knowledge of the amulet, could potentially be due to his link with one of the Dark Aether Elder Gods, although technically shouldn't that not be a thing anymore, because all the Dark Aether Gods were hunted down by the Forsaken. And side note here, I am really confused as to why and how Zykov grew so strong so quickly, because, like, granted he spent like 4 centuries there, but the Dark Aether Gods have been there for like hundreds of like millions of years, and yet this guy in like, what was it? How long is a century again? 100 years. So 400 years. 400 years was all it took for Zykov to become the Forsaken. That's mad. That's madness. And then he consumed just everyone. And the Dark Aether gods couldn't, like, they were there for millennia. They were there for millions and millions of years. And yet one fucking Russian comes along and then somehow ascends to be, like, the most fucking powerful being in the fucking Dark Aether. How does that work? But, okay, regardless, it's not really important right now.
Seems there were some issues or conflicts in development, seeing as Trek stepped off of the project just a couple months after release to focus on Black Ops 6, with Sledgehammer seemingly having to weave story missions around likely ready-made cutscenes. As a result, some areas, both story and gameplay-wise, were not able to be fully executed as intended, and can explain why some beats quickly become irrelevant or are even ignored completely. With that said, the game is still very important in understanding what comes next, both in terms of the past with Black Ops 6 and moving forward into the future game story post Modern Warfare 3 Zombies.
Yeah, this is also I think Modern Warfare 3 is the biggest misstep that Zombies has ever taken thus far. Actually, the whole Chaos thing may actually be a little bit worse than that, but this is a close second. Making a shit game, basically, that takes place after Black Ops 6. Because from this, we know that obviously all of the Terminus crew are dead, Samantha never gets out of the Dark Aether, and basically everything we're doing in Black Ops 6, because of this, is pointless. So, yeah, let's watch it.
The game leaves us on a big cliffhanger for what's to come.
Right. And there's Liberty Falls. Right, so wait, whoa, hold on. Oh yeah, so that wasn't the same. Yeah, so that's the Liberty Falls cutscene. That's clever, although a bit deceptive if you're not aware. So they splice them together, right.
Before we can discuss the ending and what it means for the future of the Dark Aether storyline and all of the ramifications that come along with it, we need to look back at everything that led up to this conclusion, starting with the beginnings of the Modern Warfare Zombies story. Our story begins in the 90s, where we are introduced to many of our characters we would go on to see decades later.
There's a place just round the bend. A place by the name of Liberty Falls.
During her childhood, Crystal Miller was a resident of Liberty Falls, a small town in West Virginia where she lived with her parents and attended school. On February 18th, 1991, following recess, a fire drill was sounded and Crystal, alongside her classmates, were quickly escorted out of the school to evacuate from the town. Crystal, unaware of what was going on, could only follow her parents' order and focused on running. Unfortunately, Crystal's father was attacked by a zombie horde during this sprint and was ultimately left behind by Crystal and her mother, who just kept running. The two of them eventually found a fire escape, but Crystal's mother was quickly swarmed by another zombie horde, leaving Crystal to run away on her own.
Yeah, I did, I don't remember what exactly led me down this rabbit hole, but I do remember reading her wiki article, and apparently, there's a crying girl that you can hear in one of the buildings of Liberty that some people, like, theorize is Crystal, but apparently that doesn't line up with what is said here.
3 days after the outbreak, a local biker gang, the Steel Mountain Riders, found Crystal huddled up inside a Freedom Fried Chicken
Yeah, okay, so that's... So, like, it doesn't,
restaurant and took her to safety. On February 23rd, Crystal was interviewed on her traumatic experience by Project Janus security chief, John Blanchard. Being just 5 years old, she did her best to recount the event.
My favourite egghead.
Afterwards, she was adopted by her aunt and uncle. While this was going on, New Zealand resident Jack Fletcher joined the New Zealand Defence Forces at some point in 1989, serving until 1990. Sometime in
Wow, just for 1 year. Wow, that was a short employment.
1991, he was seconded by the Central Intelligence Agency to operate under the 1 New Zealand SES Regiment for Terminus Island Security Detail. He was honorably discharged post-mission in 1993. It is unclear if he served during or after our Terminus crew escaped the island amidst Black Ops 6.
Okay, so this is... Okay, let me go back briefly. So seconded by CA for Terminus Island Security Detail, honorably discharged. Okay, so he was at Terminus Island, so I wouldn't say it must have been during, because after, I'm pretty sure everyone was all dead. So it must have been before or during. It can't have been after.
The 1 New Zealand SES Regiment for Terminus Island Security Detail. He was honorably discharged post-mission in 1993. It is unclear if he served during or after our Terminus crew escaped the island amidst Black Ops 6.
And the birth of Ava. This is the messy
The
part.
most important relevance in the introduction to Modern Warfare 3 is with the birth of Ava, who was conceived by Requiem for a currently unknown reason as the biological daughter of Samantha Maxis and Sergei Ravenov, using their DNA samples taken from them with or without their consent, with Elizabeth Gray acting as the surrogate mother who carried and gave birth to her in 1993. At the very moment she was born, a mysterious entity spawned in the Dark Aether. The Dark Aether seemingly cloned Ava, creating a dark shadow of herself due to their mother Samantha Maxis' strong connection to the realm, essentially acting as her twin sister of sorts. Ava was cared for by Gray and presumably the other Requiem leads for 3 years.
Oh, that is a cool shot right there. OY189. That is a sick ass shot. If they look this way in Black Ops 6, that would look awesome. But yeah, obviously Strauss looks a lot more disheveled than he looks here. What is that? That's like a fucking assault rifle with a Wunderwaffe barrel. That looks sick. It looks like Weaver's got the fucking chains from the Blades of Chaos on his fucking hand.
Then, Gray and the others were slowly dying due to their long-term Ethereum exposure. At some point before, the characters attempted to save Samantha Maxis from the Dark Aether, but ultimately failed, with some taking the loss harder than others.
Yeah, so this is in reference to Black Ops 6, so... This is what we're doing now, so this is what I'm talking about, because like everything that we are doing right now in Black Ops 6, the whole story with Peck and Maya and Sam and trying to save Maxis, none of it matters because we know it is canon that it's not going to work, that it doesn't work. We're not going to get Sam out the Dark Aether because X amount of years later in Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, she's still in there. So none of it matters. We know how it's going to end. It's going to end in failure because we know that it doesn't work.
Before the Ethereum would kill them, as of 1996, long after their escape on Terminus Island, it was decided that Ava would be handed off to her now adoptive parents, a couple of ex-New Zealand National Intelligence agents, the Jansons, while it was decided that Ravenov would keep watching over her from afar, seeing as he has direct ties with her.
No one escapes alive. Is that in reference?
A device is built to sacrifice their lives and give up their Dark Aether essence before they die anyways to create 4 vials of highly enriched Ethereum. Before doing so, Gray records a message for Ava on August 15th, 1996, in which she details her true origins, while wishing that some part of Ava will remember Gray after she is gone, this message to be given to her when the time is right. For some reason, the Requiem leads end up in Zaravan, Urzikstan. Weaver, Gray, Carver and Strauss all sacrifice themselves, whether willingly, partially or not, to this device powering 4 Ethereum canisters where their corpses remain rotting for decades. In this room,
But there's only 2 there. What's with that? Why was there only 2?
many zombie artifacts, such as the Monkey Bomb, Cerberus Wonder Weapon, perk cans, one field upgrades, and more. They die, just as the Forsaken predicted, before he was trapped at the end of Black Ops Cold War.
But, big distinction here. I mean, Revolution might be about to go over this. Obviously, this is a very different fate than what they had. Because obviously they look younger here, so I think this may be from a timeline where they died because of the cells. This is also a line from Mob of the Dead, that should be noted, but I think this could be from a timeline where they were, like, killed on Terminus Island and they never escaped because they're young here. They're nowhere near as old as they are in Black Ops 6, so, you know, I think this could be from a different future that is not a thing anymore.
As that followed Operation First Domino, Ravenov would essentially be a ghost of Black Ops Cold War. In the years that followed Operation First Domino, Ravenov would essentially be a ghost in the shell, with the new Russian government having no record of him existing. While the specifics of his activity after 1985 to Modern Warfare 3 are unknown, he has stated that he acted as a mob enforcer while he kept watch of Ava from a distance. This was a dark period for his life. In the years that followed, he began wondering if he's lived for too long.
Damn.
Ava would go on living her life unaware of her real parents' identities until 2006, when she had a blood test during biology class and found out that her DNA did not match that of the Jansens. She went home, desperately trying to find her birth certificate, only to stumble upon CD-ROMs marked with Gray's name, as well as a photo of Gray, which triggered a faint memory in Ava's mind. To learning from her adoptive parents that Gray left her in their care and never came back, Ava was distraught with anger and resentment, and tried to avoid learning more about Gray by focusing on studying physics.
I just want to say that given that when she was born there was a Dark Aether entity born and she clearly has some connection to the Dark Aether, surely, like, taking steps that could result in her being resentful is a really, really bad idea. Like, I'm just saying. I'm just putting that out there. I feel like that's a bad move.
But the obsession kept creeping back. She had to learn more, and soon became fascinated with Gray's work on something known as Ethereum, and in understanding her struggles under Requiem, became less resentful of her. Instead, she was driven to exceed her mother in her own field. Throughout her life, the entity repeatedly attempted to reach out to her sister, but a full connection could not be made due to the dimensional barriers between their worlds. Jansen also began taking schizophrenia pills to suppress visions, dreams, and hallucinations from the entity's influence, being misdiagnosed. These hallucinations may have prompted some of her initial digging and knowledge on Dr. Gray's research, allowing her to have a much better understanding of the Dark Aether realm than most normal people.
Sorry, I sort of zoned out there. I was, like, thinking about, like, her having vision. Hold on.
The entity's influence, being misdiagnosed.
Yeah, so
these hallucinations may have prompted some of her initial digging and knowledge on Dr. Gray's research, allowing her to have a much better understanding of the Dark Aether realm than most normal people.
Right. Terminus Outcomes Creation.
Starting in 2005, Fletcher worked as a mercenary for a variety of clients. His mercenary work would later expand in 2011 into his own company, Terminus Outcomes, and quickly established itself as one of the world's largest private military companies.
Damn.
Named after his experience on Terminus Island, and quite literally being the outcomes of its aftermath.
Wow.
The company is headquartered out of Brunei to bypass extradition treaties with the United States, and has multiple training facilities located within Turkmenistan, Congo, and Uganda. Terminus Outcomes contractors are equipped with the latest weaponry and technology, and their training even rivals that of major NATO militaries.
Damn. A thought experiment. I'm not sure. I just want to make the point that I'm not sure those little transitions really fit. They're a little bit, like, too comedic for the serious zombie storyline. Just making the point. Not trying to. Just my own personal opinion.
Jansen primarily worked as a theoretical. After graduation, Jansen primarily worked as a theoretical physicist. At some point, she began speaking about Ethereum publicly as a quote-unquote thought experiment, as well as speaking about the possibility of alternative dimensions. She was heavily criticized by the scientific
Okay, hold on. Wait, hold on.
community after publishing her talk, Ethereum, a Thought Experiment, online, which theorized that an element, Ethereum, could be provoked into radioactive decay as to release enough giga-electrovolts to pop the soap bubble to pierce the veil between adjacent dimensions, and provide the world with a clean, sustainable energy source. Many dismissed her as a quack and a charlatan.
Okay, hold on. You're telling me that even after all this time, when back in Cold War, there were literally, like, Dark Aether breaches all over the world, the Dark Aether is still not common knowledge. Or not common knowledge, but at least common enough knowledge that the scientific community would know about it. Like, they know that Ethereum is a thing. They should know from that the Dark Aether is a thing, so why are they treating this like it's, like, lunacy? They should know that the Dark Aether is a thing, right?
Sometime after her talk was published online, she was interviewed by C. Cassidy regarding her PhD paper, Alternate Dimensions, Worlds Within Worlds, where she was asked to respond to her critics. She was quick to accuse the interviewer of being one of her said critics by forgetting to refer to her as Doctor. She would then elaborate on her beliefs, stating that historically those in power have pushed back against scientific theories contrary to popular belief, using the Catholic Church's pushback against Galileo Galilei's championing of Copernican heliocentrism as an example.
Damn, you go, Ava.
Eventually caught the ear of the American government, with the FBI abruptly raiding her laboratory, confiscating her research and placing her under arrest.
Damn.
She was held in detention for 12 days before being released. When asked by the media for an interview regarding the arrest, Jansen and her faculty staff failed to respond.
Zakhaev's Endless Shattered Dreams.
Taking a detour, during the war zone in Verdansk, Kostovia 2020, Russian ultranationalist and wanted terrorist Viktor Zakhaev used the tensions between the coalition and the allegiance to power up all the bunkers in Verdansk without realizing it, allowing him to activate the intercontinental ballistic missile silo hidden within Bunker 10. His plan to fulfill his late father's wishes ultimately failed, however, as Task Force 141 managed to get the abort code for the missile 6157 and launched an assault with the help of Farah, Alex, and Marcus Griggs' demon dogs in order to create a diversion. Price infiltrated Bunker 10 when Zakhaev activated the missile. Captain Price shot him in the shoulder before throwing him off to the bottom of the silo. With Zakhaev seemingly neutralized, Price received the abort code from Nikolai and prevented the ICBM from launching.
Okay.
Luckily for Zakhaev, thanks to some writing magic, the floor in the bunker silo was actually filled with water all along, allowing him to survive.
Oh, that's some.
For Zakhaev, thanks to some writing magic,
Yeah,
the floor of the
okay.
bunker silo was actually filled with water all along, allowing him to survive.
I feel like, is that, would that be, like, at all harmful to, like, a silo to have water at the bottom? I don't know. Right, an outbreak nears.
Following his close experience with death, he began hearing rumblings of this mysterious element known as Ethereum. Task Force 141 also caught wind of these...
What do you mean, rumblings? Like, how is Ethereum not common knowledge by now? In the Cold War, there was literally, like, outbreak zones everywhere. Like, how is it not known yet?
When they discovered intel on the Office of Requiem's formation, Force 141 also caught wind of these rumblings when they discovered intel on the Office of Requiem's formation from the 80s, with even the President of the United States themselves being anxious to get this show on the road. Simon Gus Riley wrote on it, "What the hell was the Office of Requiem?" Following on from this, it seems Task Force 141 operators became more aware.
Zakhaev's Dark Aether Saga.
Unbeknownst to Task Force 141, Zakhaev managed to survive his encounter with Price. After escaping, Zakhaev began searching for new weapons. He soon learned about Ethereum and the conflict between Requiem and Omega that ensued decades prior. It would seem as though governments and other bodies had most of their research intact, which ended up subsequently falling into the wrong hands. In 2021, he hired Terminus Outcomes, led by Jack Fletcher, to help him track and find the remaining Ethereum. All of this to avenge his father, Cold War relic Imran Zakhaev's death, stating,
I miss you, Father. You will have the legacy you deserve. I'll see to it.
with his ultimate goal and hopes being to take aim at the West.
Ava begins working with Zakhaev.
With her scientific career in disgraced shambles, Jansen was eventually recruited by Viktor Zakhaev to continue her work on Ethereum energy research, believing this was the only way to continue her work.
Damn, she fell in with the wrong crowd. God, Samantha and her descendants and her... It's always the family line, isn't it? The family line of Maxis being fucking cursed, you know, with Ludwig and Samantha and now Ava. It's just all cursed.
Ignorant of his true nature, Jansen assumed he was the CEO of Terminus Outcomes, whom she was recruited by, noting to herself he didn't fit the profile of a CEO.
Oh, come on, Ava. How the hell did you imagine that this guy was that person? God damn it, you're cleverer than that.
Was told her research was needed under the guise of researching clean energy and medicine.
Of course.
She surmised that Zakhaev's motives went beyond simple energy research.
Yep.
In actuality, it was to further develop Ethereum-based weaponry.
Yep.
She would be proven correct after Zakhaev and Terminus Outcomes catch wind over the Ethereum vials where the Requiem heads are deceased.
Okay, again, I still want to know why there's only 2 vials there when in that machine there were 4 slots. Right, Outbreak.
Later the same year, 2021, accompanied by Fletcher and a squad of his contractors, Zakhaev travels to Zaravan, Urzikstan, where they ambush a group of local police forces at an American checkpoint, creating a diversion. After breaching into a basement of a hotel, they discover a long-abandoned CIA safe house containing the mummified remains of Grigori Weaver and the 3 other corpses around a device placed on a table. They seem untouched since the 90s and are long since gone. The device opens, revealing 2 vials of highly enriched Ethereum. Zakhaev quickly reaches out to grab this cache of weapons-grade Ethereum. In disbelief, he exclaims,
"Oh, they're actually real. They're actually here."
Interestingly enough, 2 vials are now missing. Armed with these vials by his side, he and his mercs attempt to escape, but are quickly attacked by police reinforcement, including military police.
Damn.
As they are relentlessly shot at, almost all of his men are killed, and he is cut off from his escort. Chasing them down, the corpse of Zakhaev cornered with no options left, aside from one. He makes a quick, reckless choice and tosses one of the vials at the police.
Oh no, you fucking idiot. Like, again, I really don't know how Ethereum and zombies and what it does. The fact that it makes zombies is not common knowledge at this point. Like, throughout the entire world. Like, this guy has been doing research on Ethereum with Ava. Surely he would know. I don't know. Like, I'm just shocked that people don't know about this shit yet. How do they not know?
Immediately encapsulating the entire area in Dark Aether Mist.
That is a lot of Dark Aether Mist as well, from one fucking vial. All of that. It's like multiple blocks. That is madness.
Which creates an exclusion zone that turns people, both dead and alive, into zombies, reintroducing the Dark Aether into our reality.
Okay, so just to re-clarify, in the past, in Vanguard, okay, yeah, full recap. In the original Aether Saga, it was 115 that created zombies. Zombies were people infected with 115. In Vanguard, it seemed as though the zombies were actually... had nothing to do with Ethereum or 115. It was dead bodies resurrected by magic by court effects. In Cold War, It was the zombies, the immense amount of zombies banished to the Dark Aether from the end of Black Ops 4 that were under the Forsaken's command, that were leaving the Dark Aether and going into the real world. Now it's like raw Ethereum or concentrated Ethereum that is turning people into zombies. So we've sort of come full circle now.
Forces of the Dark Aether spread throughout the city, grabbing and tangling everyone caught in the mist. Fletcher watches in horror as many of his own men, both dead and wounded, turn into zombies and begin to attack each other.
I love that.
Zakhaev grins in satisfaction.
Fuck. Looks like we have a weapon.
Zakhaev manages to return to the LTV with Fletcher, but takes a hit by a sniper on his way.
Oof.
Before driving off and safely leaving the area. Now realizing the true effectiveness of Ethereum.
And he's only got one vial yet.
This allowed the entity's influence over Ava to grow, as the veil had been weakened.
Oh. Aftermath, right.
Operation Deadbolt was established overnight in response to the threat. Special Security Officer Selma Green was placed in charge of the operation.
And Operation Deadbolt is the one and only zombies map in Modern Warfare 3 zombies, right? It's the only one. Because the Modern Warfare 3 zombies saga was astronomically short. So yeah, and the reason I know about Operation Deadbolt is because on the wiki, every time there's a new Black Ops 6 Zombies map, it always says on the wiki like that the next map chronologically is Operation Deadbolt. So yeah, only one map, the first and hopefully only Zombies game to only have one map.
While picking recruits for the newly formed response unit, Green was recommended by her CIA colleague, Kate Laswell, ordered by higher-ups, to choose Sergei Ravanov, the former Spetsnaz captain who has had past dealings with similar undead incursions, and who is most relevant, acting as a familiar face for us, the last known surviving member from the Requiem era.
Now that brings up a question. First off, so he's branded as the only surviving Requiem member, but obviously in Black Ops 6 we have Peck and Maya, and Raptor 1, actually, Maddox, yeah. So that makes me wonder, first off, where is Peck? Second off, where is Maya? And third off, where is Raptor 1? Because if Ravanov is the only one remaining, that must mean that the other three who didn't sacrifice themselves in that room must have either died at an earlier point or just somewhere else entirely. Because I feel like if this happened, they would be at the if they were still alive, they would be at the forefront of trying to figure out, you know, what the fuck is going on. So my bet is that they're either like dead, maybe in the Dark Aether, or imprisoned by the government. I have no idea. I guess we'll see.
Despite the complete lack of background information on Ravanov, Green was told to trust the recommendation by higher-ups, to which she even received a direct letter from the White House stating, "You know who I am. I hope my identity and status have been appropriately communicated to you."
Bloody hell.
In another letter, they stated, "You have the entirety of my office and the Pentagon at your disposal." This implies that not only does the president themselves seemingly have a vetted interest in Deadbolt, knowing of the outbreak immediately, but that they also handpicked Ravanov specifically, and could even be, potentially, someone we know.
Oh, really? Are we really going off the theory that Edward fucking Richtofen has in between? Oh my god. Are we really going off the idea that Edward Richtofen has ascended to be the fucking president of the United States of America? Are we really going there? That is insane. That is madness.
Her by saying, there is no one else, someone we know. Laz will try to reassure her by saying, there is no one else that could fill his position. Ravenov remains merely a seasoned and mysterious veteran to everyone else around him, something constantly mentioned in the intel. He lends his expertise where he can. As the CIA created Deadbolt, Terminus Outcomes deploys contractors into the exclusion zone, where they establish a fortress overseen by the company's second-in-command, Legacy, Baranov. Fletcher and Zakhaev begin to study the Ethereum sample in their possession, with they establish a fortress overseen by the company's second-in-command, Legacy, Baranov. Fletcher and Zakhaev begin to study the Ethereum sample in their possession, with Fletcher proclaiming that they would make a killing by selling Ethereum once Zakhaev had enriched enough additional samples.
Extraction's gone great. Gonna make a killing selling this Ethereum.
When I've enriched enough to make more of these, you can do as you please with the rest.
Deadbolt accrued several additional members. Captain Amy Fang, who handles infiltration and exfiltration, Captain Lucas Dobbs, more commonly referred to as just Luke, who provides drone reconnaissance, Colour Sergeant Rupinder, Roops Kapoor, who provides mechanical expertise, Dr. Hugo Barrera, who studies dark ether creatures and phenomena, and Sergeant Johnny Soap McTavish, who handles field operations.
Soap is in this? Okay. See, my perspective of it is, if they have all of these characters, why couldn't they just make us play as them? Like, why continue the pointless charade with the fucking operators? Just give us... If these characters are going to be major players in this story, then just let us play as them. But then again, I have a certain appreciation for operators now. And that while I do prefer, like, a solid crew, within the style of Modern Warfare 3 and Cold War and Vanguard, maybe a set crew wouldn't have actually been the best idea. I'm starting to come around to that idea now. Either way, I'm just glad we've got a crew in Black Ops 6, although it could still be better than it is.
Most importantly, they hire Corporal Krista Miller to handle requisitions, now grown up, who at some point joined the United States Marine Corps. Despite selection for the operation, there was concern that her past with the undead threat could affect her work. Though, following a letter sent by Miller herself to Green, those concerns were put to rest. Miller would work as the operations quartermaster.
Oh, I kind of want to... Okay.
Concerns were put to rest. Miller would work as the operations quartermaster, also creating audio logs to describe the more exotic threats that the strike team would encounter during the operation.
Like all of the enemies that we've faced previously, because there's like no new enemies in Modern Warfare 3, right?
To be during this operation that she would meet someone else experienced.
Oh, hold on. I want to see.
It would also be during this operation.
Oh, those zombies' eyes looked brighter than usual. I think they were still yellow, though.
Someone else experienced with these kinds of incursions, Ravenov. At one point, Ravenov learned from Miller that she experienced the Liberty Falls outbreak and promised to help her learn the truth behind it by offering to connect the dots based on what she remembered. However, they had to keep it off the books, as Miller had kept it mostly to herself throughout her life for fear of...
I just want to say that camo looks awful. That is so, like, low quality, like, frame rate.
Consequences and threats she received, potentially deadly. The government, of course, did not want their involvement in Liberty Falls to get out. Miller was surprised.
Wait a minute. The government's... yeah, I guess it was kind of their fault, because they were overseeing Project Janus, and it was directly Janus's fault that the outbreak occurred. Although, was it, though? Because it wasn't... Wasn't it Sam that caused the outbreak? AI Sam? So was it really Janus's fault? I guess it happened under their jurisdiction.
He found someone else alive who even knew of what happened and questioned why she even had to keep it to herself for so long. Miller experiences post-traumatic stress disorder due to the events she endured on Liberty Falls, and states she hates fried chicken due to her experience. But she says she is still ready to take on the threat and face the demons head-on, being someone tied since the beginning. In addition, a strike team of operators was also employed to carry out various missions in the Zaravan exclusion zone to assist other Deadbolt members.
Well, I want to have a look at those zombies again, because they looked...
To assist other Deadbolt members.
Yeah, look at... Hold on, I can't... Yeah, I think their eyes are still yellow. There's some... They look just, like, really bright.
Members.
It's the Avogadro. Infiltration, right.
Roughly 3 weeks after the outbreak started, after receiving a briefing from Laswell, the strike team deploy in Zaravan for the first time alongside Soap and Ravenov.
I can't believe Soap is in this.
One of our checkpoints reported hostile contact. Then the whole town went dark.
Until we know what's going on, containment is the name of the game. No one gets in, and nothing, I mean nothing gets out. Clear?
Ravenov here has experience with this kind of incursion.
Brilliant. He'll give you the lay of the land. Keep your head up and listen to him if you want to survive.
Report to SSO Green. Out here, this is her show. Welcome to Operation Deadbolt.
See, I want to make the point here that, I feel I've never played Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, and I've given it a lot of hate, but that's mainly because of how much of a potential misstep it was in the story, and because of how shit, like, it played in terms of, like, you know, in terms of actual gameplay and stability. Like, they deadass could not keep the servers up for more than like a week without some sort of fucking problem, and the game is still plagued by bugs even to this fucking day. So, you know, but this is making me like want to try it, and I probably will try it like at some point in the future. But yeah, just want to make that point.
It was also at this time that Terminus Outcomes employ Ari Dockerby, who sets up a fortress in Zaravan City and begins to harass Operation Deadbolt's convoys passing through the area. Meanwhile, Zakhaev records a message to his late father, vowing to continue his legacy and strike against the West, naming Washington DC, London, and Paris as targets for his revenge. Zakhaev also learns of one of Price's protégés, Johnny So McTavish, working for Operation Deadbolt, and swore that he would take Johnny So McTavish revenge. Zakhaev also learns of one of Price's protégés, Johnny So McTavish, working for Operation Deadbolt, and swore that he would take Soap's life as vengeance against Price for nearly killing him in Verdansk, although seeing him as kind of a brother.
I'm a patient man, Captain. I won't rest until everyone you care about is eliminated. So imagine my pleasure to find your protege, Soap McTavish, embedded with Operation Deadbolt. Oh, losing him, that would be like losing a brother. Oh, yeah, the thought of it is exhilarating.
Jake Fletcher, client conversation regarding Terminus contract 75819. Commencing.
Why are you recording?
For quality assurance.
I assume you have questions?
The shit you're after. I need to know what it does.
Ethereum? It is none of your concern.
Will it harm my men?
Yet. If they're smart, they should be fine.
Great. So, half are going home in body bags? We need to renegotiate the contract. If there's a market for this, I know people, buyers. We could stand to make a lot of money.
Money is of no concern.
Then you won't mind parting with it.
When I have enough enriched Ethereum to secure my father's legacy, you may sell whatever remains to your buyers.
So was he making enriched Ethereum to be used in weapons, or was he making more enriched Ethereum to basically create exclusion zones all over the world? Basically, like, threaten to detonate these, you know, or just do it, you know, as vengeance? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Right, Ava Jensen's defection.
As Ava Jansen learns of Zakhaev's true plan with the Ethereum that he and Fletcher have been extracting, she realizes she needs Deadbolt, as she may be the only person with the knowledge to stop the outbreak. She uses a tablet within the exclusion zone to contact them. After her tablet was found by Deadbolt operatives and decrypted by Luke Dobbs, Deadbolt would deploy boots on the ground to her coordinates. Following this event, Zakhaev ordered Fletcher to find and kill Ava Jansen, while also continuing to extract Ethereum and defend against Operation Deadbolt's assaults.
She's played her part. Find her and kill her.
This prompted Terminus Outcome's mercenaries at her location to try and prevent Operation Deadbolt's strike team from extracting her, while also fighting against the zombie hordes in the area. By the time Deadbolt operatives reach her, she was already in the process of deleting her work from Terminus's servers. Accomplishing this, she and Deadbolt then fought Terminus mercenaries to a nearby helipad, where they were exfiltrated by Amy Fang.
Nice.
Terminus Outcomes failed in preventing her extraction.
Nice.
I have a lot of questions for Dr. Jansen, and she has a lot to answer for.
Back at the base, Jansen was interrogated by SSO Selma Green, Johnny So McTavish, and Ravenov about her work with Zakhaev. She told them that she had no idea that he was a terrorist when she started her work for him.
As the daughter of Samantha Maxis, Ravenov, and the surrogate daughter of Grey, she really should have known better than that. And not to mention she was raised by a couple of bloody New Zealand, what was it, intelligence operatives? God damn, she really should have been... she's a scientist, she really should have been smarter than that. Well, I guess she was a bit desperate.
And that she wanted to help Deadbolt stop his plans. Informing her interrogators that Zakhaev kept his weapons-grade Ethereum on his person at all times, she pleaded to Deadbolt to let her fix the problem she unintentionally helped start. It took some convincing, but ultimately Green agreed to have her on board.
Okay, cool. Working with Deadbolt.
With Deadbolt's assistance, Jansen was able to craft a prototype Ethereum neutralizer. After a firefight against Terminus Outcomes and disabling a pair of SAM turrets, Deadbolt escorted an ACV containing the neutralizer across the exclusion zone to a particularly Ethereum-rich area, where they gave it a test fire. Ultimately, it was successful in destabilizing the raw, unprocessed Ethereum crystals. Unfortunately, Jansen later reveals in a post-mission briefing with Green, Soap and Ravenov, that her research concludes that the neutralizer would only be effective against unprocessed Ethereum, as opposed to the weapons-grade Ethereum present in Zakhaev's vial.
Damn.
Frustrated Green would accuse her of failure. Jansen shot back, saying that that wasn't true, and she could amplify the neutralizer's output to affect the vial using research conducted by none other than Dr. Oscar Strauss. It seems as though much of Requiem's research had been salvaged. After some debating, Green relented and ordered Deadbolt to secure Strauss's data.
I just want to say, this Green sounds like an asshole. She just seems like an asshole.
The ether storm in Zaravan expanded. Jansen began to clutch her head in pain as she swallowed some schizophrenia pills. A concerned Ravenov tried to confront her and ask what was wrong, to which Jansen simply replied that it was just a migraine that would soon pass.
Ava, what is wrong?
It's just a migraine. It'll pass. They always do.
Oh. Critical tension.
Zakhaev continued to threaten Deadbolt and ordered his troops to destroy the neutralizer. Deadbolt would soon have to raid a legacy Baranov's fortress to obtain Strauss's data. With the neutralizer complete and ready for use against Zakhaev, Deadbolt deployed to Zakhaev's Ethereum refining plant and prepared to activate the neutralizer, but were attacked by Terminus forces and later by Orcus, an ether worm that feeds on massive Ethereum rift energy. After a lengthy battle,
Right, Orcus.
were attacked by Terminus forces and later by Orcus, an ether worm that feeds on massive Ethereum rift energy.
So, Orcus, we saw a statue of in Shattered Vale in one of the underground areas. So, that is, I think, potentially one of the first references we've actually had properly to Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, a statue of Orcus.
energy. After a lengthy battle, Jansen rushed to the neutralizer, past the worm, and activated it, killing it and destabilizing Zakhaev's vial and Ethereum around it.
Oh,
Without
yeah.
warning, this, for some reason, triggered a Dark Aether vortex to appear, sucking up literally everything in its wake, killing all soldiers it encapsulates. As Zakhaev stares at the vortex in horror, Fletcher warns Zakhaev that they have to leave. Unconcerned with Fletcher's warning, Zakhaev watches as his Ethereum vial destabilizes, dropping to the ground in disbelief. Fletcher then grabs Zakhaev, throwing him to safety inside a building. The vortex lifted Jansen into the air like a god with bolts of electricity as the entity appeared before Jansen, demanding her to. She screamed in horror.
What did you...
The entity appeared before Jansen, demanding her to.
Let us in, okay.
She screamed in horror.
Was it really necessary to repeat that clip twice? Yeah, I heard it the first time.
Fainting as the vortex closed and she floated back to the ground.
She's got powers
Ravenov
now.
quickly rushed to help her as she opened her eyes as they briefly glow a dark purple,
yes.
just as her own mother's did. The experience seemingly left Jansen with no memory of what had just occurred, only remembering vaguely the entity that had called to her. As Zakhaev's Ethereum all became useless, the outbreak retracted momentarily before a new giant anomaly appears in the distance.
Oh dear.
It would seem as though, despite Zakhaev's vial being the cause for the initial outbreak, it weakened the veil between the worlds so much so that it now allowed Ava's connection with the entity to strengthen, further weakening the veil and allowing the entity to now take a more concrete hold on the area, explaining the continuous outbreak. The vortex that appeared could have been her desperately gaining enough power before Ethereum's collapse to open a portal and get a hold of Ava, tying her to the world. The entity begins opening Dark Aether rifts to Al-Mazrah, and Deadbolt are informed of a large
an energy spike in the red zone.
That's two less loose ends. So, okay, just to clarify, the map itself is called Operation Deadbolt. It's large-scale zombies experience. Yeah, so it is just a big-ass map. I don't know if they, like, added in, other areas as they went along, or what, but, yeah. But it is just one map, even if they added, like, other areas to it. Right.
Following this defeat, Zakhaev once again went into hiding, leaving Terminus Outcomes to operate independently in Zaravan. This also caused a shift in direction for them, where their focus was now only on extracting the Ethereum and selling it to those who are interested in it for a profit. War efforts,
Fair enough.
medicine, whatever. Anything money can buy.
What was that?
War efforts, medicine, whatever. Anything
Oh, literally
money
anything.
can buy. Fletcher's that
Oh, hey, Quartz. How is you doing? Yeah, it is one long ass stream. Because I keep pausing to discuss stuff. If I'd watched them all the way through just regularly, then it would have been shorter. But I'm enjoying this, learning about it and stuff. It's about damn time.
Fletcher, whatever. Anything money can buy. Fletcher's that kind of man. Fletcher would then send an angry invoice of the whopping amount of $3.7 million in Ares to him, stating, "You owe us," for Terminus's services in the zone, stating partial payment in Ethereum is acceptable. As far as we're aware, Zakhaev likely never paid him. And
As noted, but you are currently $3.7 million behind on payments. Jesus. Ugh.
this is the last we see of Zakhaev in the story. Whilst he was set up as the main villain initially, it seems that this was most likely mandated as a marketing ploy by higher-ups as a way to connect Black Ops and Modern Warfare's stories together. But Treyarch likely didn't want to include him. They probably already had a story outlined previously without him, and constantly had Fletcher refer to him as a bumbling idiot in the intel.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with having, like, multiple different antagonists throughout a lasting story, but I feel so sorry for Treyarch having to put up with this shit. Yeah, I'm good. I mean, I've been like watching Zombies lore and learning new shit for the past 5 hours, so yeah, I'm good. Finally caught up on the Chaos storyline. I still have a few questions about it, that weren't really fully explained, but I think it's pretty interesting. I'm looking forward to see if they integrate more stuff from it into Black Ops 6. Yeah, I feel so sorry for Treyarch having to put up with this shit. Activision forcing them to deliver this to us, this unstable, constantly changing story. Oh, goodness gracious. Right, we carry on.
Constantly flanked by grunts and yes men on one side.
But yeah, again, at the same time, I don't think there's anything, like, considering Operation Deadbolt was like a continuously developing thing with a continuously developing story, I don't think there's really anything wrong with having multiple antagonists that come and go throughout the story. And this guy didn't really seem like a major antagonist anyway, considering, you know, the scale of the zombie storyline. Like, this is just a guy that wanted to make more Ethereum and sell it, basically. And well, make more Ethereum and take over the world. But, yeah.
And completely sus wet jobs like Zach or the other. Somehow, every last one of them is completely useless.
They then ditched him at the nearest opportunity after resurrecting him for no reason. The same goes for Soap. Following this point, he makes no other appearance in the cutscenes beyond a few radios and once again serves no purpose in the story and was ditched at the earliest opportunity.
God
Since Modern
damn.
Warfare 3 Zombies takes place in 2021, this is before his eventual death in 2023 when he's shot in the head by Makarov in the London Underground at the end of the campaign for the same game.
Right. Outcomes, a new direction.
Following the change in direction, Terminus Outcomes also employs a new commander to further reinforce their operation in Zaravan, Dr. Sonar Keres Mirzoyan, a person with a deep interest in chemical research and also a deep hatred for morality, who sets up another Terminus Outcomes.
A deep hatred for morality. What does that even mean? Seriously, what does that even mean? How in God's green earth can you have a hatred for morality?
Fortress, this time in Orlov military base.
Right, Dark Aether Rifts.
Meanwhile, the Deadbolt team was deployed to investigate the anomaly near the high threat zone, which turned out to be a rift into the Dark Aether. The entity spoke to the strike team and had them power various altars, which eventually culminated in another ether worm called Gormgant.
Gormgant. Okay, point. Those little shrines there looked kind of similar to the pieces of the moon that were in the Dark Aether during the Vanguard storyline. Again, just making the point.
Spawning in to take advantage.
I'm spitballing here, just trying to connect different things.
Of the high concentration of Ethereum energy. Ravenov monitored the strike team, who, after defeating the worm, returned to HQ and reported this encounter with an unknown entity inside the rift.
Okay, so just to make the point again, well, just make a separate point. A lot of people are speculating this entity to be Samantha, but it was said that the entity is like a dark clone of Ava. So I don't know what to believe now. Hallucination, right.
Concurrently with the strike team's venture into the Dark Aether, while
Oh, hold on, that... I just want to look at that.
With the strike team's venture into
Oh my god, did you see that? Right, look at this animation, right. Bring it back. That is one frame. Oh my goodness gracious, that is one frame. Jesus lemons, I knew that looked rough.
Venture into the Dark Aether. While recovering at the Deadbolt headquarters from her own encounter with the entity, Jansen began to look into Project Janus through means of her own, hacking into
Ooh.
Deadbolt's mainframes, discovering Richtofen.
Oh, hold on, what is...
through means of her own.
So,
Hacking
close special review upholders from Terminus Island.
To Deadbolt's mainframes, discovering Richthofen's classified Janus research from the 90s that involved various individuals, including Ravenov, the leads of Requiem, and Samantha Maxis. While doing this, Jansen suffered another bout of migraine while hearing the voice of the entity.
Yeah, that's definitely meant to be like a clone of her. It's the same model, the same head shape, everything. That's not Samantha. We'd be... I think I'd be able to tell if it was Samantha.
She suddenly found that the lights in the facility had gone out. Stepping out of her room to investigate, Jansen finds several corpses laying about and noises of gunfire.
Oh dear. Just
she then
ignore
found
them.
herself surrounded by various zombies.
Whoa.
With the zombified Requiem leads all pointing at her as the entity whispered to her.
Jesus. That's very cool. It's a dream,
Jansen
though.
fought back against the zombie horde with a machete, but as Ravenov called out to her, she turned back and found that she had slashed his throat. Green quickly ordered her men to arrest Jansen.
No way.
Drop your weapon! Drop it!
But this turned out to be just yet another hallucination.
Oh, thank fuck.
As Jansen remained in her room, briefly possessed by the entity, as she whispered how they...
You will never be alone again. We will be one.
As her eyes glowed purple once again, Jansen snapped out of her...
I got really scared then. I thought that Ravenov just kicked the fucking bucket.
hallucination as Ravenov called her via phone, informing her that the strike team had returned from a brief encounter with the entity in the Dark Aether dimension.
Jansen, this is Ravenov. The strike team have returned from the rift.
Ravenov?
Ava, they made contact with some kind of entity. They're coming for debrief. Report to ops.
They met... what?
An entity inside the rift.
I'll be right there.
Whilst him being unaware that she had been suffering hallucinations and hearing from the entity's voice just as the strike team had been contacted, indicating that by the strike team defeating the worm, it somehow allowed the entity's connection with her to grow stronger. Potentially, in the worm's feeding on the Ethereum energy, it circumvented the entity's control. After all, after the first worm was defeated was the very moment a vortex was triggered where the entity met face to face with Ava for the first time. The worms may have been suppressing the ethereal discharge, stabilizing it, in turn not allowing the entity to use it to its advantage. As she headed off from her bed, she left her laptop screen active, showing profiles of Weaver, Carver, Strauss and Gray, all confirmed to be deceased, with Ravenov's being active, whereas Samantha Maxis's states classified Janus Directive 6776D, which it then pans out to in the final moment, highlighting its importance.
Inside the rift.
I'll be right there.
At some point around here, Ravenov and Deadbolt...
Also, I want to make the point that the cutscenes have a... is that an error? Is that like a glitch? That it has like a reticle in the middle?
I'll be right there.
At some point around here, Ravenov and Deadbolt member Hugo Barrera instructed the strike team to gather data on the Aether Storm in an effort to learn how to stunt it. To this end, the strike team acquired several flash...
Not even stop it, just stunt it. Jesus, it is really getting desperate at this point.
...from Terminus's data stations, then put them in refractors while under an active
Right.
drives from an effort to learn how to stunt it. To this end, the strike team acquired several flash drives from Terminus's data stations, then put them in refractors while under an active storm. This attracted another, much stronger Aether worm, this time red. Greylorn,
Ooh.
which the strike team was able to defeat.
An adventure in the Dark Aether Rift.
After Fletcher learned about the Omega Group and heard whispers of the Dark Aether containing a treasure trove of goods, he assembled a team of Terminus operatives to escort him into the Dark Aether.
Oh,
After
God.
learning of a new rift opening in the high threat zone. Once inside, his team was quickly stranded due to unfamiliarity with the territory.
Well, that's you just asking for it at that point. Like, what the hell did you actually expect? You're just gonna go into the Dark Aether, like, grab some nice juicy Ethereum, and then waltz back out again? Fucking morons.
Following the appearance of the first rift, Jansen contacted the strike team and informed them of the second anomaly. Ravenov opted to join the team as he was also on site at the time. Fortunately for Terminus outcomes, Ravenov followed Fletcher and the squad of Terminus soldiers when entering the anomaly and was later joined by the strike team in the Dark Aether. Fletcher got in contact with Sergei Ravenov and the Deadbolt team, who followed them in pursuit. Both sides agreed to a truce and worked together to escape the Dark anomaly and was later
So I keep zoning out and looking at, like, the environment and stuff.
joined by the strike team in the Dark Aether. Fletcher got in contact with Sergei Ravenov and the Deadbolt team, who followed them in pursuit. Both sides agreed to a truce and worked together to escape the Dark Aether. They found pieces of Jansen's neutralizer and reassembled it in order to open another rift. Fletcher, however, betrays both Deadbolt and Terminus Outcomes mercenaries by using an Ethereum vial to transform his men into zombies,
Oh.
slowing Ravenov and the strike team and facilitating his own escape.
Bollocks.
And just like Zakhaev and so before him, that is the last we hear of Fletcher in the main story.
Couldn't have done it without your help, Deadbolt. Sorry to disappoint, but,
Yeah, I mean, again, like, while it's a bit messy to just keep dropping characters like this, again, I don't see the problem with having multiple antagonists, like, throughout the story. And again, of all the villains that you could have for a COD Zombies storyline, Zakhaev and Fletcher really seem like minor ones. Like, ones that you want to just let them have their parts in the story and then just put to the side as soon as you can, because they really don't matter. They're to be honest, they're just really plot devices they're devices to give players stuff to do, which is just a testament to, you know, the shit of Modern Warfare 3 Zombies, but, you know, regardless. Plus, you know, I feel like it would be likely that he'd want to, after getting stranded in the Dark Aether and seeing that he is probably, like, way out of his league, he'd probably just want to get out and be done with it, to be honest. And then there was a big mangler. Reinforcing operation in what did that say? Zaravan.
After this event in the Dark Aether Rift, Terminus Outcomes never bothered to investigate it again, instead focusing all of their efforts into extracting Ethereum and defending against Operation Deadbolt.
Yeah.
At this time, they also employed a new commander to further bolster their rank.
Another one.
Rainmaker, a Cuban who has a liking for explosives and traps, who builds a fortress located in the Shahin Manor.
Oh god. Confronting Ravenov.
Meanwhile, Ravenov and the strike team managed to return safely. As Ravenov was tending to his wounds in the Deadbolt headquarters, Jansen confronted him on his affiliation with Requiem, demanding him to reveal the truth about the fate of its leads.
You were part of Requiem.
Yes.
What happened to them?
Maxis sacrificed herself to end the outbreak. We promised we would find a way to rescue her. And when we failed, it was a blow. Some of us took it very hard.
So that's obviously referring to she sacrificed herself to stop the outbreak. That's referring to Cold War, and then they tried to bring her back and they failed, and that's Black Ops 6. But then again, thinking about it, when he says she sacrificed herself to end the outbreak, while that did happen in Cold War, obviously, that doesn't necessarily have to refer to Cold War, because the outbreaks are still happening in Black Ops 6, so they could temporarily bring her back and then have her sacrifice herself again. But then again, I'm not really sure that's... I don't know. This is the problem with Modern Warfare 3. It just makes Black Ops 6 completely pointless. Like, regardless of how good the story is right now, it is basically completely nullified by this dog shit. And not even dog shit, just the fact that we know that none of it is going to mean anything because, you know, we know that Samantha never makes it out of the Dark Aether, or she does and then she just goes back in. So, I don't know.
We vowed never to let this happen again.
Well, you did a really great job at that, didn't you then, Ravenov? Because you... Hold on. We vowed never to let this happen again. It was the fucking... It was the fucking Requiem crew. It's their fault that all of this started. Because they sacrificed themselves to make a couple of Ethereum vials, and then they were found by the wrong people, and that started the outbreak to begin with. So, I'm still unclear as to why the fuck they did that. Why would they sacrifice themselves and convert their essence to concentrated Ethereum when they know that it's dangerous and that more than likely it was going to fall into the wrong hands? How does that work? What's the point of that? That's ridiculous.
Allowed her to tend to his wounds and briefly mentioned that Requiem attempted and failed to rescue Samantha Maxis from the Dark Aether following her sacrifice in 1985.
Black Ops 6. Yes, I know, Jason.
Following her sacrifice in 1985.
What I have to do. I'm sorry. This is the only way.
So she...
Jansen pressed him on the purpose of Requiem's Ethereum research and also expressed how it doesn't make sense how he has such good genes, as he joked, and how he is in such good shape despite fighting zombies 40 years ago.
So you're 0 for 2.
That's actually a good point. What the hell is going on? Yeah, hold on. What the hell is going on with Ravenov? Because why has he not been... Because if anything, he's been around Dark Aether... Well, actually, then again, retroactively, the Terminus crew did go into the Dark Aether, so that's got to have done something to them. But he was, like, around Firebase Z. He was around Firebase Z when that was, like, in the middle of the fucking Dark Aether phase. So what's with him? Why isn't he, like, corrupted?
On those promises.
40 years ago.
So you're 0 for 2 on those promises.
I am still here, am I not, Dr. Jansen? I am still fighting.
And here's the thing. You shouldn't be. That was 30 years ago, and look at you.
Now work out.
Oh, that's a crock, and you know it. What was the focus of Requiem's Ethereum research?
Dr. Jansen.
Ravenov stopped her mid-sentence and promised to tell her more about the old days after resolving the current outbreak. Jansen stormed out of the room, declaring that she would find answers on her own. Once alone, Ravenov quietly remarked to himself that Jansen's parents were proud of her, as the camera panned to a screen of the Requiem head statuses again, this time with an enlarged shot of Samantha.
They are. Oh, they are so very proud of you.
Entering the Dark Aether. Oh, hold on. Are those are the symbols from the tomb? This was 5 months ago. Okay, so were they used in this as well?
Slowly, the entity began to take over Jansen's mind, manipulating her further, which
God.
was made easier due to her anger and enragement with Ravenov, causing her to become distracted during Deadbolt's briefing sessions. She was eventually lured by the entity. Jansen was subsequently reported missing, and later found entering a third rift in Zaravan. Ravenov and the strike team...
Yeah, those are the same symbols from the tomb. That's interesting.
pursue Jansen into the rift and witnessed as the entity possessed her completely,
Oh.
claiming that they have been restored.
We are restored. We remember.
Holy shit.
Dr. Jansen! Stop right there!
Really living up to a mother's name. And a mother's legacy. What did it say there? Whoa. Ho, ho, ho. That's a hard as fuck line. You can run, but where will you go? That is amazing. Wait a minute, hold on. Was that zombie just then doing an A pose? I don't know. No, I don't think so. I thought it was like, I thought it was like Deadass doing an A pose there.
Unleashing zombies on them. Regardless, the Strike Team and Ravenov are able to survive and break her free of her control, repelling the entity and rescuing Jansen.
The
Break her
fuck?
free of her control.
It's like,
repelling
hello,
the entity
you okay?
and rescuing Jansen.
Alright, Sisters Aftermath.
Later back at HQ, Ravenov scolded and reprimanded Jansen for blindly.
Okay. Well done, YouTube.
Ravenov scolded and reprimanded Jansen for blindly and recklessly pursuing Gray's research, but decided that with her meeting the entity head-on, it was time to finally tell her the truth. By finally showing her the recording from the late Dr. Elizabeth Gray
Yep.
from 1996, before the Requiem Head's deaths.
Why is there a reticle in the middle of the screen?
In the recording, Gray detailed the nature of Jansen's birth, revealing the truth. While she carried and birthed her, it was merely through surrogacy, and her biological mother was none other than Samantha Maxis, currently, as far as we're aware, still trapped in the Dark Aether.
One day she went into the Dark Aether and didn't come back.
Okay, and didn't come back. That implies that she never came back. So, no matter what we fucking do, Samantha's not coming back because of that line right there. Gray said she never came back, so we failed. Whatever we're gonna try and do to bring her back, it doesn't work. So, yeah.
Whose DNA, alongside Ravenov's, with or without their consent, was used to create her by Requiem. Gray says that her and all of the other ex-Requiem heads are dying due to the Dark Aether exposure and could not continue their work, and that Sam was exposed more than the rest of them, explaining that
This is why you are so important. You are bonded to the Dark Aether. It's in your genes. No one knows whether that could be something wonderful or something dangerous.
They created her as a fucking weapon.
she says that Sam was the
Kindest, bravest soul I have ever met.
Whilst they're dying, she says,
But we can ensure that someone will watch over you. We agreed Ravenov would be the best choice, especially given his connection to you. I know the Jansens will have given you the best life, but giving you up at only 3 years old.
On the
He looks at...
respond.
Oh, I didn't... What the fuck?
Taking a detour during the ways,
but we can ensure that someone
It, Ravenov there looks like,
especially given his connection to you. I know the Jansens will have given you the best life.
He looks like, oh, what the fuck is his name? I can't think of what his name is, and I genuinely cannot think of what he's been in. Sake. No, it's not coming to me. No, I got nothing. I got nothing. Oh, ignore me. I'll think of it
For
later.
giving you up. At only 3 years old.
On the recording, she says,
I am so sorry. I'd like to hope there's a part of you that will remember me.
after she is gone, to which Ava says,
There is.
before Gray says,
I love you, Ava. Goodbye.
I don't think Revolution needed to narrate the, like, he says and then she says. You could have just let the cutscene play. Although, then again, copyright could be a factor of that, I guess.
Whilst it is unclear why the characters then go on to sacrifice their lives, judging from the fact they chose Ravenov to look after Ava, and the fact Ava and lots of other characters in the story have been repeatedly pointing out how good Ravenov looks for his age, and how healthy he is, in 2021 it would make him around 70 years old.
There is no way that Ravenov is 70 looking like that. What the hell has he done to himself?
He doesn't look it. It's very well possible that they gave up their essence to allow Ravenov to live longer.
Oh. Right.
There were 2 vials missing after all. Maybe Ravenov took one, but if so, it begs the question, who took the other? It's also interesting how the Ethereum was killing them, and yet they may have managed to develop technology to allow it to do the complete opposite. But after all, zombies do live practically forever, being the undead, and time passes slower in the Dark Aether, so it is very well possible that it can have 2 drastically different effects. And Ava specifically was even looking into the Dark Aether for the purpose of advancing medicine. What better medicine than this? Following on from this, Ava frustratingly says to Ravenov,
How could you not tell me the truth?
to which Ravenov reveals that the entity is her dark shadow created the moment she was. A physical, breathing bond with the Dark Aether. A living gateway. She is her mirror, her reflection, just as the Dark Aether reflects our world.
The entity. It is a reflection of you. A shadow. Born the same moment you were. And every time the veil between this world and the Dark Aether is lifted, its influence grows stronger. Please, you need to let me help you.
Angered at the revelation of being lied to, Jansen lashes out at Ravenov for hiding the truth from her, claiming that he doesn't care about her as his own child, while showing disgust towards Requiem for creating her. She says,
My father. Do you even think of me as a daughter? Or am I more of a liability?
Ravenov explains
What
how
is
Requiem
what is her accent? That is so. It seems to like flip between different things.
DNA was taken with or without their consent, and he
did not choose to be your father.
She then
So what the hell is Requiem gonna do? What the? Because that implies that at some point, like during or after Black Ops 6, Weaver and the rest of the crew decide, regardless of what Ravenov wants, to make Ava. This is not adding up in my head. This is not matching up with what I know about the Requiem crew.
storms out once more, despite Ravenov calling out for her.
But Ava! I'm sorry.
Following the brief bond between the entity and Ava, and then its separation, it causes an unstable rift to appear with relentless hordes of the undead.
Oh dear. Confronting the entity.
Jansen eventually reconciles with Ravenov and convinces him to join her in a final rift to destroy the entity once and for all, and stop the incursion completely. The strike team joins them to help, and enters a new rift appearing in Opal Palace. Here, the strike team assists Jansen in performing rituals involving several relics from Jansen's childhood, helping her to recover her memories, the memories of which the entity shares due to her watching over their lifelong bond. Jansen cleanses these relics, freeing them of the entity's grip and severing their bond. She repeatedly begs her little sister to stop.
There is safety here. We are begging you, stop.
Oh my god, those animations.
Stating that forces in the realm want to harm her due to her powers, but Jansen refuses, as their shared bond puts her world at risk from the Dark Aether. After finding the entity's home, she decides to force her cooperation and kill Ravenov and the strike team. But Jansen uses her powers to weaken her, and the team are able to attack her weak spots. Despite its pleas, Jansen and the strike team combine their efforts to destroy the entity. In her final pleas, she warns Ava that
Who is he?
it would seem as though the entity was never evil by nature, and in actuality she was trying to protect Ava from worse forces at bay the entire time. Albeit in a terrible way by sending hordes of zombies, but I digress. Dark Aether entities may not always have the brains.
Fucking hell. No, why'd you have to do him like that?
After the
Right,
entity's
Echo.
death, a more powerful Echo was spawned in the Dark Aether.
Oh,
A clone
God.
of her memory. When the strike team enter, it guided them with secret markings to its lair, where it attempts to kill them. However, the strike team were able to destroy it and end the entity's threat for the foreseeable future.
Horatio, is it over?
Yes, I think so. I can't hear her anymore. My mind is so quiet.
We can celebrate back at Deadbolt HQ. This place is starting to unravel.
Yeah, get out of there.
I can feel the Dark Aether starting to peel back from our dimension. We have to go now.
With her death, the Dark Aether forces begin pulling back into their own world, and the Zaravan outbreak ends shortly after. They then leave and return to Deadbolt headquarters for hopefully the last time. The outbreak zone collapses, and Urzikstan goes back to normal, when in 2022 it becomes a war zone.
Operation Redacted.
On May 22nd, 2022, Soap, after long since disappearing from the zombie storyline, was deployed to Zaravan once more, accompanied by operators Hammer and Void to investigate a chemical bomb threat in Popov Power. Despite their attempt to defuse the bomb, it was too late to be stopped, and the operators had to escape before the bombs detonated. With unknown casualties, later, Soap learned that there were additional bombs placed in Tokyo and Paris.
Oh. Abduction.
3 months after defeating the entity, Jansen tries to take a vacation as Ravenov recommended her to, but she couldn't stop focusing on Project Janus. She decided to learn more about them by traveling to Liberty Falls, the small town in West Virginia where the outbreak happened in 1990.
She went to Liberty?
Having rented a hotel room, Jansen starts to sort through a Janus dossier that she came into possession of. Ravenov calls her, checking up on her, to which she answers,
Ah, checking up on your daughter.
I wanted to say hello. To ask how you are doing.
implying their relationship has healed and Ravenov now wants to be actively involved in her life instead of just from afar. She lies to
Richtofen. Man.
Lies to him by reassuring him.
I'm on my best behavior. Promise.
As she flickers through a bunch of scattered documents laid out all over her bed, Ravenov says,
It has taken a while to process it all.
To which Ava jokes about.
Process it all. Who are you and what have you done with Ravenov?
As she opens a file, fully readable documents are revealed, which hold possible significant importance. There is a blueprint of the Wonder Wharf, implying Devar Heights and Kraft's research and artifacts have been in Janus's possession for a long time, and potentially the Wonder Wharf has even had some nifty upgrades. In fact, at some point, potentially even after Vanguard's conclusion, Gabriel Kraft encountered ether nests, heavily infested areas covered by cis and toxic gas. He documented these nests in records, which were used as references in 2021 by members of Operation Deadbolt, who encountered similar nests created by the Dark Aether incursion in
Okay, hold on, I need to...
records, which has covered Vanguard's conclusion. Gabriel Kraft encountered ether nests, heavily infested areas covered by cis and toxic gas. He documented these nests in
An entry torn from Dr. Vogel's personal diary, chronicling the incident's aftermath.
records, which were used as references in 2021 by members of Operation Deadbolt.
I'm just reading through it. Yep. Okay.
who encountered similar nests created by the Dark Aether incursion in Urzikstan, meaning Kraft may have still been encountering Dark Aether elements years after. A recounting of Miller's experience as a child on Liberty Falls during the outbreak, and the names of multiple characters tying into Black Ops 6 are shown, as they are connected not only to Project Janus, but to Eddie himself as well, which he also has an image of in these documents. These names include Security Chief John Blanchard, who is the Janus security detail that Richtofen rescues in the Liberty Falls intro cutscene,
Our favourite
and
eggheads.
in a response team.
Blanchard, secure the command post. Call in response teams. Get Liberty Falls locked down. Copy?
Copy.
He is who we will be communicating with throughout the main quest on the map, as he is currently camped out in Richtofen's hilltop mansion above the town, and he is of course who interviewed Miller, Dr. Modi, Althea, and finally Pericles Panos, one of the Janus lead scientists who could be the person who gets teleported away in the Liberty Falls intro cutscene and warns of the outbreak and something wrong with Sam to begin with.
Secure your staff. I'll handle Sam, I said.
As Ava continues chatting on the phone with Ravenov, he asks,
What are your plans? What is next for Dr. Jensen?
She glances by the mirror in the room where an ominous, shadowy figure wearing what looks to be a cowboy hat and a coat appears menacingly as she walks past it, not noticing. Ava goes to the window to look at the view and tells Ravenov,
I tried the whole vacation thing, I really did, but I needed to keep my mind occupied. I kept thinking about Miller's report. I'm visiting the site of the localized incursion she survived as a child. Liberty Falls is even more of a one-horse town than I'd suspected.
As she throws the documents back on her bed, Ravenov suddenly panics and tells her to leave immediately, but it's far too late. A hand begins reaching out through the mirror as an amalgamation of disembodied voices is heard. The chorus chants,
It is not safe. Are you there?
who momentarily reaches for it, believing she sees and hears her mother, Samantha Maxis. Before it suddenly drags her in through the mirror into presumably the Dark Aether. The scene zooms in to the Liberty Falls painting in the room, displaying the text, "One visit and you'll want to stay forever," leaving a distressed Ravenov screaming her name on the other side of the phone call.
Ava! Ava!
So that's where we're at currently. What this all means, what's next for future, answer questions and theories. Alright, well I guess we don't really need to go into that. So holy moly. Okay, so oh hello there. Person whose name I definitely cannot read. So Ava went back to Liberty and got dragged into the Dark Aether by some mysterious entity who, I'll say it, that hat looks a lot like the Shadow Man, doesn't it? And what's that in the background? What's with the...
appears menacingly as she walks past it, not noticing. Ava goes to...
What's with the buildings in the back there? That's weird. So, the entity, her, like, sister Dark Aether entity, said that there was something coming after her. The Shadow Smiths. He is searching for you. Now, he could be the same entity that Panos is talking to, in the Dark Aether. Because he said he was talking to someone who had knowledge of the Dark Aether. I thought it was Samantha. It's clearly not Samantha. And now I know that this is a thing. It's, yeah, that may be who we're referring to. Why is Black Ops 4 here? Because if you've not heard the news or not been keeping up with Black Ops 6, Chaos is part of Dark Aether now. Because they've, well, it's just part of Dark Aether now. They've the Sentinel artifact is in Dark Aether. We got it in the previous map, and we're gonna use it to try and get Samantha out of the Dark Aether, although we know from Modern Warfare 3 it's not gonna work. But yeah, so the Shadow Smiths, he is searching for you, so there's some sort of group of creatures, the Shadow Smiths, and it could also be, there was, yeah, hold on, here we go, Ancient Parchment, Sporagmos, that was the one that we heard about who made the Chrysalax specifically to destroy the Forsaken, so he's some sort of creature within the Dark Aether. So it could be him, he could be a friend, he could not be a friend, he could be the person that abducted Ava, the leader of the Shadow Smiths, whoever the fuck they are. But, yeah, I guess we'll have to see. It's very, it makes the storyline very awkward to have Modern Warfare 3 here as a literal proof that Sam is not going to get out of the Dark Aether anyway. It wasn't that Chaos, you misunderstand, it wasn't considered non-canon, it was just a separate storyline, because it was supposed to be the replacement for Aether, but some fucking moron decided to introduce it before Aether was finished, so everyone hated it, and that's their fault. But now they're sort of reusing bits and pieces from Chaos. We don't really have a solid idea about how much it, how much is still canon, how much is not canon, how much has been altered. There's only one Sentinel artifact now, and there used to be 4 of them. We have Rhodes doing different stuff than he did in the past, and yeah, so it's complicated. But ladies and gentlemen, I have been live for 6 hours. This is the longest live stream I think I've ever done. It's madness. But that was me completely watching everything from the Dark Aether storyline, catching up on everything relevant to Chaos, which is good, obviously, depending on how much of Chaos they decide to bring into the Dark Aether storyline. A recap of all of Cold War, including, despite the fact that I actually have done the Easter eggs live on this channel, you can go watch them if you haven't already. I did a countdown to Black Ops 6. Well, I haven't done all of the Easter eggs, actually. I did most of them. I didn't do the Outbreak ones, because I did attempt one of them, though. But yeah, so you can go check those out if you haven't already. I did all of the main map Easter eggs apart from Outbreak. And then I've caught up with Cold War and some of the things I missed in Cold War and Vanguard and now Modern Warfare 3. So I think I'm pretty much fully caught up with everything that will likely be relevant in the future of the Zombies storyline. Oh no, it is 100% a bad decision, because here's the thing. If they had waited to the next game to introduce Chaos, nothing, there wouldn't have been, I'm not saying everyone would have liked it, but if they'd have focused Black Ops 4 on finishing the Aether storyline that they had been working on for 10 years that everyone liked. And then after that was fully done, move on to doing Chaos, there would have been far less pushback. But instead, they decided to put more effort into Chaos, a brand new storyline, tell it out of order, and have most of the important information required for understanding the story in supplementary material that wasn't released at the start. And they expected us to be okay with that, taking away from the effort put into the Aether Storyline's finale. And I refuse to accept the idea that the zombies community should be blamed for the failure of Chaos. I don't know who decided to put Chaos alongside Aether in Black Ops 4, but it was, you know, whether it was Treyarch or someone at Activision, I don't know who made that decision, who was behind it, but it's their fault. You don't fucking introduce a replacement for the thing that people have been into for 10 years and then half-ass the finale of the thing that people have been into for 10 years and expect people to be okay with that, because they're not. What's the chronology of every Cold War and Black Ops 6 Zombies map? I'd be happy to answer that. I've been live for 6 hours and finally getting some bloody, interaction. Right, well, it starts off in bloody, I mean, give me a sec. Going through, there's Outbreak, there's, oh, what the fuck, why is Dead Ops 3 on here? That is ridiculous. So, the Dark Aether saga starts with Duron Fong in Vanguard, then it goes to Terra Maledicta in Vanguard, then it goes to Shinonuma Remastered, or Remade in Vanguard, and then the Vanguard story ends with Terra Maledicta. No, it doesn't. Not Terra Maledicta, sorry. Ends with the Archon, the Vanguard story. Then it goes to Die Machine, then Firebase Z, then Outbreak, then Maudertoten, and then Forsaken. Then it goes to Terminus and Liberty Falls happening at the same time, then Citadel, then the Tomb, and now Shattered Veil. Speaking of which, for all of you unaware, I will be playing that tomorrow and doing the Easter egg. The whole point of this stream was because the Black Ops 6 storyline is really starting to amp up now with its references to Chaos and the potential setting up of the future for Modern Warfare 3 zombies that we've already seen. So I wanted to get fully caught up on everything that's important. I've digested a lot of information here that I'm probably going to struggle to hold on to, I will be completely honest. But at least now I know the basics of Chaos and the basics of Modern Warfare 3, which I'd say are probably the most important parts of Black Ops 6 going forward. The storyline is a bit all over the place with Vanguard and MW3 and Chaos, and still bringing in stuff previous from the Aether storyline and doing new stuff in this storyline. It's all a bit of a mess at this current point. But I am excited, and I'm very excited to play Shattered Veil tomorrow, and do the Easter egg. Very excited. Specifically because, number one, you know, it's a good map. I'm really excited for how the story's going to go with Richtofen and everything. And specifically, what the final boss is. Really looking forward to that. Oh, would it, sorry, I'm very tired. I've been streaming for 6 hours. May I politely ask, how to pronounce any username you would like to be called by, Monsieur or Ma'am, lovely person in chat, because it feels, impolite not to refer to someone by their username, but I unfortunately cannot read your username, and I have no way of pronouncing it. But to answer your question, Liberty Falls is a very poor zombies map, because all the way back when Black Ops 6 was coming out, Treyarch were just like, oh yeah, we're going back to the old formula, and, you know, Terminus will have a set crew of characters, because you all love that. And as for Liberty Falls, we're not actually going to talk about Liberty Falls, and then only at the very last second we're going to reveal that Liberty Falls doesn't actually have a set crew. The Terminus crew being at Liberty Falls is not canon. Liberty Falls does not have any canon characters. It has the people that were there doing the story events in Liberty Falls were a unnamed group of Janus operators, basically, which is poor. It's very poor. Call me anything, I don't care. Just wanted to be polite and allow you to give me something to refer to you by. Looks like I was gonna say it looks like a P in your profile picture, but yeah, so yeah, them being on Liberty is not canon. There is no actual characters that are canon on Liberty. They're just a bunch of unnamed fucking Liberty. They're just a bunch of unnamed Janus personnel, basically, which is really poor. Like, it really is not hard. And I actually oh, it's an Arabic letter. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I thought it did look a bit weird, and I didn't think it was an actual P. But yeah, so I actually have a video that I've been working on for like a couple of weeks now, where I'm basically gonna redo, like, I'm gonna remake Liberty Falls. Not remake it as in actually physically remake it, so like as a playable thing, but like come up with a remake for Liberty, basically to make it a map worthy of the intro cutscene of the map we got. Because we got an intro cutscene with fucking Richtofen, with the Wunderwaffe, and like major story implications, and him getting dragged into the Dark Aether, and Samantha, well, not Samantha, Sam, the AI. And then we get a map that basically has nothing to do with that. So I'm in the process of coming up with a remake that will include a much better Easter egg than what we got in Liberty, a set crew of characters that I've actually come up with, and more involvement with the story, basically, than we got in Liberty. But regardless, I have been live for 6 hours, so I am gonna bring this stream to an end. For anyone who's stuck around, thank you very much. It's been great fun. having a look at all the different pieces of the storyline that I haven't really involved myself with. I'm not necessarily regretful of not involving myself with them, considering that Vanguard and Modern Warfare 3 are very poor in many different respects. But having experienced the story now, I am not looking forward. I'm curious to try them for myself. So I don't own like Vanguard or Modern Warfare 3 at all. But I'm also currently doing a series every Friday, which has been on hold for last week and this week for the purpose of playing Shattered Veil, given it's out now, and it's a new map. But I'm currently in the middle of a series where I stream every Friday, where I go through every single zombies map from like all the way at the beginning of World at War, all the way like through all the games. I'm currently in Black Ops 1. Next week, presuming I do Shattered Veil, I do the Easter egg first time tomorrow. There's no guarantee of that. The only Easter egg I've managed to do first time has been Liberty, because it's piss easy. And given what the boss is of Shattered Veil, I do not hold myself in high hope of being able to do that first time. But fingers crossed, if I do manage to do it first time, we'll be back playing throughout the throughout all the zombies maps next week on Friday, which will be my first time playing Call of the Dead, which I've never played before, never ever played before. So that'll be fun. But thank you so much for watching this bonus stream. It was fun. It was interesting. Excuse me. Awesome to learn about the rest of the story and where zombies currently sits. It's not in the best of places, I'll be honest, but, you know, I remain optimistic, as per usual. So, join me tomorrow night for, an attempt, my first time attempt at the Shattered Veil Easter egg. Looking forward to that. On Saturday, for my second Prince's Game Night revisit, where, if you don't know, every Saturday I play a different game, and every batch of games, which is 5 games, but I'm actually changing to 4, for reasons I'll explain later. I do a revisit of one of the games that I've played in the batch and let you guys vote. You guys voted for Plague Inc., so we're going to be playing Plague Inc. again, including mastering that zombie level, that zombie virus, and actually destroying the world with that, considering we failed last time. So lots of zombies this week. Next Monday for the beginning of our Portal Stories Mel playthrough. Looking forward to that. Next Wednesday for the potential last stream of God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. And, yeah, next Friday, potentially, depending on whether or not I beat this first time, for either another attempt at Shattered Veil or a return to Black Ops 1 and working our way through the zombies maps. Make sure to go join the casual Discord in the description down below if you want to be automatically notified whenever I upload a video or go live. And I will see you on another video or stream very, very soon. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Xbox. Fuck off. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for stopping by.